our first speaker, Dan, who I'm going to let go ahead and get started.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you, Caitlin. So it's great to be here talking on the business in agility track. I think it's the most important track. And why is that? It's because any of you who've worked for really large organizations know there's quite a lot of progress to be made in this area. And the great thing is, if we do make some progress in this area, it affects the whole organisation. It has knock-on effects for the whole organisation. We make things better for everybody. So it's a win-win. Funding, probably not the most sexy subject, but you guys obviously find it, interesting, and you might be having problems in that area in your own organisations at the moment. This talk was written by myself and another colleague of mine, Vicky Hilton, who sadly can't be here today. But we thought it's a necessary conversation to start the conversation about funding, because we think actually it can make a massive difference to business in agility in organisations. So we've got a collection of thoughts and experiences. We don't say we've got all the answers, but we hope you really enjoy the talk. I'm not going to do a massive introduction on myself at the moment. What I'm going to do is I work as head of consultancy for Agility, and in that role I've worked with quite a lot of large organisations, and I've dealt with a lot of the problems we're going to be talking about today. But just for the moment, I want you to imagine that I'm not head of consultancy for Agility. I actually work for... Hello? That's the first hurdle. My flicker isn't working. Here we go. I want you to imagine I work for Legacy PLC, and Legacy PLC, they're a traditional organisation, and they're about to go agile, all right? Something to celebrate, so should we? Legacy PLC are about to go agile. Hooray, excellent, yeah, so we've got some enthusiasm from our agilists in the room. They're very excited that Legacy PLC are going agile. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a bit of a talk to some of the people in the organisation, and we're going to see how they're getting on their agile journey. All right, so let's go and talk to Ben. He's a portfolio manager at Legacy PLC. He's very snowed under at the moment. He's swimming in a river of bureaucracy because he's preparing the annual budget, and anybody who's helped plan an annual budget will know what a task this is and what an undertaking it is. The agile transformation hasn't yet happened yet. It's been deemed by the organisation that it's the most important thing to happen. It's the most important thing the organisation's got to do. But it can't happen until next year when the budget's approved. All right? And so we've got to go through this round of funding. We've got to get it approved, and then we can start on the agile transformation. How's Ben feeling? Well, he hates annual budgeting. Every year he has to go out, he has to talk to a load of stakeholders. They're all vying for budget. They're all scrambling around to get their piece of the pie. They're all sort of coming at him with blue sky ideas. And he has to, and this is the bit that's a bit frustrating for him, he has to take people away from the development teams from work that is ongoing, work in the here and now that's actually adding value. And he has to take them away. And he has to, someone's nodding here, he knows about this, has to take them away from really valuable work they're doing at the moment to sort of, kind of solutionize and work out costs for sort of things that might or might not never happen. It's a lot of work, this. He's got a whole team to do it. He has to submit 150 business cases. He knows most will never get started, so he knows most of that work he's doing is not going to count, all right? So lots of bureaucracy. And he feels the process isn't that valuable. He wants some help, and he wants Agile to help with that. So we go into the next financial year. The Agile transformation starts. And we go throughout the year, and then there's a lot of high fives. There's a lot of excitement. People are going, oh, we're Agile now. There's loads of Post-its all over the walls. The stationary budget has quadrupled. You have to put in a Jira ticket if you want to go out to lunch. So everybody's very happy, but some people think it's a bit early for high fives. One of those people is Ben. I talked to him a year later when he's preparing the next annual budget. I say, Ben, how's it going? He goes, It's terrible. My soul is as dark as this photo. Still hate annual budgeting. Agile's done nothing for me. Well, actually, it has done something. I don't have to do business cases anymore. I have to do lean business cases. He's going, but all right, so it's great. They're a bit smaller, but that's not the bit that takes time. The bit that takes time is still those conversations with the stakeholders, yeah, and pulling the teams away from that actual vital work, to come up with sort of finger in the air estimates. And he's saying, the most frustrating thing about this is that because we've gone agile, the business thing, we can do more stuff. So I've got 170 business cases, and it was thought we can do more with less budget. So I've got less budget, and I know less is going to get started. I just know it. So he's feeling very let down. So not so great. The agile transformation hasn't been so great for Ben. Surely it's not that bad, though, right? So it's not. We talked to delivery manager Vicky. She's loving the agile, and her team are loving it too. So they're really loving the connection with the customer that agile sort of encourages. They feel that we can really respond to customer needs. The team have been together for longer than they usually would under the old regime because they're agile teams now, they're fully formed. So they're thinking, we're actually starting to trust each other. We're starting to play to position. This is really good. We feel like a real team now. Vicky thinks they found their flow. They kind of understand how they deliver more. And, they really feel they can respond to customers' needs more and stakeholder needs. And they feel they can meet stakeholder expectations much better than they ever can before. They also feel that, and Vicky feels this strongly, that the team's got a kind of way to solve their own problems, through retrospectives and things like that. And that they, she feels that it's much more cohesive and that they can make improvements by themselves without having to go to Vicky all the time to get those things done. So yeah, Vicky's loving it, but go and see Vicky 3 months later. Right? Vicky, where's your team gone? It's like, it's really empty in your office. And she goes, my budget's gone and the team's gone. I go, oh, no way. And she goes, yeah, I talked to the portfolio about it. I'm really panicking because, there's still things that our business stakeholders want. There's still things we need to do for our customers. We still need to support that system. And then the portfolio went, oh, yeah, it's okay. There's budget for a completely fresh team next year. Like, it's a good thing that you can have to start all over again and build a team from scratch. All right? And then she ran off because there was an incident come in and she's going, where's Kevin? He was my go-to guy who could solve all the problems. Right. So obviously, what Agile gave to Vicky, budgeting took away. These stories, they are sort of made up, but they're based on real life experiences. I've ran a portfolio myself, so I was Ben, and Vicky had been delivery manager whose team had been pulled from under her nose. These things have really happened, and we're trying to bring them to life in here for as a bit of an intro. And the problem is that I think you'll find a lot of large organisations, and this particularly applies to large organisations. People in startups will be watching this talk going, hey, what are you on about? But in large organisations, I think what happens is we tend to do agile change, and agile sort of, the most meaningful changes happen at the team level, right? And then agile operates in a bit of a bubble, which is constrained by sort of everything and all the layers and all the management and traditional practices that are in the rest of the organisation. And I think this is particularly the case when it comes to funding, because actually, when you look at funding, people are quite sort of conservative and safe, and they don't want to rock the apple cart. They've got a process that they follow, and they're comfortable with it. All right. People are scared because of the perceived risks, but we think there's a better way. We think we could improve things, but it's likely that you're not going to be able to improve things overnight, right? Beautiful city of Rome wasn't built in a day, all right? And your shiny new product-focused business is not going to be built in a day either. What we've got here is a sort of plea that if you're trying to make changes in this area, to adopt a bit more of an evolutionary approach rather than a revolution. And this is what this talks about. It's all about putting in better ways of doing funding, but nudging them in gently, so you take all the people in your business along on a bit of a journey with you, and you don't alienate senior stakeholders, and definitely the conservative ones like the ones in finance. All right? So how are we going to do that? Lot to get through here. This was originally sort of like quite a long talk, and it's been compressed. It's a bit helicopter level. First off, we're going to go and we're going to talk about, well, what is the case for change? Why does project-oriented funding fail? And we'll give you some reasons around that. And so if this is a problem, so where do we go to? What are the alternatives? And what are the benefits of following some alternative methods? All right, so we'll look at the new world of Agile funding. Then we'll go on to give you a bit of an overview how you can start a bit of an evolutionary approach to implement something better in your own organisation. And then we'll finish at the promised land. How does it feel like to be in this new organisation where we've got more better funding approaches that support agility in a better way? All right. So here we go. Let's look at why project funding fails. Why is that project manager crying? Maybe his job. But right, so the first reason he's crying, and anybody who has been involved with an annual budgeting process will understand that it's kind of intense, laborious, and sometimes feels like a bit of a waste of time and bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy. You know, the problems are well documented. Anybody heard of Beata? Yeah, great. If you haven't, well worth looking at this book, which is Implementing Beyond Budgeting. Really good overview. It gives a really good overview of the problems, and he's got lots of problems, and I'm not going to go into them in much detail here, but you know, we're all agilists in the room, and I think just by looking at this, you'll understand why this is a real blocker to agility. Like, for starters, it's an annual process, right? An annual process, you know? That's just not responsive enough in today's business age, right? That annual process is usually run by senior people in the organisation. So the decisions are made high up or in the organisation, not by the people closest to the action. Yeah, they're usually made on assumptions that become outdated really quickly. And the fact that those guys are following a process, what happens is that it gives them an illusion of control that they don't really have, right? Ticking all the boxes, this is what we used to. But it doesn't give them the control that they want. It doesn't give them the results that they want. Because the environment, as we know it, is changing very quickly, especially in this day and age. And things get outdated and things move on. All right? So annual planning and budgeting, massive blocker. Now, you could just have a big pot of funds that you're not allocating annually, but you could still be constrained by project methodology, all right? Project methodology could still constrain you and hamstring you. Right, so there are some known problems with this, and I'd recommend the first section of Project to Product by Mick Kirsten. He covers this really well, actually. So the problems with project management butting up against agility are well understood. The first problem is this. It's really the major problem of it. It's this iron triangle. You've all heard of the iron triangle: scope, time, budget, kind of fixed. And that the success of projects is usually governed by how well you stick to that iron triangle. Do you implement all the scope? Do you do it on time and on budget? You know. And what happens is people tend to get stuck in, actually, instead of like looking at the value they could deliver for the business, look at just delivering the scope that is defined in that iron triangle. And it really yields inflexible prioritization. Yeah, so it's not very adaptable. It's also short-sighted, all right? So a lot of organizations I've worked for, and you probably had this as well if you work for a large organization, you give a project team a project, and that project is usually comprised of some features and some business value that's got to be attained. Now, what's that team focused on? Well, they're focused on getting the features out. They're not focused on the long-term health of the system often. And I think, you know, the project method can actually detract from the people maintaining the long-term health of the system. So the other part of the problem is team churn and complex assignments. And I think this goes along with the short-sightedness as well. So what I tend to experience in large organizations is you get teams constantly mobilized and disbanded, particularly if you're using third-party suppliers. And actually, the expertise and the resource that really knows what they're doing on those systems, it isn't around for a long time. And actually what you want to do is you want to build long-lived, stable teams that can actually look after the health of the system. So, and another thing that goes with it, complex assignments. How many people have worked in organizations where, project-oriented organizations where one person is on like 4 different projects? Yeah? It's really hard to manage, right? Okay. So, let's have a look. Yeah, right. The other thing is this process is incredibly bureaucratic. All right? Let's do a quick show of hands. Who likes doing value-add work for their organization? I do. Most of you, right. Anybody like, bureaucratic paper pushing and cutting red tape? No. All right. There's always one. So the thing is, you're all sort of like really good professionals. I can tell you, you're coming to further your own career by going to conferences and learn new stuff. You're good people that an organisation doesn't want to lose. So generally what happens when organisations implement these bureaucratic processes, people leave. Then they make more mistakes. They put more bureaucracy in to try and actually fix the mistakes. But then more people leave because they don't like more bureaucracy. This has been tracked. It's called the bureaucratic death spiral, and it's been documented in a book called Good to Great by Jim Collins. Really good book. Compares businesses that are real high performers with businesses that are not performing as well. One of the things is that businesses that have lots of bureaucracy tend to do worse than businesses that have less bureaucracy. It's expensive too. There's a paper called the $3 Trillion Prize for Busting Bureaucracy by Gary Hamel and Michelle Zazzini. Just in the United States alone, if organizations could get rid of the needless bureaucracy within them, the wasteful bureaucracy, they reckon there was a $3 trillion saving to be made, which is substantial. So just imagine in your organizations how much saving there is there. So bureaucracy, bad. Now, I've had a bit of a downer on project methodology, obviously, but I don't want to be too hard on it because it's got us a long way, and it is suitable for certain things, certain one-off investments, uncomplicated stuff. Definitely, it is a really good tool to use. But maybe not for the stuff that is in today's businesses where we've got very rapidly changing business environment that we need to adapt to, and that's what Agile's all about. Not so suitable for that. So what are our other tools in the box? So let's do a quick tour of the new world of Agile funding. So let's go through the world of Agile funding. Right. So the simplest and probably the earliest example of Agile funding is just funding teams. Put a team together and fund it for the duration through the most important things the organisation has to do at that team. All right? Simple. Couldn't get any simpler than that. All right? This kind of evolved to funding products, and Scrum had quite a product focus, and then there was a more product focus generally in our industry. Funding products is like funding teams. What you do is you find a product, you fund the teams that are creating that product, and you also fund the materials. Usually, in our case, it's not usually like sort of plastic and metal and all that sort of stuff. It's usually kind of cloud infrastructure, right? So you fund the people, fund the materials that you need to produce that product, and you fund it for the duration, for the life cycle, all right? Okay, so that's funding products. Now, at some point, somebody with a lucrative conference speaking career ahead of them went, oh, look, most businesses don't sell software products. Hey, why don't we call the value stream a product? And so funding value streams became a thing. And this is like pretty much Mick Kirsten's book. All right, so a lot of businesses they've got confused about what their product was. So he said, well, your product is a value stream, all right? So funding value streams is saying, here's a value stream, and if you're not aware of what a value stream is, it's like a line of business, like an order to cash process. So it starts with something customer trigger. You get an order in, you go through whatever you need to do to fulfill that order. At the end of it, customer gets product, you get cash, everybody's happy, value stream complete, right? That's a value stream. So funding value streams is about funding all the people and all the things you need to make that value stream operate. All right? Anybody know about SAFE? Yeah? All right, yeah. I'm not gonna diss SAFE, but they came up with funding arts, which is an agile release train. So they took a value stream and they said, well, that's a bit easy. Let's split a value stream into a development value stream and an operational value stream. Let's call the development value stream a program. Let's also call it an agile release train. That's an art. Anybody confused? A lot of SAFE consultants were actually, but that's funding arts, and it's a sensible thing to do, but they made it quite complicated. So there's a lot of different things. There may appear to be an ocean between these, but it's not really. Anybody heard of Pangaea? Yeah. This is where the continents started before they drifted apart. So there's not an ocean between these methods. They've largely got one thing at the core of it, which is funding the people, not the work. All right? Or you could say funding the people and the things that you need to build whatever product, and not the work. So they've all got that at their core. Now, if you've got a bunch of Agilists in the room, anybody do this at their workplace, get a bunch of Agilists in the room, and they go, well, look, how are we going to organise our funding approach? You come up with 5 different opinions, nobody would agree. So which of those methods was best? I don't think you get any agreement. But I think we could all agree on some common aspirations, and I'll just check these off, and you could say aye if you agree. So, what would we want to achieve if we were to put a new funding method in place? So I think the first thing we'd achieve is this. We want success measured by value, not by the constraints of on time, on scope, on budget, like an iron triangle. Everybody say aye if you agree. Aye? Yeah, way, great. Right. This is a bit like the House of Commons, isn't it? Topical, being those election. We'd want long-lived product teams, not ephemeral project teams. Everybody say aye. Aye. Yeah, great. All right. So, hello. Aye. I've given it away. You'd want to delegate decision-making, not have centralised control. Aye? Yay. And you'd want to fund the product for its life cycle, not for just a short-term, short-sighted project. Aye? Great. Here's my favourite one I've added. Made up a thing. Minimal viable bureaucracy. Yeah? See what I've done there? We'd want minimal viable bureaucracy, not wasteful, non-value add activities. Everybody say aye. Aye. Great. We're all in agreement. And if you didn't agree, well, sorry. So we've got some aims we're aiming for from, implementing new product funding methodologies, all right? How are we going to get there? How are we going to get from annual budgeting, which was actually, I don't know whether you knew this was annual planning budgeting. It was a gift from McKinsey 100 years ago. Yeah? What a lovely present. To project management, which was, it's kind of about 50 years old, to what we've got today, which is really agile constrained. So we've got modern methodologies. We're actually being hamstrung by both those two things that went before. How do we get to something better? How do we get to something that's a bit more of an agile funding or product funding approach? And this is what we're going to cover in this section, because we're going to talk about an evolutionary way to get there by small little nudges that help to push the business in the right direction, but take people on the journey, even those more conservative stakeholders you've got, like the finance ones. Yeah. So we're going to do small little nudges that take people in the right direction. Most companies don't need a revolution. They're doing all right. So you go in there and go, I'm going to give you a product funding revolution. They'll go, oh, we're doing all right. So you want to take them on an evolutionary journey. And this is what this is all about. So let's talk about the first nudge. not sure about the names for these, but I had to give them some funky names. First nudge, ride the project. I'm pretty much convinced that you are not going to win the fight against annual budgeting in your large organisation. You might start a conversation, but I think it'll be there for the foreseeable future. So the first nudge uses this slow annual budgeting process to put something on top of it, which is a nice, nimble, agile team. So we use the annual funding process to actually fund teams into the work. Let's just break that down a bit more. So what would you have done in the old days? In the old days, you'd have used the annual project budget to fund well-defined work. We know that's not what we want to do. We're saying use the annual budget, the annual project budget, to fund well-defined product teams. And this works really well because this is volatile, particularly in this day and age. That work is volatile. It changes all the time with our learning, with the changing customer expectations, changing business environments and technologies. This is generally stable in most organizations. Yeah, you have some flex during the years, but there's more stability. So we're using that annual project budget to fund well-defined product teams. All right? Makes it simple, isn't it? Okay. Right. So let's give an example of this. So there was a telecoms organisation that did this. Before, what they used to do, and anybody done any project management here? Yes, great. So you're used to a work breakdown structure, right? Breakdown structure, for those of you who don't know, it's just like a massive project plan, all right? Starts off with the project, then it goes into the phases, the work packages that you're going to deliver the phase, and then that breaks down into basically task-based activities. It's basically detailing the work out, and that's what they used to submit, and they went to doing this, which is submitting a people breakdown structure. So they'd identify the value stream, they could define a number of programs that were contributing towards that value stream, usually it's just one, and then they would specify the teams that were contributing to that program, and then there's a kind of a bit of a split for finance here between the budget of CapEx and OpEx for those teams, all right? And there's also material costs in there as well. So they simplified it. So they made a bit of an agile finance initiative, and then they simplified the funding. This is a lot simpler than that. This is deceptive. This is usually a huge Microsoft project plan. So you're probably looking at that going, yeah, that's great. You're telling me what I'm going to spend, but you're not telling me what I'm going to get. And if you went to any investor on your board, or you went to, good old Warren Buffett here, you'd probably go, give me some money, and I'll get some people, and I'll deliver some stuff for you. It might not go down well. People want to know roughly what they're going to get for their money. So in the old world, this was defined by an iron triangle, in particular scope part of that. So what I'm going to talk about now is how we might soften that triangle, make it a bit more palatable, and a bit like that cheese there, really. So how do we soften that iron triangle and get something that's a bit more flexible for us? Something that can be a bit more agile. So, I think most agile teams that I see that work in sort of project-focused environments, they're not really doing iron triangle. They're doing something, and this is progress. They're doing something which I might call a blurry triangle. So it starts off, they kind of define the high-level scope items. And then during the course of the project, that scope is allowed to, more detail is added to that scope, all right? So the detail evolves as the project goes on. So it's a better position than trying to capture loads of detail up front and doing detailed costs and then getting on with the work. So we are in a better position, but I usually find with this, there's certain inertia within organisations about changing the major scope items, all right? You might have experienced that in your own organisation. So how can we evolve beyond that? So I think the best place for large organisations to evolve to, as a first step on that journey, is doing something called rolling wave planning. And this is a great first step. So really, it takes that concept of a blurry triangle. You start out when you're looking for funding by actually specifying high-level scope items, but you put breakpoints along the course of the time period in order to actually revise that scope. So you can revise scope and usually revise funding and sort of team composition. So you put in breakpoints. These are usually quarters. Anybody who's done SAFe will have heard of the program increment, all right? The program increment it's kind of usually a quarter, but it's 5 or 6 iterations, 2-week iterations, that is. Yeah, so it's a bit different, but quarterly planning is a common thing to do, all right? And it's a great first step for organisations that are a bit conservative and want that surety about the features they're going to get within a quarter, all that sort of stuff. Now, evolving that, you're generally going to outcome-based approaches. So, you might be familiar with OKRs. Agilists used to, they often think they invented outcomes. They didn't really. So, I've been doing project management for many, many years, and we always had business cases, which were outcomes. But I think the difference is with those, the business case used to be a bit of an afterthought. So we want to do this thing, let's write a business case. Nowadays, I think it's really good in that it's just like, well, this is the business case. We want this outcome. Now, what things are you going to do to get there? And this is about giving the trust to the teams to come up with those outcomes. Yeah. In all of these, there's an increasing level of trust as you go along that continuum, that you trust the teams or programs to actually come up with their own answers, and you're not kind of putting over reliance on a portfolio and senior leadership team to do it for you, right? Okay. How's this worked in examples I've seen? Well, I'll give an example from a retailer. This retailer was actually doing SAFe, and what they used to do at annual planning. These things would have been individual projects in the old days. But instead, that retailer went for having a block of funding that used to fund 11 teams. And then these would be items within that block of funding. All right, so you're not managing, instantly you've cut down the bureaucracy, you're not managing X amount of different projects. You're defining a few things that you'd like to achieve in a year, and you're putting in breakpoints, which are the quarterly planning elements, to revise those as you go along to see what's working and react to any market changes, which is particularly important in e-commerce, which this is from. The great thing with e-commerce as well is that there's a load of statistics that they use, and it's really good. So this is a sort of partial outcome-based approach as well. So what they used to do is they used to define the metrics they wanted to tweak as they went through their journey. And the great thing here is that, you can see there's a return on investment for all of these different things. Now, to be honest with you, the people who are senior people in the organisation didn't care what you did. If you went in a plan for the whole year looking at this total return on investment, as long as you came back with a sort of total return on investment in that ballpark, you're onto a winner, right? Yeah? So it gave the teams much more flexibility to chase, be opportunistic about chasing value, but still, chasing the target that was set for them. All right, great. So we talked about trust, and all of these methods. Moving towards outcome involves much more trust, giving much more trust to the teams. And what I'd recommend is if you are in this position and you're kind of coaching a bunch of teams that are working in this environment where they're trying to give more trust to the teams to, furrow their own path, plough their own furrow, I would recommend that actually what you need to do is to help them to report better and give a better account of how they're progressing towards those outcomes. And this is what this section is about. It's about involving the organisational insight. What we want you to be, we want our organisations to be like this owl, right? They're sort of navigating through a complex business world, full of trees, eyes on the target in the distance, and making wise owl decisions to get there. And, there's a lot of stuff that's involved with that. Some of the general agile principles to follow, like how, being focused on working with software and teams, all that sort of stuff. But I think, for me, I want to focus on some of the stuff which is the sort of more senior leadership stuff, which is what they see, which is like the reporting. Now, this is an example, and we're just going to cover this briefly. This is a telecoms organisation again. They used to focus on, progress by plan reports. And so they'd have a project plan and go, well, we're 80% through that, we're 60% through that. As they moved to now a more agile finance initiative, they wanted to elevate the outcomes. So this was the front page of the senior stakeholder report. You can see actually it's not about what's being delivered, it's about, what are the outcomes that are being achieved? What are those KPIs that are being tweaked to actually prove that everything's going in the right direction? So it's about bringing outcomes front and center, but it's also about one of the things you're going to have to do as well. And so I've seen, one of the major problems I see with Agile teams and finance departments is they don't give a thorough account of what they've done to date. So actually, they can't tell finance department how much money they've spent, or what they've spent it on, and what investment assets they've actually built up. So you've got to basically give a good account to finance as well. And fortunately, if we move towards a more agile finance approach, you are just funding teams over a period. It simplifies things vastly, because actually what you're doing is really, you've got a set burn rate, and you are just using that as a guardrail to see whether you're within that burn rate. So simplify the reporting from a financial point of view as well. So yeah, as a final thing, just make sure that, if you're moving towards an outcome-based approach, that you can actually feed back on your progress towards those outcomes. It's really important. You need to close the loop on it. So there are more nudges, but that is a few that I just wanted to talk about there. What I want to do now, and how much time have we got left? Got 10 minutes, great.
Well, a little bit less than that.
A little bit less than 10 minutes. 9 minutes, right, okay. So yeah, I've got a few problems here, but we'll just deal with one. And I just want to deal with this one at the moment, which is, this is the key problem when you're going to a more product-oriented approach. And this is really the one I want to cover. First hurdle is, and this happened when I worked with Reach PLC, who owned London newspapers, and they wanted to move to a more product operating model in their IT. They were like, oh, what are our products? Most organisations, large enterprises, then the ones that don't sell software products, they're like looking at an architecture like this, right? There's often, last time I looked, average of 650 enterprise systems. They're in a bowl of spaghetti. Some of those things are really simple SaaS services. Some of those blocks are actually really complicated ERPs, right? And which actually serve many different value streams as well. So it's like a really complicated picture. How do you identify the products in that? Oh, yes, let's look at the Scrum guide. Product is a vehicle to deliver value. It has a clear boundary. Right, yeah. No, it doesn't. Stop right there. Trying to identify clear boundaries in amongst that lot is really, really hard. It's a no-go. So what did we do at Reach PLC? What concepts did we come up? We need to unlock this. So what we did, and I don't mind what you call it, but we called it a product group there. What we wanted to do was actually kind of sort of decompose, the systems that people were looking after and all the applications and products, whatever you want to call them. And we wanted to principally define long-lasting, stable teams around supporting that environment. So we thought, right, to do that, we've got to find some common customers and users for each of those product groups. We've got to find a common set of internal stakeholders. We've got to find common capabilities that are being maintained or built. We need a common set of objectives for those teams. And then we need to say for those teams, which are the products or the applications, the services or the infrastructure that you look after. Yeah. So it wasn't just one thing, generally. It was several things. And this has the advantage that you get that dedicated team ownership. You get that accountability. Also has the advantage, you'll know that if ever you try to organise a portfolio of work and try to sort of merge the sort of service aspects with the build aspects, that some of those systems, if you're trying to just have a small team dedicated to one product, it doesn't really work, because some of those products you'll be building them furiously. They'll need a load of people on them. Some of them are just in maintenance mode. You won't need much operational stuff going on in them. So actually this sort of tries to counter that. You won't get it right first time either. You have to kind of draw your lines and then work out how it goes and see how it functions. But it's a solution. Right, so that's the one problem I wanted to deal with there. There are other problems, well, loads of other problems, but we haven't got much time here. So I want to get to the end here and talk about what it looks like when we get to the end. I'm going to do a bit of a recap first, though. So, we all had a bit of our House of Commons moment where we all agreed to a bunch of aspirations that we want to achieve through a better product funding initiative. There were lots of eyes around these, and then I want to show you how the different nudges relate to those and how they implement them. So we talked about nudge one, which was basically funding long-lived teams through using that annual budget cycle. right? So that supports long-lived product teams, obviously. It supports funding the life cycle of the product. It's also, we talked about how it's less bureaucratic. You saw that example from the retailer where, initially what was 10 different projects now got bundled into one lump of funding. So it's simplified it. It's great. We talked about nudge 2, where we're softening the triangle. We're sort of like moving towards kind of more outcome-based approach. And even if we're not doing that, we're just more looking at more regular review of where we're going. That is definitely encouraging more success by value. It's not measuring yet, but it's setting up what you're going to measure. It definitely helps with delegated decision making. So you're not really leaving it to portfolio and senior stakeholders to sort of, agree on a detailed set of requirements. You are letting the teams have more agency there to actually plough their own furrow to actually achieve the outcomes that senior stakeholders want to see. All right. It's also less bureaucracy as well. We saw how in that finance example, the reporting had changed. It became less intense and bureaucratic. It wasn't, looking at progress over a detailed project plan. It was much more simpler than that. And the finance aspects of it simplified as well. Then we closed the loop on measuring success by value when we involved insight, all right? So we improved our reporting so that we were actually showing people how we were achieving those outcomes. We also had less bureaucracy in that as well. So all of these support, I think all of them are less bureaucratic, right? So we've seen the advantages for the organisation. What about the people working there? So everybody who said Dan Pink? Yeah, great. So what was his 3 motivators for knowledge workers? Yes, autonomy, mastery and purpose. So I think actually, it seems like it wouldn't be a significant change for the people working there, but I think these are significant changes for people who are working in organisations. I think for starters, the kind of knock-on changes they encourage, like giving more agency over about solutions, I think, it gives individuals and teams, way more autonomy and ability to make decisions. I think it gives teams mastery. I think it gives them the time to be in their product domain for longer. I think it gets times to master the relationships in those areas. I think it gives teams a chance to master the technology and ways of working better because you're keeping it a bit stable. I think also the sort of focus on outcomes and really kind of the purpose of what people are doing on the different products they're building actually gives purpose to individuals as well. So I think it really kind of does tick some boxes in making the workplace a better place for people. All right? But yeah, it's not going to be easy to get there. Love that quote. So, anybody who's been involved with change work will know how hard it is and how much work there is to do. There's going to be an awful lot of work to do to unpick, sort of things that are suboptimal that people have implemented from the past, yeah. But what I'd like you to do also, if you're going to engage in this work and implement new things for organisations in this area, just check yourself. I can think of early days where I think I might have just added to the work by layering Agile things on top of things that were already there. I think, it's a really good idea to sort of check what you're doing and make sure you're not sort of increasing the bureaucracy for organisations. You want to kind of keep that sort of thing in mind of minimal viable bureaucracy when you're doing this. But, have a go. And I hope, I've encouraged you at the sort of advantages towards making changes in this area. I hope I've given you some ideas that you can have a go in your organisations and things that you can do so you can start your own evolution. All right, thank you. Questions? Have we got?
So you've got 1 minute for questions.
1 minute for questions.
But there's also a break afterwards.
Yes.
So if you want to stay and ask questions to Dan,
Yes.
then you can be around during the break to answer questions.
Yes. So we can have a quick question, but here's my LinkedIn if you want to ask a question on LinkedIn, but I'll be around for a day and a bit, so you can just get a hold of me if you've got questions and want to talk about stuff. Brilliant. Yeah, is there a question first off? Yes.
Thanks very much. Loads of that resonates with the organisation. Just wondered if you had any advice for someone who might be in a product management position, who's now being given the budget and the autonomy, about making the commitments that finance wants, so making the promises on the outcomes, because that can be a sort of scary step.
Yeah, so what do you mean? Is that the promise on the sort of return on the business?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a really difficult area, and I don't have any easy answers for you, because most people know that, and I think this is part of the problem with business cases, they are largely a finger in the air exercise, except on the very occasion they're not. And I think it's about evolving the attitude of finance departments, because, we're living in uncertain environments. You can't go and say, yeah, this is definitely going to make £200 million, right? And a finance department shouldn't expect you to do that, right? These things are, and I think the best way you can evolve that relationship is that you can take an experimental approach. So what you want to do is you want to identify a small pieces of work that you can do first that should make, take that kind of MVP approach. So identify small pieces of work that could prove whether you've got something that's a viable product, right? I think that is the way to approach that. And it's also some conditioning or some sort of education for finance departments in sort of knowing that, what is involved in the uncertainties in software development, right? Yeah, does that make sense? It's a really hard question to answer, but yeah. Any other questions?
Focusing on that value piece there, that was B2C scenario, which I find a bit easier than B2B scenario. But the piece I'm most interested in is the leading versus trailing indicators. So the typical indicator, I want more money, but I will get money when the product is fully featured, or I can do marketing campaign. This takes time to sell it, to install it, and so on. But the team works on a different schedule. It works like weekly or quarterly. It will take 2 quarters to get to the big chunk of the customers, and get early customers. Any thoughts on the leading versus kind of trailing indicators and how you kind of close that gap?
Yeah. So this is a really good point, and it sort of kind of connects with that question actually, because actually, sometimes you don't see the kind of financial payback from these. So we're talking about trailing, just in case any of you are unaware. The trailing indicators are generally the things that sort of, you look at main accounting measures, and sometimes the payback is a long time to realise, right? So you look at Facebook or something, wasn't making any money for ages, but how did people know that it was a goer? Well, they knew it through basically leading indicators like site stickiness and the kind of virality of it, right? I think there's a leap of, your leading indicators, do you know they're going to map to trailing indicators? So this is a really complex area, and it's very difficult. I don't have all the answers, but what you want to do is in your reporting, you want to gauge it basically if you're setting up your reporting, you want to agree what those leading indicators are with everybody involved, senior stakeholders, finance people. So some of that reporting you saw about e-commerce metric. They are sort of leading indicators, really. So site visits, all that sort of stuff, leading indicators, and the kind of return on investment is, the thing at the end, the traditional. So I'd say get agreement about what those metrics are that you want to push first of all, and then your reporting is based on how you are pushing those. That would be my advice there. All right. Any more? Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
I never get bored of listening to that noise of bees, and you can learn a lot just by the noise that bees are making in relation to how they're feeling. So I almost see myself as a bit of a scrum master when I'm working with bees, right? Because one day I'll go to the hive, everything will be fine. I'll inspect them, put them back together, and then I come back the next week and I take the lid off the hive and they all want to kill me. And sometimes it feels a little bit like that when you're working in an agile team. But you can act, no one's going to die necessarily, but and it's trying to work out what's going on in that period of time. What did you potentially do to the colony? what did you make a mistake? Why are they like that? It could be the weather, not enough forage. The queen may not be producing enough pheromones. All these type of things. So, and they produce awesome stuff, right? So, I'm going to pass these things around because I want you to actually touch them and sort of smell them. So this is an empty comb. You can see some remnants of crystallized honey in that. This is a block of unrendered beeswax. So if anyone in the military, ex-military, so if you ever beeswax boots when you were in to make them shiny, that's what you sort of use. So that's not been rendered or anything. These little bits of beeswax that I can pass around. There you go. Okay, and at the end, there's some real honeycomb there. You can come up, take a taste. So I want you to pass those around as we go, so you get a bit of an understanding of how awesome they are. So this is me. That's Mick. I'm the head of transformation. I'm an avid beekeeper. No one really cares about any of this stuff. You know, some of the best people with badges are probably some of the worst people I've ever worked with. I spent 24 years in the military. 7 years of that I was in the UK Special Forces. So I've been in lots of different, like, complex situations, I would say. And you have to make decisions and take action. And this is what this is about: is how do bees take decisions, what actions they put in place, how do they set themselves up. And this is actually all based in scientific research. I'm not just joining, things together to make a good presentation. So some key takeaways we're going to go through here. Sort of discover the decision-making process, understand some principles about complex adaptive systems, because bees are a complex adaptive system. We're a complex adaptive system as a single human being. When you bring all those humans being together, that then becomes a complex adaptive system. Then you put it into an organization, that is another complex adaptive system. So it's very, very hard sometimes working a complex adaptive system. And hopefully look at how taking things from other areas can really make you think differently about how working in an agile team. This is just a bit. So you have a queen, right? You can see the differences. Queen is much longer, right? Worker bees are much smaller. They do most of the work. They're like the development team, probably. Products manager, maybe. Drones are much bigger. Okay, huge eyes. They're the male bees, drone bees. They don't really do anything in the hive. The only thing that the drone bee does is it's got one job. Does anybody know what that job is? It's to mate with the queen, but not the queen that is in their own hive. They never mate with the queen in their own hive. Okay, they always fly off. I can't go into all of it because I could just turn this into a beekeeping presentation. But these are the different castes of bees in one hive, right? So I'm going to talk about swarming. Not this type of swarming, but I'm sure you've all come across this before, have you? Yeah, scaling without a religious methodology. It's a thing. And actually, if you've never looked at that, it's worth looking at, because a lot of what Dan and Catherine talk about in that is really, really relevant. I'm going to talk and base this around actually swarms. Okay, this is a swarm of bees I collected. The thing I liked about this is it was in the shape of a love heart. You can't, if I blew it out, it genuinely is. So why do they do this, and how do they make the decision to swarm? Why do half the bees leave a hive? Okay, so there's way back now. There's this guy, Douglas Hofstadter. He wrote this book, and it's stories, analogies, this type of thing. But he kept going back. Or he was looking at how do the neurons in your brain connect? What does that mean for consciousness? All this type of stuff. And he compared that to the social organization displayed in ants and bee colonies. Okay, so he made an assumption. And this was back in 1979, and things have moved on now. And it's almost, Thomas Seeley, this guy here, who's probably the best bee scientist in the whole world, wrote that book, Honeybee Democracy. He explains it almost like a swarm of bees is like an exposed brain, all right? And each single bee is like a neuron firing in your brain, and it's going out and finding different bits of information. So this is actually based in science, right? So these guys here, at the bottom, they came up with, they did some work with primates and how people make choices, primates make choices. We are primates at the end of the day. So you have some sort of choice you have to make. You make that into some sensory information. You then have to represent that in some way. You make a decision, okay? So you transform the decision. You then produce some sort of evidence. You accumulate that. You then put it into action, and then you make a choice about what you're going to do, okay? Now, honeybees do this thing called a waggle dance. So they, this worker bee comes back. So this is the same thing they do for swarming or if they're going out to forage for nectar and pollen. They come back to a hive. Can you see all the bees around them? What they're doing, that bee has come back and it starts to shake and it's telling the rest of the bees, I've got something that I need to pass on to you. And what they do is they all crowd around the bee to get the, oh yeah, right. It's like the scrum master coming back and saying, we've got to do this, or the project manager turning up and saying, oh, no, I actually want this feature now. So they come in, and what they do is they do this waggle dance. And when they're waggling on the comb like that, that is telling them the distance they need to fly from the hive to either take and find a new nest when they're swarming, or where they're going to find forage, okay? And what they do it in this figure of 8. And depending on the angle that they do that on the comb, so that comb that's going around tells them when you leave the hive, you need to fly at this angle to the sun for this distance, and then you'll find the forage, okay? And it's all based on signals, and it's all based on communication, all right? So what Thomas Seeley did, he did some research on this, and he found actually that bees and use the same concept and schema to actually find the swarms. So they send loads of them out, find possible nest sites, they come back, do a waggle dance, they make some sort of decision, they will then go out, and depending on the number of bees that go to whatever site, they'll take an action and they will fly to a new nest. Okay, so what does that mean for Agile teams? Well, we do, in Agile teams, you're doing the same sort of thing, right? We've got some possible solutions. We take that information in, we start to gather it, share it, we make a decision. Now, what bees do when they make a decision is they use something called a quorum, which I'll explain in a minute. They don't do things by consensus. They don't have to get everybody's input to make a decision, which seems to be the way things are sort of going now. And you find yourself stuck because we've got to have everybody's input to make a decision. Yeah, but we're not going to get anything done. So bees don't work like that. They work on this principle of the quorum. And I think probably we could take some of that from an Agile perspective and look at doing that. And I'll explain what some of that is in a minute. We then take the action and then we implement some sort of solution. So what does that actually look like from a Agile team? So you'll get some sort of, you find some sort of alternative. You could be doing something like brainstorming or planning or anything like that. So during a sprint planning or initial project, you find different possible solutions, features, stuff to work on. And the activities, there's millions of activities, but if you're brainstorming, start creating user stories, putting stuff in the backlog, doing a bit of refinement. All right, that's the first sort of stage we're going through, which is the same as what the bees are going through, which is the same as what they found when primates were making decisions. This then second stage, right, is where we're taking this sensory representation and we're turning it into sort of a decision. So we've done some sort of gathering, and then the team gathers around the information. We have a conversation about, what's the possible solution, what's the possible feature. Loads of ways of doing that: market research, customer feedback, feasibility studies, technical assessments. And we do those type of things and pass that type of information on in things like daily stand-ups, sprint reviews, backlog refinement, user feedback sessions, all the stuff, all the techniques that we all know and use. It then comes to this decision-making thing, and this is the bit I think where we're maybe not so good at, and we could learn certainly from the way bees do it. Once you've gathered up all that information, you establish what's called this quorum. So you measure it by say, we're going to make a decision on 60% of the team saying yes, they're happy with it. Not 100% of the team, okay? So it's changing it slightly, not looking at a consensus bit, but how many, and you can set this up in whatever, you can set the threshold, whatever you want in your team. And we can do this stuff through prioritization, voting, dot voting, anything like that, estimation, if you basing it on risk. And then actually we go and we put it into practice. All right. So once the majority, once the quorum, whatever that threshold is decided, that's when we allocate tasks, set timelines, begin work based on Agile practices. And then the things we do there is, sprint execution. We giving people tasks, different continuous integration, doing retrospectives to assess what's working, what's not working, how do we need to adapt. So this works in an Agile perspective. And that's all three of them on the same page there. So the way primates think about decisions is similar to the way the bees make decisions, which I think we could probably take and think about how we use that from an Agile perspective. So, like I said, this quorum-based system, all right, minimum number of members needed to make a decision. Not everybody, all of the time. It's valid if the quorum is met. So, how many people have been in the situation where, Karen's on leave, so we're going to have to wait for Karen to come back. So you wait for Karen to come back, and then it's, Steve's on leave. Oh, Steve's on leave now. Oh, nightmare. And you end up in this situation where decisions don't get met, or people don't start to do things. If you set this up from the beginning, everyone is on the same page that it doesn't matter. We just need a quorum to make a decision, and that's just the way it is, okay? And it allows decisions to be met without full participation, okay? Where consensus, you're constantly trying to get agreement from everybody. Everyone's got to support the decision. The thing about it fosters inclusivity and strong commitment, but it can be much slower, all right? It can be much slower. So these are the key differences on these type of things. So, bringing this back to sort of a complex, we're all in a complex adaptive system like bees as well. So this is from the Scrum Guide. This is what it says. Right, a product owner orders the work for a complex problem into a product backlog. All right. So it's already talking about complexity if you're using Scrum, for instance. All right. And agility it can be very complex at times. So just a show of hands, who's sort of used Dave Snowden's Cynefin framework? Some people. Very interesting guy, Dave. But I'm not going to go through all this, but it's worth spending some time. I think one of the questions we don't ask ourselves enough is, how complex is this actually going to be? And as humans, we like to sort of say, oh, it's here because we've done this before, and sort of this worked. When you're in complex, a lot of it's complex, you're taking a completely different approach. It's exaptive. You're not really sure what's going to happen all of the time. And a lot of Agile practices fit in this space here between complicated and complex, which he calls the liminal sort of space between areas. Well worth looking into, and just go onto YouTube. He's got a brilliant video of explaining this in relation to a kid's birthday party. Right, it's funny. He's got a very, very dry sense of humour. So knowing that we're in this complex adaptive system, okay, and we're working on complex problems, and we want to take a different approach to how we do it. What actually is a complex adaptive system? So it's a system where all individual components interact in non-linear ways. It's not A, B, C, D, E all the way, right? It's not waterfall method, all right? Complex adaptive systems, something could happen that you just completely didn't know about, which could make things change very, very, very quickly. So then this leads to sort of emergent behaviours, all right? Like I said about, I go to the hive, I take the lid off, the bees were lovely, they didn't want to kill me, and then you take the lid off and they are not happy, all right? And this is going on in teams all of the time. Because if you know, depending on how often you interact with teams, you might actually not know what's going on. So you come back to a team as a scrum master and, you know, they all hate you for some bizarre reason because something's happened that you're not aware of, right? It's because we're in this complex adaptive system. We're never going to know everything. So understanding this and thinking, I'm sort of going to be okay working in an uncertain environment can really sort of help you get over, oh God, no, this has gone wrong again. We're all in a complex adaptive system, and things are going to adapt and evolve over a period of time. Right? And that's why Agile practices fit into complex adaptive systems. So there's some sort of components in relation to this. Things are non-linear. You're not going to necessarily go from A to B to C to D. All right? It doesn't work like that. Things are emergent. Things are going to come up that you never ever expected, and you have to be okay with understanding that's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of self-organisation, and you really need to let teams self-organise when they're working on complex problems or in a complex adaptive system. All right? I'm not saying it's like the Wild West, but you have to give them some, and we took someone, in fact, I think it was Dan this morning talked about Dan Pink. You've got to give them autonomy to actually do stuff, all right? If you don't do that, they feel micromanaged or hamstrung in what they're able to do, okay? It's got to be adaptive. You've got to be willing to accept change at a decent pace, all right? And the thing that I think bees definitely do constantly, when you saw that waggle dance, it's all about feedback loops. They're constantly giving feedback loops. So again, I'm just going to go back to Dave Snowden. He talks about this concept of human sensor networks, where you're continually gathering feedback. Right? Who does an annual survey in work? Anyone? You're probably going to put in the survey what annoyed you when you came in and you couldn't find a car parking space before you fill the survey in, and then it skews everything. All right, and this continue. If you put in, it's hard to do, but once people are getting into it, you know, like sort of micro journaling almost it is, and if you can gather that information, it's very, very helpful. If you can do stuff like around organisational network analysis, that type of thing, it's very, very helpful to understand, but you have to do it continuously. Right? And this is where, you know, doing making sure you carry out retrospectives, those type of things are really helpful, because that's what you're doing. You're constantly evolving the feedback in the complex adaptive system. So, this guy is amazing. If you go online and look at any of his YouTubes, as soon as you click it, you'll be like, yeah, that guy's a bee scientist. Okay? He has literally dedicated his whole life to understanding the behavior of bees, right? But the really interesting thing about the end of that book, which I didn't even know until I started reading it, is he then takes the elements of everything he's learned over literally 50 years and then thinks about how does that impact teams and things I've done previously. What is it that bees are doing, or the way bees organise themselves, that are applicable to humans? And he comes up with sort of 5 main things at the back of that book. And again, all this is based on scientific research, right? This is all scientific research. I don't think any of this is going to be like a wow moment for anyone, but I think the thing is are we really good at doing these type of things, is the question I would ask. Right? We all wish we could do these things, but sometimes they're hard. So he talks about compose the decision making of a group of individuals with some sort of shared interest. Okay, so if you're all working on the same problem, right? And he talks about the mutual respect that you have to have in the team, right? Nothing wrong with disagreement and criticism, but it's the mutual respect part of how we actually go about that. So I think, you know, minimise the leader's influence on the group's thinking. So someone laughed then. It's difficult, isn't it? Because if someone has got in their title something to do with leadership, some people think they have to. That means they have to control and always be involved. So, you know, you take this concept of distributed leadership or backstage leadership or what you ever want to do. You know, you don't want the sort of long-handled screwdriver approach from someone that's got nothing to do with the work, constantly telling the team you're not doing the work correctly. All right. Bees, the queen in the hive, you would think is she's laying 1,000 to 2,000 eggs a day for 5 years. They can, right? She's not in charge. The worker bees are in charge in a hive. They are the hive would collapse if the worker bees weren't allowed to go about doing what they're meant to do. And they do so many different jobs in the hives, not just collecting honey or pollen, water, all sorts of different stuff. So definitely try and minimise this sort of leadership, long-handled screwdriver approach. Obviously, seek diverse solutions to the problem. So we're trying to find these diverse ways of solving the problems that come into us. Aggregate the group's knowledge through debate. That's why it's called honeybee democracy. All right. So the more debate we can have, the more communication. I'm not going to say this happens all the time, but I'm pretty sure we've all been in situations where we set up a project with all the best Agile principles in place. We're going to have a daily stand-up every day, and then, you know, you're 6 weeks in and someone says, I don't know, do we really need that daily stand-up now? And then all of a sudden things just start dropping away, and the next minute no one's talking to anyone. And it becomes very difficult. And again, you get back to this, oh yeah, we'll meet up once every 2 weeks. And you meet up once every 2 weeks and everyone's like, oh, that's not what I was expecting to sort of happen. What's going on here? Same principle with going back to the hive and not understanding what's happening. All right. So constant debate. And using this sort of quorum principle. So whatever you put that percentage at is up to you, but that's going to help with like accuracy and speed. I'm not saying you do that, it might not be applicable all the time, but it's definitely something to think about. I want to just, so what we talked about now is the decision making in swarms, but bees do that for foraging as well. So does what's anyone know what this is called? It's a law. Yeah, you know, you can map it to lots of different things. Well, bees follow the same sort of principle. They will only, when they're foraging, they will only send out 80% of the bees to the forage. Okay? And they leave 20% of the worker bees to explore, to find the next forage. Okay? And I don't know if anyone has ever seen this guy. If you haven't, get that book. Does anyone know Rory Sutherland? Everyone ever heard of him? He is unbelievable. Has anyone heard of Nudge Stock? It's like a big conference where behavioural science. So he started off in fact, he's been at Ogilvy marketing agency his whole life. Honestly, the stuff he brings into marketing. So this is what I'm talking about, is looking just outside of what you genuinely think from I've got to go to this person because this person knows all about Agile. Look further afield. He is amazing. Once you start watching his YouTube videos, or if you read that book, it's brilliant. And in his book, he talks about this.
This wonderful waggle dance system where they go back and inform the other bees where there is nectar and pollen and in which direction and how far away it is. And much to the bafflement of people studying this, it varies, but about 20% of bees or bee journeys ignore the waggle dance. They just go off at random. And at first this drove bee scientists absolutely insane, because they said, well, you'd think over 20 million years of bee evolution, we would have had bee compliance officers who would have enforced higher levels of compliance with the waggle dance to bring our nectar collection target in line with our forecast for Q3, right? Okay, this kind of thing that they say. And then they modelled it as a complex system, down to your point. If you look at it as a complex system over time in an unstable environment, if every bee obeys the waggle dance, you get trapped in a local maximum and the hive starves to death. Because you become over-dependent on what you already know, and because you haven't traded off by investing in what you don't yet know.
So I think we can get trapped in that, where we know something works and we totally over-optimize to do the thing that works all the time. And we don't give enough people in the team necessarily the 20% bit to go and find out what's the outlier here, what are the things we're not seeing. Like you said, what will end up happening is you'll over-optimize, and actually the team will struggle once they've over-optimized, just like bees do. So there's some myths around this, if you look online, but Google used to supposedly have this 80%, 20% time. Has everyone ever heard of that? It's sort of been, people that work there saying, no, it's just 120%. But that's how it was put across. So like things like Gmail, for instance, was actually invented by somebody having 20% time outside of what they were doing on a day-to-day basis, right? Because it's something that people they were just so into the work, couldn't get their heads up. But when they give people extra time, where I work at the moment, they are actually trying to it's difficult, but they're trying to bring this in, where people get this time to actually think about other things. Think about Albert Einstein. Does anyone know what he did for a job? Yeah, he was a patent clerk, right? So you think, and he was spending his time, obviously, because he was interested in physics, all right? And if Albert Einstein wasn't spending his time thinking about physics, I don't know if the world would be a better place or not, but so it's giving, and bees are doing this all the time. They're not over-optimizing, and I think we, in a lot of teams, do over-optimize because we think this is just working, so we're just going to do it the same way all the time. Now, I don't know, I'm going to give you some practical things to look at. Has anyone ever come across this? Yeah, so again, honestly, I'm lucky because I've actually done a little bit of work with Nigel and John, but that's nothing. I didn't. It was not related to beekeeping. It was helping them to do something on putting this into a different method. It's absolutely brilliant, honestly. If you're going to buy a book around this, Nigel used to work for Toyota. Not one of the 9,000 people online that said they work for Toyota and know the Toyota production system inside out. He worked in Japan, right? And they've based it around that. But they break it down into this complexity thinking, distributed leadership, and actually team science. How do you set teams up? The good thing is you've got Nigel, who used to work there, John's a professor, and Brian used to be a Top Gun pilot in the US Air Force, okay? And they've broken it down into these 3 areas. So complexity thinking. So I'm pretty sure there's things on here you were seeing. So when you're in a complex environment, is look at doing these type of things. Okay. One really interesting aspect is who's heard of the OODA loop? Anyone? It doesn't get a great. The problem with the OODA loop in the UK is Dominic Cummings sort of spoke about it when he was trying to Brexit. He actually, if you go back and look, he was using the OODA loop, right? Because it's based on you observe what's going on, you orientate, you decide, and then you act. And it's about getting in and around everyone else's OODA loop. Well, bees do that when they observe, they orientate to what they're doing, they decide, and they make an action. It's worth looking into that. The OODA loop, but there's some really good stuff around complexity thinking. The other part of it is all around distributed leadership. So again, it's all going back to the principles that's in that book, It's in how primates and bees make decisions and how we can use them from an agile perspective. It's broken down into these things. So some of this stuff is being talked about at the conference. I've seen it on, there was something on psychological safety this morning. Has anyone ever used Wardley maps? Simon Wardley? Again, these things are amazing, but so few people know about them. Just go out and try and find other ways of solving problems, really. And I like that one, this bias towards action. Not, we can't do anything now because it's the summer holidays. That's 2 months gone. And then actual team science. How do you actually set up teams properly to solve problems? So my biggest pet hate, I don't know about anybody else's, is when you get together and a new team gets together and somebody says, we're going to become a high-performing team. And it's like the first thing they say. And you're like, And the other thing that winds me up is, because I used to be in this environment, is, look at how like the military and the special forces do it. Completely different context, right? Completely different context. I was in the same team when I was in that environment for 8 years, working together. I literally could tell you what someone was probably going to do in this situation. And what we all tend to do is form a team. And in fact, I think Dan spoke about it again this morning. You form the team, disband the team. But this team's going to be high performing, form the team. And you go through this constant churn, and people are not left in teams long enough to actually understand how everyone works. There's lots of different reasons for that. But this is a really, really good way to look at it. And I'm going to point you towards 2 podcasts. So does anyone know who Jim Rutt is? Jim Rutt was like one of the first people who was involved in the internet. He does an awesome podcast, and he was also, I'm not sure what position he was, but has anyone heard of the Santa Fe Institute? It's all based on complexity. He headed that up at one point. And the stuff he talks about on that podcast is absolutely brilliant. And the other podcast that's well worth, and I've actually, it's not because I've been on this podcast, but I have actually been on that podcast talking about bees. And it's called No Way Out. And the reason it's called No Way Out is because, does anyone know who this guy is? That person's called John Boyd, and he invented the OODA loop. He spent years in the US. If you get a chance to read his autobiography, or his biography, it's really, really good. And it's called No Way Out because that's what he says. There is no way out. You're constantly going round in this situation of complexity, finding out what's the best thing to do. They have some awesome guests on there, not me, but they have some awesome people who know what they're talking about. So, summarise. Hopefully you discovered a little bit more about decision making, how self-organisation of bee colonies, how we can sort of inform what we're doing from an agile perspective, better understanding of some of the sort of complex adaptive systems so we can drive some sort of innovation and get a better sense of agility with what we're doing, and just opened your mind to there are other, if you spend the time looking, all right, you will find other areas that you can bring into your agile practices. Not just completely made up stuff. It's all based. That book there is unreal. Lars Chichter, he's called. He's done so much research on bees. Has anyone seen on YouTube where they're pulling on strings, bumblebees? Look at that. So there's lots of thing within bee science now, but actually they're sort of conscious. When you think how many. We've got 100 trillion neurons firing in our brain, and a bee's got 30 billion. When you think the size of the difference in what they can do, is pretty amazing. So yeah, take a sort of fresh outlook. Now, take risks, right? Take risks in what you're doing. The reason I say take risks in what you're doing is because I'm allergic to bees. And I can prove I'm allergic to bees because I have to carry EpiPens, right? So if I can sort of take risks I do this in my spare time. So I had an anaphylactic shock a few years ago. Been stung loads of times previously. Got stung in my thumb. something's not right here. Yeah, thankfully I didn't like airway close, but I'm having like immunotherapy now, so I'm not allergic to bee stings anymore. But take risks, because if you don't take risks, life gets extremely, extremely boring. And I'm going to finish on this. Please don't buy honey from Lidl. Please. 79p honey is not honey, right? 79p honey is sugar syrup. It's the equivalent of producing crap code and firing it into your system. Okay? People who develop don't want to produce rubbish stuff. Okay? And people who are on the receiving end don't want to receive rubbish stuff. But when it comes to honey, which is the third most adulterated food substance on the planet, we all go and look, that's cheap. That's the cheap stuff. It's not honey. I don't care who you buy it from, but please buy it from like a local beekeeper, because you are actually and whoever tastes it in a minute, you'll hopefully taste the difference. So I'm going to sort of wrap up there. 40 minutes, so I don't know if anyone's got any questions that they want to sort of ask. Can be anything. Oh, sorry, yep.
How do they know, the bees, how do they know how far they've travelled and it ends all of a sudden?
Yeah, so when they move to a new area, so if I took say I go and collect a swarm of bees that's hanging from a tree, one of the things you have to do is you have to take that swarm at least 3 miles away from where you found them. Because what they do is they still think they're in this, because they could fly in that distance. You could take them to a new place that's a mile away, they'll come out and fly back to where you got them from. So you have to take them 3 miles away. And what they do is when you do that, they come out and they go, this is not a representation of where I was. And what they do is they come out and they do orientation flights. So when I was talking about the OODA loop, first thing they do is orientate. They come out and you can watch them. They'll come out and they'll start doing tiny circles. They fly back in, do a waggle dance. That gets then sent across the hive. And they start doing bigger and bigger circles until they find the forage. And then they'll come back and say, we're in a new place. They don't say that, obviously. This is where we need to go to get the forage. So that's how they do it. Go on.
Do you ever get multiple forums in one hive and telling people?
Yeah, you do. So when they're going out finding new swarm sites, they will go to multiple locations. And what they do is when they come back, it's quite interesting in that they show over a period of time that the first choice that bees come back and say, this is where you want to go, may not actually be where they go to. Because over a period of time, other bees will find other sites, and they literally, they will come back and they'll start doing waggle dance, and bees will knock them.
Right, so do they communicate between the forums?
Yeah, they're communicating across the whole hive all the time. Yeah, exactly. Anyone else? Okay, there you go, feedback. And if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, there's my thing. And also, if you want to look at what we do, or what I do. So the reason it's called the 6 Bs is because my surname begins with B, Brian. And I know I don't look old enough, 5 children, ranging from 34 years old to 9-year-old twins. And because I have 5 kids, we are the 6 Bs. So that's where the name comes from. So if you ever, do things with teams, whatever, you want to come and do a beekeeping experience with a team or anything like that, get hold of me, and then you can talk about all this stuff actually as you're inspecting bees. So if you want to take the Institute around, then there you go. Cheers, everyone.
Welcome, everyone, and it's great to be here and talking with you. I spend my life traveling, speaking at conferences, and this is by far my favorite because my house is about 10 minutes that way. So I don't have the hassle of travel. But what I want to talk to you about today is about adaptability. And I was at the first Agile on the Beach. So I worked for Oxford Innovation and worked with Belinda and the originators of Agile on the Beach. But I've spent my time since away from Agile. So what I'm going to talk about is pretty close to what I do, but hopefully you'll see parallels in what you do. So as is the way in this conference, there's the QR code to give any feedback. All welcome. This is an area that I don't often speak in, so I'd be interested to hear your thoughts and your feedback. So who am I? Well, I started my career with a degree in engineering working for Airbus, the plane manufacturer. And I spent my time there realizing that Airbus is really good at making cockpits and really good at making aircraft, but they're not very good at making aircraft for the users. So everyone else that works for the aircraft beyond the flight crew, they didn't really think about it that well. So I persuaded Airbus to sponsor me to do a PhD. So I went back to university and did a PhD in psychology and created Airbus's first non-flight deck human factors team. So it was my job with engineers and psychologists together to actually make a change to Airbus aircraft. So I did fixed wing work for a while, and then I moved into helicopters. That's me next to a AW139 in the desert in Senegal. I also, along the way, was asked to apply my human factors, risk, and resilience knowledge to healthcare. So I've spent time working in healthcare as well. If anyone wants to know more about healthcare and the work I've done on resilience and burnout in surgical teams or in helicopter decision-making, let me know. But I'm going to talk about two other things, because along the way, I also set up a property business, which grew very, very fast, very quickly. And then a fashion label. My wife is a fashion person and set up a fashion label. So inevitably, I got dragged into that. So it's been worn by Kim Kardashian and Zoe Ball, closer to home. So we had a fairly crazy journey with that. And it sounds chaotic. How can you go from aviation to healthcare to fashion? I think ultimately it was really down to that. How do I make things better or easier for the people that use them? That's the core of what I do every day, even if it's in a range of sectors. What I'm actually going to do today is not talk about any of the stuff I normally talk about, which is the aviation and healthcare stuff. I'm going to talk about my small businesses. And small businesses on their own are pretty small. They employ less, the terminology is actually less than 250 people. But actually, the majority of them are very small. They're micro. And in the UK, they represent 99.9% of the business population. So 99.9% of the people in this country work for SMEs. They also contribute just over 50% of business turnover. So they are a massive contributor. That's in the UK, but globally, the statistics are similar. The trouble is that they are fragile. So it's very difficult to maintain a small business operating at high profitability over time. So insolvencies have been going up since COVID. And last year, 21%, there was an increase of 21% of global insolvencies. In North America, it was 47% increase in global insolvencies. That is a massive amount, and it's kind of important to look at why that is. Now, the first one is the biggest factor. Rising inflation has had a massive impact on businesses globally. But there's a whole raft of other things, which I'm not going to go into, which has put massive stress on small businesses. So, the need to focus on costs, the need to look at how to approach disruptive technologies, disruptive competitors. For instance, all of these things are really put high demands on small business. And of course, if we look at the environment in which they work, it's hugely volatile. So fast fluctuating change. It's also uncertain, so you don't actually know where things are going with the certainty that we could before. Complexity, I won't bother going into complexity. We talked about that in the last speaker spoke about it well. Actually, there's lots of interdependencies. You can't, it's non-linear, so you can't say that is going to lead to that, to that, to that. It becomes far too difficult to model. And unambiguous. It's really difficult to know, if I do that, is that going to be the outcome? And this is not new. This is a very well-known set of circumstances. It makes risk management extremely difficult. If you're working in this kind of environment, how do you actually identify, analyze, and manage risk? Small businesses are not very good at business continuity planning. So actually thinking about risks, designing plans, having them ready to go if something goes wrong, and then just not very good at it. And actually, one of the things they don't spend enough time thinking about is how they can adapt. And I want to talk about that because, ironically, I was involved in Agile on the Beach when it started. I am a risk and resilience specialist in multiple sectors, and with my own business, I completely neglected it. I thought I was doing it. We were having stand-ups, and I was cross-training staff. I was kind of paying lip service to the way in which I could build resilience into my organization. And so I want to give you one model. So in 2016, this is basically one of our products in one of my businesses is all about turnaround time, getting the product to the customer as quickly as possible. And we'd been running at about 10 days, and we'd worked hard to get it to 10 days, and we'd been there for a while. And then we had a disruption, and I'm not going to waste my precious time telling you what the disruption was, but effectively it meant that we had to absorb this disruption. We had to make sure that we could continue to deliver to the customer, but it became increasingly difficult to do it in the turnaround time that we wanted to. So the turnaround time, it increased, it doubled in the space of 16 weeks. And the recovery took an awfully long time. So to go from the bottom of the trough back up to where we were took a long time. So to recover by 8 days took 26 weeks. And that was not planned for. We didn't know it was coming. It was really difficult, hard to absorb, really difficult to recover, took a long time. And at the end of the day, there was no improvement. So it wasn't like we gained from that experience. It was kind of, we got back to where we were and we carried on. So we thought, okay, how do we do this? How do we change? And again, not thinking instinctively rather than how I should have done, we looked top down. So we said, okay, what should we as a management team do differently next time? And we talked about risk management. As I said, I teach pilots safety risk management. So I know risk management, and I know one of the things risk management is really bad at, and that is accounting for black swans. So actually the term black swan from Taleb, really useful piece of work. Black swans were then distinguished into 3 areas. The known knowns, so they're the things that we can sit here and say, we know that's going to happen and we're going to do something about it. Then there's the unknown knowns. They're the things that someone else knows something about, but we don't. So let's go and find out more about it. So we went into the National Risk Register. The UK government's had a National Risk Register for a long time. In there, we looked in 2016, and there was this little thing about respiratory pandemic. But actually, we knew that it had high consequence, but the probability was so low, we're not going to do anything about it. So we moved on. But clearly, we needed to do more than that. We needed to invest in adaptability and resilience. We needed to do something because we couldn't predict all the things that could go wrong. So we needed to actually build something that could withstand many disruptions. So that's what we did. We started thinking. The other thing I did is I looked at our business, and we kind of thought when we set up the business, and actually as it evolved and as it started to grow, we knew how work should be done within the business. And then we wrote procedures on how work should be done. And then we gave it to the people that did the work, and not surprisingly, it was different how we imagined it and how we wrote it down. And that was effectively, that gap was the critical piece of information. If we could understand that gap, then we would have a much better understanding of what was going on in the organization and how we could adapt frequently and easily. And that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to understand that. So I kind of spent a bit more time looking at resilience and all of the things surrounding resilience. So with a safety focus, as I do most of my time, there's an awful lot of noise around resilience as a concept, as you can see there. But I guess, when you boil it down, resilience is about a capacity to withstand or recover from difficulties. And that is, at its essence, what resilience is. But if you look at agility, agility is the ability to move fast and easily. So we want to be able to change and adapt the way in which we do things really quickly. So we can change direction, we can pivot, we can do things quickly. And actually, there's another concept which you may or may not have come across, anti-fragility. Anyone come across anti-fragility? So, yeah. So this is a concept, again, by Taleb from the Black Swan fame. And this is an emergent property, and it's something which is about thriving as a result of change. So actually, change happens, and you come out of the system in a better position than when you went in. So actually, we kind of looked at it in this way. We wanted to aim for resilient performance, and we wanted to combine these concepts. We wanted to be resilient, we wanted to be agile, and we wanted to be anti-fragile. And we kind of came across this definition. So when we face disruption, it doesn't matter what the disruption is, we want to be able to adapt quickly and easily. We want to be able to withstand, respond, and recover, but we also want to preserve and enhance critical functionality. That is the essence of what we wanted to achieve through this project. And just to give you some pointers and some analogies, I apologize if any of you are from the medical profession, because I'm about to butcher some really important concepts and simplify it. I'm a doctor, but not a real doctor. When I was on a plane, we had the call from the captain to say, medical emergency, is there a doctor? And my 10-year-old daughter said, "You're a doctor?" And I had to explain I'm not a real doctor, and spent the rest of the flight with people thinking I wasn't stepping forward. One of the things that I've learnt from my doctor friends is the skeleton is so much more complex than I thought it was. I thought it was a bunch of bones that grew, and that was it. What I didn't realize is that your skeleton is replaced every 10 years. So your bones are a store of calcium and phosphorus. So your body is continually using energy to break down bone and remake bone. And it happens all the time. And there's no kind of like bone master that's like controlling this. It kind of just happens over time. It just happens as you go. The body is continually adapting. And when you have a break, for instance, so when you have a disruption to that resilient system, there's a period of instability, and then the body puts loads of energy in to create internal stability. So it creates a really not elegant repair, but it's a repair. You get a big lump, and then over the course of a year, then it breaks down and it rebuilds stronger, but along the fault lines. So you kind of your body is able to recover and deal with that. And for thousands of years, we've worked out that if you put a splint and you bandage it up, then you engineer a solution that supports the resilience of the system. And effectively, that's what we do is we engineer solutions to support the resilience of the skeleton. We also have other disruptions to the skeleton, like osteoporosis, a disease where this balance between breakdown and repair is disrupted. So we understand the mechanism, we engineer a medicine that supports that repair process. And it's hugely fascinating. And there's a really good YouTube clip of Richard Cook, who talks about this so much more eloquently than I do. There's also the brain, which for any of you that were in here before, you heard about the brain and how complex the brain is, how it's building, it's changing all the time. You're building neurons, but you're also changing the way in which the entire functions are dealt with in the brain. So when you learn to juggle as an adult, you are actually creating neurons and creating pathways to enable you to do this more effectively. And again, there's no control to this. It just kind of happens as a result of the inbuilt resilience of the system. And again, we've got, if you have a stroke, for instance, then the body is able to completely change. If you've got a damaged part of the brain, another part of the brain can take over some of the functions that you've lost originally. So you can do rehabilitation. We engineer solutions that support that change. So again, really good analogies to what is going on in the body. And back to our friend COVID-19, hugely imaginative virus with the mutations, and essentially when you get it into yourself, you either have an inbuilt natural resistance because you've been exposed to it before, or you have a vaccine which we've engineered and to support that process of repair and recovery. So those are kind of some of the things that we were drawing on when we were looking at, okay, what do we do within our organization, and how can we engineer solutions to support the resilience of our organization? So we did realize eventually that we can't look top down, we need to look bottom up. But again, even the terminology was how we used it at the time. You know, it's kind of, we went through quite a journey with all of this. So we actually, we got the whole team out of the office, we sat down in a room and we said, okay, why was that so difficult for us to do, to absorb, to recover, and to learn from that process? And what we actually ran a number of scenarios, and those scenarios proved to be remarkably helpful as the pandemic arrived. We did various things. One of the things we did was simulate the no access to the office. So, okay, what do we do when we have no access to the office? And just ran a simulation of what it might look like. We did another one where we took the management function out of the team. So what would you do if you had no manager to rely on in your day-to-day? And we also looked at, okay, what happens if, you know, the resourcing in the team just drops by 50%. So we ran scenarios and we looked at different things, and we came up with very specific solutions. So we said, okay, we need remote access to our server. So we could go away and within a week we had remote access to our server. We said, okay, we need to speak on the phone, we need to be able to move that anywhere rather than a wired system that we had before, so we went voice over IP. So really simple actions that we could put in place. But there was also a lot of work about how can we be more collaborative, be more self-organizing. And we kind of looked at it in terms of these resilient capabilities. So how can we be better at anticipating what's going to happen in the future? So how do we look further forward? So we recruited someone that was from an area of property that had a much better long-term view than we did within our organization. We also wanted to look at how we could monitor better. So what are the weak signals? What are the leading indicators that would give us an idea that something is deviating from normality and we need to act on it? So we actually built solutions around that. We also looked at how we can respond. So how can we respond better to this kind of situation in the future? So it's about how can we reorganize, how can we make sure that we can deal with this, how can we communicate with customers and so on, in order to make sure that our response is as good as it possibly can be. And then how do we take some learning from it? So how do we get out the other side, learning the right lessons from the right experience? And so we used that as our concept to look at what we might do in the future. So we came up with these 6 areas, and these were the 6 areas that we wanted to look at as a business to actually understand what was going on. So if there's loads of this stuff, so I've just concentrated on some of the ones that I think would resonate with you as a community. So one of the things that was really important is observing one another's practice. So you've got 2 people doing exactly the same job. Well, okay, just sit alongside one another and understand how someone is doing something different to you. And then you can share good practice. You can understand a better way of doing it, or you can offer suggestions on a better way of doing it. And this kind of thing just then became part of the DNA of the organization. This idea of understanding gaps between the way in which we thought work should be done to the way it actually was done. Self-organization, which I'm sure has been mentioned in most talks already and will do for the rest of the conference. Leading key performance indicators, so how can we look at those things in advance? What are the things that will give us an idea that something is off? And we've got various indicators, and we've cycled through many. Some have worked and some have not worked. But it's the idea of it being leading rather than lagging, which is critical. Diversity, absolutely critical. Again, we were too focused in one particular area, so we needed to bring different ideas, different thought process. We needed to swap teams so that we could actually understand the perspective from different teams. And we couldn't recruit lots of Simons, which frankly would have been a disaster. But it was basically finding the right people, but not necessarily the same people, not going for exactly what we thought we needed, but actually just taking a chance on different perspectives. And then we developed, as again, you will be well aware of this kind of stage gating idea. So someone has a great idea, they are given time to go and explore, they then experiment, they come back and they say, this worked, this didn't work, can we expand? And this idea of stage gating, which just again became part of how we worked. And financially, we needed to look at how the organization would fare in different scenarios. So we did a lot of work with the finance people. When we started looking at, okay, we've suffered a disruption, what do we do about it? How do we change the way in which we absorb what's going on, or how do we change our response? So again, it's about empowering decision-making, local decision-making. And monitor those response KPIs. So once something happens, how can we tell if we're doing well or we're not doing well in responding to this? Flatten hierarchies. So jumping to my healthcare experience, through COVID, one of the things that I did is I ran adaptation workshops with surgical teams. So actually, innovation in the NHS is an extremely difficult thing to do. If you're from the outside offering innovation, it's very, very difficult. And actually, frankly, even within the NHS, it's very difficult to bring innovation through. Because there are committees to make decisions, and there are leadership that you need to get approval from, and there's budgets that need to be sorted out. When COVID was happening, that disappeared. Hierarchies disappeared, committees disappeared. Some of the risk aversion disappeared. You had doctors and nurses innovating every day on the on the wards, and they would see what's working, what isn't working, and biggest problem they had was sharing those ideas. But this idea of flattening hierarchy, removing barriers to innovation, it was just happening. There was no organizing it. It just happened. And the biggest thing, and the work that I was involved in, was trying to get these people together to share ideas. And that's exactly what we need to do in any business, is to, in the face of disruption, be able to come up with ideas, try ideas, see what works, see what doesn't work, share, adapt. And it was a really important part of our planning. So obviously consulting is consulting on the ideas, but also collaboratively deciding how we should move ahead, decision making. And that collaborative approach became what we needed to do. It was no longer top down, bottom up, all of that nonsense. It was really about actually understanding how we could collaborate together to make the best decisions. And then in the recovery phase, communication with customers, how we're dealing with things, debriefing regularly, sharing learning, and this idea of celebrating success and accepting failure. This was a really important part. The shame of failure existed within our organization, as it does in many. So that idea of actually being allowed to fail, being actually embracing failure in order to learn and change. Again, from my aviation experience, I was involved in an aircraft accident investigation where the aircraft took off. So in Airbus, you've got two pilots, and they both have effectively joysticks to fly the aircraft, and one overrules the other one. So they took off, and the pilot flying banked one way, and the aircraft went the other way. And the wingtip was a meter from the ground before the other pilot took over and corrected, and they flew around, and it was all fine. Everyone, it landed okay, everything was fine. But there was a cross connection. One engineer had cross connected two wires in the flight control computer, and that's all it was. That was, it was as simple as that. Should never happen. It's cross connection is sorry, I'm properly going off topic now. But the lesson was, so the operator that was involved in that incident took the engineer aside and said, no blame, what happened? There was fatigue, there was shift hand, there was loads of different issues that were going on, as we see in every investigation, pretty much. But the thing was is that they said, okay, you've got a new job, and your job, should you accept it, is to go around and tell everybody about it. And what you did, and why you did it, how it happened, and basically that's what the engineer did. He spent the best part of a couple of years going around all of the stations, speaking at conferences about what went wrong. And that kind of acceptance that things can go wrong, but we can learn from it, is critical. So that knocked 5 minutes off my time. So this idea of, okay, we're coming out the other side. Well, what we want to be doing is we want to come out better than we went into the disruption, and this idea of anti-fragility. So if you are able to take those adaptations and say, this really worked, let's stick with it, or this didn't work, let's shelve that one, but we need to focus in this particular area and learn from it, is what we wanted to achieve. So I just want to share this one with you.
Heeded my words not, did you? Pass on what you have learned. Strength, mastery, but weakness, folly, failure also. Yes, failure most of all. The greatest teacher failure is.
I have spent a long time, 20 years, trying to get a Star Wars clip into a presentation. I think this was essentially the essence of what we wanted to achieve. This idea that failure is not something we need to worry about. Failure is something that we can embrace and understand and accept. Comes with accountability. So it's not necessarily this complete release and allow for failure, but actually this idea that failure isn't shame, and we can actually go through a process of trying things and they not work, and you don't lose your job, and so on and so forth. So that was kind of the journey that we went on sort of 2017. Then came COVID. So what happened? We had a chance of putting in, seeing what happened when when the pandemic started. So there's our original one that I've just talked about, and then here's COVID. So we had this is the same product. We still hadn't improved. We were still sitting around 10 days, 9 days-ish. And then we then had to absorb, rather than the 16 weeks that this took, we absorbed it in 7 weeks. And then our recovery of 8 days, which was the recovery we had before, happened in 11 weeks compared to 26 weeks. We had some blips along the way, and that final bit of recovery was really difficult. And then we got to the other side and we weren't any better. So when you look at this, one of the important things we realized is that you can't look at this in one dimension. So you can't just look at turnaround time, because if we only measured success based on turnaround time, we didn't see results. But actually, when we looked at it in a broader context, we, as a result of this, developed a new product. And that new product became something that, I haven't looked at the stats, but I would say about 80% of our clients now order, and it represents 10% of the turnover of the organization. So we kind of came out with it in a much better place, and also we learned a lot about what worked and what didn't work within the process. So obviously what do we think was the key success factors? I think I've talked about all of them. Satisfying what the customer needs right now was important, especially through disruption. So customers were extremely accepting of the fact that things can go wrong. They were extremely accepting of what was going on, as long as we spoke to them and told them what happened, what we were doing about it, what was the result, and this continual conversation about adaptation and what was working, what was not working. The collaborative approach within our team, but also with our customers, was important, and this supportive learning environment, especially when we weren't together anymore. No, if someone had said to me a couple of days before the pandemic, you're all going to be working at home and you're going to be paperless, I would have told them they were completely mad. As many managers and leaders of organizations. But actually, the team, I had nothing to do with it. I walked in and the team had boxes set up with computers. They had, things written. It just happened. I just walked in thinking, what are we going to do? And it had all been done. There were spreadsheets set up to replicate paperwork trails, and it happened. It just, the teams went along and did it. And it was amazing. It was just so amazing to see. And then supportive in the fact that we were no longer together. We had an apprentice that had only started with us a little while before, went back to his home with his parents, and he sat in his bedroom and he worked in his bedroom for 8 hours, and then spent the rest of the day knocking around the house. And the support that the team could give him was amazing. And this principle of self-organization, this principle of being able to make their own decisions, make their own choices on what they do and how they work, was just amazing to watch. And I guess I want to talk about the next battleground. So we learned some really important lessons from all of that, but actually we need to think about what's next. We talked about resilience and the importance of resilience and agility, that ability to move fast while we're at the same time as being resilient. But we need to think about that next pillar, that issue of sustainability. So, as we know, climate change is having a massive effect, and it's having a chronic and an acute. So when we think about disruptions, we think about chronic stressors. So those are the things that are in the environment that are slowly making it really difficult for us. So within an organization, poor morale, for instance, if it's a chronic problem, it's just there in the background, and the organization is just struggling on and on and on with it. And it has an impact on performance, but a slow impact. And then you have your acute shocks. So that's something has gone wrong, pandemic is the extreme example. We all have to go into lockdown. We have to operate the business. So these kind of shocks. And climate change represents both chronic stress. So you get this creeping increase in temperature. You get the change in consumer demands towards sustainable products. And these are kind of slow stresses on a small business. And then you get your acute, you get your flood incidents and so on. So we need to be able, through an understanding of climate change and how that can impact us as a small business, be able to adapt to those kind of changes as well. So we need to sort of expand our definition of resilient performance. So we still need to do this. We still need to be agile. We need to be able to adapt quickly and easily. We also need to withstand and respond and recover, and we still need to deliver critical functionality. But we need to do it without compromising the future generations. So we need to be making sure that that becomes a pillar of what we do. And one of the things that we heard loud and clear from the keynote today is that AI isn't the answer, because AI is going to accelerate climate change effectively unless it's managed well. So, and I'm a human factors person. I see humans as the asset that we've got, the asset that gives us flexibility, that gives us adaptation, because I've seen it firsthand in aviation, in healthcare, and in small business. So we need to continue to go on this journey of how humans work alongside technology in order to deliver resilience, be able to adapt, but also to ensure that we embrace sustainability. So that's it from me. I have thankfully left some time for questions. So if anyone does have any questions, then please do ask.
We've got 5 minutes, so again, really good. Thank you.
So when COVID happened, the NHS was like, right, yeah, people are just going to innovate now. Has that sustained?
No. Very little of it has, to be honest. I thought it was an absolute turning point in innovation in the NHS. To be fair, most of my healthcare work is in the US, so I'm not as close to it. But my wife is on the board of a hospital, and I know chairs of hospitals. And what I hear is that the innovation culture is not that much better than it was previously. I think there are some things that have improved, but I think that idea, because we need the safety barriers. We need to be able to ensure that innovation is safe and high quality and doesn't have adverse impacts, which we would kind of, because the situation was so severe, we could kind of put that to one side and focus on what was best for the patient right now. But unfortunately, I think, as you said, we've kind of headed back towards the idea of innovation being a complex beast in healthcare.
So you get to hang out in the dual spaces of systems that are changing, but also you said you're a people-focused person. Do you think that that's part of the challenge too, is that people are naturally averse to change?
I don't think they are. I mean, I've seen it, obviously. Some people are. I think there's I see it, some people are highly risk averse. I run an axe throwing thing for the team, and some of them are like, you must be kidding me. I'm not going anywhere near axe throwing. And others are like, yeah, jump in. And so I think it's personality. I think everyone says people are adverse to change. I think it's very much down to individuals. And I think it's about the culture that you develop. So within an organization, you need to design your risk appetite and what you're willing to risk in order to achieve opportunity. And I think that culture really affects the way in which people respond to change within an organization as well. And that's essentially how we do it, is try to create the culture where change can happen, and then individuals, even within boundaries, come along with you.
If you guys listen to the explorers. We're happy to go out and find new
Yep.
things.
Hi.
Just expounding on the experience with COVID-19, could you tell us more? My question would be along the lines of risk appetite, risk aversion, but how do you address that complacency compared to the previous strain with this recent one that was really adaptive based on your experience?
So how the culture changed over that time.
Essentially, how do we address the gap of complacency of responding to that event compared to the previous one and the most recent outbreak?
I mean, I think it's a difficult one because many organizations learned, so small businesses learned how difficult it was to innovate. So when I was preparing a presentation for healthcare, and I was looking at small business, and they anticipated a massive increase in the number of insolvencies in the year following COVID-19. They thought COVID was going to hit, people were going to not be able to digitize or work remotely, and loads of businesses would go under. Actually, that wasn't the case. That it was not. It was the other way. We had. And that showed inbuilt resilience of small businesses that we didn't realize we had. And actually, it's only been recently with the inflation that has caused massive problems. The supply chain issues have been significant as well. So many of the supply chain issues have not been overcome since COVID. And so that's still there. But I think that is, I think people have learnt about the value of resilience. I get a lot more inquiries from businesses wanted to look at resilience now than I did before. The idea of resilience was, people hardly even embraced risk assessment, let alone resilience. Whereas that definitely has changed now. Sorry.
I'm trying not to have it as a statement. How do you deal with environments where failure and learning from that sort of learning from failure or willingness to experiment can be quite challenging? For context, I work in the nuclear sector.
Yep.
Failure can be quite bad.
Yes. I mean, I work in aviation, and it's pretty bad there too. You choose what you innovate and where you experiment. So I talk about, if you imagine you've got, so when you're going to maintain an aircraft, you've got an aircraft and you've got a set of tools and you've got a set of often physical manuals, and you look at what you need to do and you pick up the right tool and you go there and you do some work. They're developing technology where you can have AR glasses and the manuals are on there and it points at which tool you want to use to do your work and so on, which is great, but you need to do that with one team, not roll it out across your organization. And that idea of experimentation then is kind of acceptable because you can manage that well and you can resource it well. And I think that's how we need to look at it. This idea of experimentation, if you've got a new idea, we're going to roll it out in one hangar, not all three hangars. Or I'm doing work with eye tracking in cockpits. So where does a pilot look when they're flying an aircraft? Well, actually, you can point a laser at them, and you can actually read where their eyeball is going, and you can tell when they're getting sleepy and things like this. So again, it's about doing it slowly and doing it with small teams and doing it in a collaborative way with their organizations. So it's a tricky one, but I can probably give you more examples outside the room. Great, but I'm hanging around, so if you have any questions, then please do.
Thanks.
So I'm Caitlin Smith. I'm a delivery lead at Equal Experts, and I'm working with Sarah Ravenhill.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I'm a career civil servant. I've been doing tech digital transformations for government for over 20 years. Yes, I do. What about
Okay, so hopefully you're all in the right room. Today we're going to talk about a case study with HMPO to the Passport Office in the UK. Before we get started, with a raise of hands, how many people have a valid passport right now? Okay, how many people have a British valid passport right now? How many people have renewed or got a new passport in the last 5 years? Okay, so hopefully those people who raised your hands have gone and experienced the kind of new transformation digital service at HMPO. And today we're going to talk all about how we did it, what it is, how we approached it. So we have one product. This is our product, the British passport. We have 50 million British passports in circulation around the world. We process in the system 7 million applications per year. There are 6 different types of citizenships. That's British overseas, British UK passports. So there are different types of citizenships. We have 7 regional offices all across the UK, and that's where passports are processed. We have 3,000 caseworkers, so 3,000 users that use our internal service. On our team, which looks after the processing of applications, we have 100 digital service staff. About 8 years ago, the Passport Office set off to transform the way that passports were processed. So this is not only the digital service, but this is the buildings, this is how they sent to print. They had one supplier that was doing all of that. The transformation was not only to go digital, but it was to break this down and have multiple suppliers across the service, reducing that single risk. And it was really about transforming the way that the customer would apply for that passport and that experience, but also the time and the processing, looking at automation, looking at digital services, looking at moving away from spreadsheets that were kind of for each regional office. How could they centralize that? So we're going to talk to you today about this journey, and we've tried to simplify it and break it down and some of our learnings.
So, yeah, we're not just here to share the misery. We hope, even though they do say don't work in places with more than 12 projects and don't use Agile to replace legacy systems, there are bits in here you find that you might apply in your own worlds, or bits where you go, really, that was a bad idea and I'm never going to copy that. I mean, all of this is valid learning. We just want to share the story. In retrospect, there were 4 phases. You never recognise these things at the time, but looking back, they're there. From the very beginnings, printing the first passport, working out what the minimum product was, through the foundation building to scaling up, and where we are now, the long tail, which feels right now like the hardest part. So we'll talk about each of those in turn, share some of the things we learned and some of the ways we adapted what we did. Okay, and because it's 8 years, and if I asked you to listen to all of that, you'd be here until tomorrow, we've chosen to highlight 2 aspects. Now, if you recognise the kind of grid on the left there, you will know just how geeky my hobbies are. This is an alignment grid. So it's sort of how much you like rules, running from not at all on the right to very much on the left, and how much you really like other people, from not at all to quite a lot at the top. When we came into the organisation as a new team, they thought we were absolutely chaotic evil. We were out to get everybody. We weren't going to follow any rules. We were going to be absolutely terrible for everybody. We are now neutral good. I'm not going to say lawful good, because I'm not here to follow the rules. Rules should be challenged when they're inappropriate, okay? So that's there. And on the right, that is not the artwork you get in your hotel room. That is our microservices. The dark ones at the bottom there were the first 3 we ever had, and we're now up to over 50. It's just a way of saying this is the kind of technical steps we want to talk about as we're going through. Okay, and this is where we started. There is a tiny picture over there. It's a tiny picture because it's from 2016, and we didn't have very many megapixels on cameras in 2016. It's about as big as I can stretch it. That is a backlog of forms to be processed. This is the system we started in. It's all very paper-driven. There were people whose jobs it was to push those trolleys around the organisation if you did not have a paper form in your hand, you could not access the casework in the caseworking system to process that form. So there were people who would go up to those trolleys, have a look through the forms, and go, "Oh, don't like that one, put that box back." Get another box out, and they do whatever they felt like. There are obviously people alongside that are really, really diligent, and they will go through everything and do their jobs well, but they were the cherry pickers. There were also, as Kate said, people whose jobs it was to compile spreadsheets about what was happening at different times and if you were meeting targets. So all this was going on. It took an awful lot of processing. The case working was not engaging. Very, very heavily prescribed, very repetitive, and not very tailored. So this is the world we started out in. And, okay, before I go much further, I should explain some of the colours. We hate bullets on slides, so we've gone for something just a little snazzier. Purple box is talking about the tech. Green box is really talking about that trust, moving up that grid. Can't really tell the difference between blue and black on here, but blue is where we've got some data or some evidence behind things. Black is just a number, okay? So, this is our first phase. This is me arriving in the organisation, fresh and new, with my new chaotic evil team. And they decided that the first thing we should do is prove that we could actually build things, that we were actually developers and IT people. We should build a tech stack proof of concept. We did that. It was nice and small. There were no users. It was great. It earned our first kernel of trust. It got some funding. And it actually reduced quite a lot of risk for the project because they were proposing that we do things with technology that we did not like. And we proved a different stack would work. Lovely first step. But then we had to build things they were going to use. And the chaotic evil bit came back. You don't plan. You don't document. You're irresponsible. Oh, great. Right, we'll give you the Scrum stuff. This stuff over here you can go and get certified in. We're definitely going to be doing things in a certain rhythm for you. We'll be planning every 2 weeks. Isn't that nice? And you'll be able to see some outcomes, and we'll show you every 2 weeks what we're doing. So that was a great starting point. I think it works for quite a lot of teams in industry. If you, as a team, don't know what you're doing, Scrum is great. If your organisation really doesn't know much about Agile yet, but your team is really experienced, it's still a great starting point because it builds that trust. So we took this Scrum method and we said, we are going to try and work out, out of all those citizenship types, out of all the different circumstances you could be applying in, what is the simplest thing we can do to put our system live? Now, there are 4 policy frameworks in HMPO. There are 3 different sets of business logic. There are lots and lots of guidances and processes. You can actually look them up on the internet. We make our caseworker guidance live, public. And we struggled with all this for quite a while. And what we ended up doing was making a giant spreadsheet. And that gave us the first simplest thing we could do. We then worked out, because this was all too big to do in one go, we need to be able to iterate through things. And we invested about 9 months in connecting our new shiny steel thread up to our old system. So anything the new system couldn't do, you could push off safely to somewhere else and it would still be processed. It's really, really important for us. Now, we thought this was probably a 3 or 4 year process. It's turned out to be 8 years. That's probably the best investment of my career, at dual running for legacy replacement. We got ready to put this live, and the business said, still don't trust you? Do 45,000 comparisons between the old system and the new system. It's about 1% of the stuff that comes in a year. That's where the figure comes from. So I sat there with a spreadsheet of 45,000 test results going, yeah, is that the same as that? Oh, my God. But yes, that did work. And I went, that's great. Now, when you've got your system live, we're going to randomly sample what it's doing and seeing if it's still doing the thing your test said it would do. But I haven't changed the system. Yeah, we're still going to sample it. Okay, fine. Well, we went back to what our team was sneakily doing in the background behind all that nice, safe Scrum things. We'd put in a continuous integration and deployment system. So you could not get things from our developers through to live without doing a whole load of automated tests. And that meant that our users, our approvers, our governance could see this test suite, could not get things out the door without that having been passed. And we managed to stop them doing a manual sampling of something that was unchanged week in, week out. So that was lovely. We printed a passport. And we smudged it. If you pick things up too fast off the printer, yeah. So that was an auspicious start. That was lovely. This is phase 2. The lovely people in governance said, great, you've printed a passport. You've got a whole year to do the rest of the system. my God, the old system took 5 years to build. 5 years. You've got a year to do the rest of this. This comes out of government planning cycles. I don't know if you've heard of spending reviews. You get a 4-year planning cycle. Tell us in detail what you will be doing in 4 years' time, how much it will cost, and how many people will be in your team. Are you going to get that right? Probably not. So it's a whole load of investment decisions made without insight. And we butted up against this as a team. So if you possibly can, when you're doing planning for your projects, plan some iterations and points at which to check your budget and your plan. We hit up against that waterfall approach to funding. So we said, no, that's not going to take us a year, that's going to take us a few more. And they wanted to know why. So what we did was resort to extreme delivery transparency. Let them into Jira, did a load of story mapping, introduced the organisation to the idea of a service map. Everything end to end is there, the journeys. All the tech supporting it is underneath. All this stuff. They got absolutely fed up with the detail, but they did trust we knew what we were doing by the end. It was worthwhile. And at this point, I had to let users touch my system. I don't like this. Didn't like that at all. There's a lot of user journeys. Most of what we've actually built is user functionality. We had, up until now, built just enough to check that that one passport print was going to be okay and it met all the rules. But now there needs to be people in there. They need to see documents, completely digitized documents, none of this hand-holding stuff. They need to be able to send emails, text messages, run through all the checks that you need to build, see all the results, lots and lots and lots of functions. And we had this really, really slow feedback cycle. This was all going through traditional governance. So we did this radical thing for government. I don't think it's radical anywhere else. Pilot user groups. Pilot user groups are essential. If you can get one of these in government, grab it with both hands. Really do. We got actual users sat with our actual developers giving us immediate feedback about how well something was working and what they need to do the next task. That was beautiful. I felt like a god doing that. The people in governance said at this point, we still needed to speed up. So we've sped up the feedback cycle with the pilot user group. We've expanded our teams, because it's always, can you throw more people at that? At this point, we stopped using Scrum, because that really didn't work across 4 or 5 different teams. We were using Kanban now. And we had a look at optimizing approvals. This felt like a secret sauce. So if you're in government, and I think you've probably heard throughout the day, if you're regulated, if you have auditors, if you're dealing even with security, you're going to end up with a point in that cycle where you've got to give it to somebody else to approve. And that can take ages. They're not invested in your result, they're just gatekeeping. Teams work best when they have autonomy. So we changed our definition of team. Anybody who had to approve our stuff became part of our team. They came and worked with us every day. We built up the trust with them, and they became invested in the results. We shifted a lot of things left. Really, really good thing to do. At the end of these 2 years, we had a load of users, we had a load of support processes, and we had 2 million passports. And I got a sticker.
Okay, so we built out our foundation, so our steel thread. We started to build the features in. So we now needed to look at how did we scale that. So how do we scale this both technically and from a user base? So I think at the end of the first phase, there were a couple hundred users.
Yeah, a couple hundred.
And we're looking at, we need to ramp up to 3,000. So we needed to prove it at scale. So as a part of this, we needed to look at how did we bring those users on and how did we kind of work with them for new features? So how were we going to take them on the journey? Because remember, we have the old system running and we're building out the new system and it doesn't have all the features yet. So we needed to kind of work with them to show them the changes that were coming. We at HMPO have embedded our business change team within our actual delivery team. So they work side by side right from kind of the prioritization of features right through to delivery. So they work with the engineers, they work with the product owners, but they then go and work with the users themselves. So looking at the training, looking at guidance material. They do a lot of heavy lifting when you think of 3,000 users we're trying to take on the journey for new features. So it's really a partnership. You know, in some organizations, you have product and business change, and there's kind of a bit of a friction there, but they work together in partnership. And so we're at this point trying to convince more users to come onto the service, but they want to keep using the old service. And then COVID happened. And as a part of this, it was both a blessing and a curse. What happened with COVID is the new system had a concept of a national queue. So in the old system, all the kind of prioritization was done at the physical site. So the only way for them to be able to work remotely was to use the new system. So they had to migrate. So it was a bit of a force, but it brought on a huge amount of challenges. Once we got everybody on the system as a part of COVID, we then needed to look at how do we prioritize, because we had more users. They were like, we want more features, we want to go faster, but we had to do it in a really controlled way. So we used data as a part of that. So as a part of the old system, we know the reasons why kind of the journeys that were happening. We call it a return to legacy. So an application will come in, it will come into the new service. If we couldn't handle that application, it would then go to the old service. And we call that a return to legacy. So we looked at the numbers of that, and the highest ones based on kind of stakeholders, numbers would be how we prioritize the features coming in. And so that allowed us, having that data and showing that to the stakeholders, allowed them to understand the prioritization. By the end of this kind of phase, there was 7 million passports printed. So, long tail, which is where we are at this point. So first of all, it is about the whole change in the way the examiners worked. So they were starting to go, we understand we don't need to prioritize anymore. The system is doing that prioritization. So there's a change on how they do workforce planning. They can use the data to be able to give them those insights to manage that. But because we're at the long tail, there's contract dates and key factors as to why we need to get to a specific date to turn off the old system. We need to have robust change control as a part of that, which kind of goes against everything with Agile. You don't want those kind of rigorous structures. But in order to see the kind of ROI, we have to have a point in time. We have to kind of have those safeguards. The point we're at is all the edge cases. So we have 98% of applications are now going through the new system, but the last 2% are hard. These are applications that we don't get frequently, and if we do, they're complex. So we're working, we decided, based kind of back at the beginning, where they brought in this concept of a digital design suite. So it was this pilot group. That kind of got dissolved during COVID just because of the location side, like space and everything. But we decided to bring it back. So we're working with policy, with our users to look at each of these different cases. Does it need a technology solution, or is it a business process? Is it a policy change? So we're trying to look at it differently and then feed in the engineering team is a part of that. They have really quick cycles on how they're working away on these kind of edge cases and corner cases. And then by the end of this, at the moment, we're at 23 million passports printed. We still have a bit to go, percentage-wise. But we know we don't want to be running both systems because the cost of running the old system, it's just too much.
And this is a sample of what we've produced. This is where we are now. So we're an award-winning service, and actually we need to update the slide because there's a few more to tack on the bottom there. Show off a little bit. Very proud of those. We are basically more automated than we have ever been. So we automate all the routine tasks. People working on the system only see the tasks they need to do. So see on the right-hand screen there, that's their task list. They're almost entirely directed. So they don't need to think about very much anymore, just the immediate thing in front of them. Things are completely digital, so they can work anywhere in the country, which is fabulous. We are policy compliant. We are very, very ethically driven, so at no point does the system say no. Caseworkers are always looking at extenuating circumstances. And we are very, very user-focused. And the result of that user focus is all this time saving. So what we've got here is for domestic passport applications, so just the UK ones. This is a sample of the time taken in the old system, that's the red dots, and the time taken in the new system, which are the blue dots. These are average times. This will vary. Even the 2-minute saving in the bottom there is a significant saving, because that's over half of the passport applications we deal with, the adult renewals. A lot of you were doing that this year or within the last 5 years. So really what we're saying with this slide is the new system goes zoom. And yes, it does. It really, really does. It's been a fabulous thing.
For us, this is a success. About 8 years ago, HMPO was in the press for all the wrong reasons. They now have a system that is great for working remotely. It's great for the users in terms of the optimizations, but it's also great for the customer. So in terms of the applying for the passport, the speed, the communications, and they're continuously improving it. It's a product. It's not a project, which is fantastic that they've shifted that mindset as an organization. We have a huge success in terms of 98% of the passports are already in the new system. That's a huge success. 60% of the casework is automated, and to date, nearly half of the passports ever been in circulation, we have printed through the new system. The other fantastic thing, Sarah talked about the foundations that they built from the beginning. That has been fundamental to all of this. We do, on average, 2,500 deployments a year. So when we have an incident, we're able to look at our DORA metrics and go, we have only had 4 P1s, 1 P2, but look at the scale of the deployments and the features that we're releasing, which means it helps us with the organization to not react to an incident on putting more change control in, but having a real learning mindset. So in conclusion, we wanted to kind of give these takeaways to everyone here about what we've learned on this journey. So the first one is, as I just mentioned, spend that time in the beginning, put in those foundations, and do it well, because it'll set you up for future success. Evolve your working practices. As Sarah said, the organization in the beginning, in their Agile journey, needed to have a little bit more structure, like Scrum, and you can evolve that as your teams mature. But it's all about that transparency and that trust. We have found that giving our stakeholders and our kind of wider subject matter experts the data allowed them to help be a part of making the decisions and the prioritization. They could see that we were focused on the top priority applications. And for us, you can't change user behavior with training alone. It's a journey. Having people like our business change managers working closely in the pilot groups, that's all helped us on the journey. So we want to thank you for listening to our journey. If you have any questions, please let us know.
We have one instant hand up.
Sorry. So you said 23 million passports printed now, but that's not the end. When can you turn off your system? What's the date that you're waiting for?
Right, we have to be able to process 100% of things. So that 2%, that last little bit, is the point that we can turn off our legacy system. I am so looking forward to that day. Anyone?
Very similar, slightly different question. It's an amazing success story, and I'd definitely like to catch up afterwards and chat to you about it, because I think I might be part of the team that implemented the legacy, just waiting to turn it on.
That did its bit.
Yeah, when is the product isn't done, right? You'll continue to evolve and service, but when is the project done? Is it done when you're not reliant on the legacy, or when you have actually switched it off?
So we're part of a wider programme. I think Kate showed the slide with over 100 projects on.
Yeah.
There are bits which aren't us. We're case working. There is a system of record behind all this. So ultimately, my details from when I was a kid are stuck in this database that I now administrate. I'm not allowed to change my date of birth. I'm very sad about that. That will need to be switched over. So we need a new prime system of record. And that forms the end of the programme. At that point, any reliance on those legacy systems are gone. So we're enabling part of that, but then is when the project as such is done.
I think just to add to that, I think that this team will get it to a certain point where all those applications are going to come into it. But it may have certain business processes that are the same as the old one with maybe some spreadsheets, those things. It wouldn't be how we would naturally design it. But again, we're going to iterate on it. So it's do enough so it allows the business to make that fundamental shift. And then we'll iterate to make it better for our users.
I think I saw one in the back corner.
Yeah, I was just when you rolled out wireless for caseworkers, did you have any trust issues with them using the new system? Did they have options to sort of push it back into an old system?
Yeah, they did. They found them. So we mentioned that to casework in the old system, you have paper in your hand. That includes all the supporting documents. So you're actively evaluating, is this thing official? Holding it up to the light, smelling it, touching it. And so even for the most basic stuff in this new system, because that's all digital on your screen, they didn't trust that at all. We had given them an emergency get-out facility. I can't do this. And it started out just being, we'll give you a free text box for you to tell us why, and that'll feed our development. So yeah, they did that a fair bit. And the business change team have spent an awful long time working out what the options should be in that list so that we can quantify that a lot better. That was a challenge. It took us quite a while to get over that trust barrier. COVID was amazing. It went from, we're not sure we trust this, to, oh my God, I can work from home, I'm going to bite your hand off. So yeah, that was a turning point.
I think one of the things we probably didn't emphasize, I think Sarah just touched on it, is that before everything was handled in person, so everybody had to have the documents, they used to look for, whether it was authentic. Now all the documents are digitized. So caseworkers can get those documents physically, but it's not the kind of first point.
At the back there?
Could you say a bit more about the, they said we want it in 1 year, and
yes.
that can't be done.
Yes.
I feel like there's probably a whole presentation in there.
Oh God, yes.
Amazing. So anything else you can say about like your approach to that, your strategies, or work, or different?
Great. Let's see. Really what we needed to do was demonstrate the sheer volume of stuff. At senior levels in government, there's a tendency to go, well, you're just issuing a passport, that's simple. And you will probably hear that about many, many projects. So if you can demonstrate and not hide how complex your problem is, and remembering as a product manager of sorts, my job is to make things simple for people. I had to undo all of that sort of ideology. Show them the mess, show them the work in progress. That was the big thing. One of the things we did was say, okay, you can see from your policies there are going to be over 100 tasks to do in this system. If we only take a week a task, that's over a year. So even if you're not giving them full estimation, show the complexity and get them to do some basic maths. That was the secret. But yes, I could entirely run a whole presentation on that. Okay, front.
What's been the impact to cost of transaction or cost of passport?
Most of the costs when you're paying for a passport are not for your passport. They are for the border force, they are for embassies and things like that. We have brought down the time it took for the average piece of caseworking, so the adult renewal, by about 2 minutes. So 2 minutes of somebody's wages are saved. That's being rechanneled into other services. So there's no loss of staff. They're doing more on visas where there are backlogs, or we're investing into the system. So little bits, not huge amounts yet. I can't say we're able to suddenly cut the cost of things, but if you look at the difference online between processing a paper app and processing a digital app, that's the sort of order of magnitude savings we're trying to give back to the public. Yep. Okay.
I've got a question.
Ooh.
Sorry. Are there any other, you just mentioned another department.
Yes.
Are any other departments looking at you guys and going, ooh, can we have some of that?
Yes. And other countries. Japan, Portugal, USA, Australia, New Zealand. I'm out of countries. But yes, other departments are looking at pieces of the way we do things. So the components, the approach to the pieces of casework we've automated. So DVSA, DVLA have come to us for bits of this. Other are coming for what we call a comms builder, so the way we structure letters, make it quicker and more consistent for examiners, caseworkers to send out stuff like that. So yes, we're sharing where we can. We're very happy to. Most of what we actually can share is config rather than coding, but yeah, we're happy to, and we do try. Oh, yet everyone wants the beach run. No, we've got another question.
Can you push DVSA and DVLA to actually implement it?
Yes, they really want to. They're not. It's an open door there. They are definitely trying. Okay, if we have dried up. Oh no, good grief! I'm not used to this many questions. I love this. Could do more of this. Go ahead.
Just curious. The legacy system you had before. I'm assuming that was you paid somebody to build it for you, and this new one is actually in-house?
Yeah, that's right. So the legacy system is part of, as Kate said, a giant everything contract. Desk phones, computers, networking, caseworking systems, HS, all of that in one contract. So where we can, all of this is in-house now. So yeah, I'm a civil servant from an in-house team, working with a much wider team, some of whom are civil servants as well, but it's all in-house managed and looked after. Means we can better meet the needs and evolve with the business, rather than having that check things over the wall kind of relationship with a large legacy supplier.
And it's not about criticizing that legacy supplier, because they built the right thing at the time. And they would probably be saying at this point that you need to rewrite it anyways. But it was just happened to be part of a wider contract restructure.
Go ahead.
Do you think that government is now better at Agile than the private sector?
Ooh. For funding reasons, probably not. And if you'd asked me that probably 3 or 4 years ago, I would have gone, no. I'm not sure now. I'm not sure. We're at least on a par.
I worked in broadcasting for about 15 years, and I'd say both at HMRC and HMPO, it's pretty... I was surprised how forward-thinking they are.
I'll give you a list of other government departments to go and talk to.
Yes. You're quite good. We do request for you.
So we are a part of the Home Office. So HMPO was brought into the Home Office
2014.
So there is a lot of discussions between the groups. So hopefully learnings and sharing and
yes.
Should be.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
I'm interested in that key transition that you spoke about from moving towards product paradigm from the project paradigm. And what were the key things with your senior stakeholders to convince them to make that transition?
So that came very early on. That's something I insisted on during foundation, which is really to say, when I'm finished, are you certain you will never want to make any more changes to this system? Do you want people who are going to know the inner workings of this to stay around for a while, to understand your business better and be working with you in partnership? And the answer was yes. Well then, you need a consistent team. That makes it sound so simple. That took about 6 months of argument, but that was the thrust of it. Yeah. Oh, we've got 2 over there. The front.
Yeah, can I ask what's your, you might not know this off the top of your head, but what is like, presumably your paper-based system would have an error rate in terms of, somebody submitted an application, they probably shouldn't have got a passport, but maybe they got one if they got lucky. Do you have an error rate, and what is your acceptable error rate, and did you bring that down as a result of going digital?
So, no, there is not an acceptable error rate. My colleagues in public protection would kill me for ever suggesting there was such a thing, which I guess you can understand. Did we make caseworker action more consistent? Yes. And we can see that in the increase of the number of things referred to the public protection people. They may send quite a lot back the other way and go, we're not interested, that's not fraudulent. But yes, things are following policy better, I guess is the answer I'm able to give to that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I want to ask is the benefits in terms of the scaling, which Agile has been able to deliver to passport holders. You know, from printing one passports to 2 million, 7 million, and 23 million. In terms of the benefit, does that really impact on the applicants who are applying for passport?
Right. We usually hear about pace. The pace of it does. So in 2014, you might have heard there were giant passport backlogs and everything was very difficult to manage. There was a lot of negative press. People were waiting months. When it got back to regular operation, people were waiting 3 weeks. People are getting passports in 2 days now on the standard service, not on the fast track. So the speed and the amount of communication so that you understand what's going on with your application as you go through, these are the benefits we see giving to the public.
In terms of the cost, I mean, scaling, going higher, for example, at scale should have bring down the cost of application, I think. Because what it costs you to produce 7 million points, actually 23 million at scale, that should have bring a cost benefit to the applicant.
Yeah. So that was the difference I mentioned earlier between applying on paper and not having all this automation and applying digitally and having a cheaper price. So yes, it has. We passed it on where we can.
Yeah.
It's not a very satisfactory answer, I know. It's like, we want to hear that you saved 18 million for it. No. I can't give you that money. I wish I could.
This is kind of related but unrelated. Just so people are aware, we had a big scaling challenge after COVID. So we had a number of years where people were not renewing their passports, and it changed the whole traffic and consumer patterns. And HMPO has cycles of the year where they have higher peaks, and that compounded with this peak from COVID, brought a whole new challenge. So while trying to deliver the features of the new system, the team was also trying to support a huge scaling challenge while supporting running a live service. Because if we do have a P1, it is very public. So I think it's, the way they've architected, or we've architected the system, has really supported that, to be able to scale, to be able to have the circuit breakers in place, be resilient.
Okay, how are we doing? There?
When moving away from the legacy system, did you experience the mindset of stakeholders, or I want this really specific feature on the legacy system, but better? And if so, how did you kind of get them to think about this new product as a new product in its entirety and not kind of be limited by the legacy system?
Always to go back to, what are you trying to achieve? I've had a number of, can you put this warning up on screen? Yes, but people are just going to click OK and ignore it. And it will disappear. What do you actually want to do? And in a number of cases, they could think of no reason why they actually needed that feature. It's just, I've always had it. Well, so that's it. Go back to outcomes. What's the goal?
What was the biggest risk related to doing it digitally? Well, I'm thinking to get into a building to pick up someone's paperwork is hard.
Yeah.
It's now digital.
Yes.
Did that cause any problems?
Yeah, challenges, legal challenges, like you're not going to have a wet signature on your form now. That took a long time to get over. People perceive that as a big risk. The other one is making sure that you get the right documents to support the application. And with a family group, where you've got more than one application's documents in a set, making sure they all go with the right thing. So making sure the backup evidence is there where you need it, I guess. Okay, just have that covered. Yeah, okay.
I mean, there's lots of other complexities, as you would know as well. Yeah.
But most of them don't stem from going digital. They just stem from any system, like for light replacement. Okay. Any more for any more? Thank you. That was a lovely load of questions.
My name's Habs. I'm an engineering lead at Journey London, also a manager, and I'm going to talk to you today about why you should stop calling it technical debt and actually listen to your engineers. We're going to start with a small introduction before I talk at you for 40 minutes so that you can get to know me a little bit. To kick off, here is a very random and very normal photo of me and my family in Scotland. Speaks for itself, I think. My name is Habs, short for Haben. It means beautiful river in Korean, which is obviously a very sweet sentiment, except my parents didn't really anticipate the translation of, putting together the words ha and bin when we moved to the UK. So it went down a treat in the playground. Habs is much easier to pronounce. So you can call me Habs. I did think it was easy until someone a few weeks ago thought my name was Carbs. So that was a first. I live in London with my partner and my new tabby kitten. And coincidentally, her middle name is Tabin, which is definitely a coincidence, I swear. So a little bit about me. I studied sculpture. I used to make digital installations. I worked with ice, latex, metalwork, woodwork, anything that was basically cheap and accessible. And after 4 years of being covered in sawdust and burning off my fingers and giving my all, also paying £36,000 in fees, I decided I wanted absolutely nothing to do with fine art anymore. The bright side of my degree was that I got to work with small electronics, so Arduinos and Raspberry Pis. I had studied computing at school, but it was really cool to basically discover coding in a new form. So that was great. And afterwards, I went to Makers Academy, which is a coding bootcamp in London. So you learn full stack development, XP values. It was kind of everything you would expect from what you imagine when you think of a coding bootcamp. The most cult-like environment I've ever been a part of. For example, we used to have weekly emotional intelligence sessions with the Chief Joy Officer, which was and still is a real role. We would all sit around in a circle and hold hands and share something really deep and emotional, and we'd all clap for each other after. And yeah, I can say that for certain it 100% had nothing to do with improving my coding skills at all. And yeah, alumni used to walk back into the building at Makers, so people that had graduated from the boot camp, and everyone would cheer and scream and clap. It was like Beyonce was walking into the building. And I thought it was totally stupid until I got to go back and give a talk, and I bathed in the pure pride of it. So a bit about my experience. I worked at various startups for like 6-7 years, all fast-paced, all between like Series A and Series B as a front-end engineer. I have worked for do-it-for-me website builder services, fintech, insurtech, and I've worked with Vue, React, TypeScript. I've actually met Evan New and managed to spill not one, but 3 drinks on myself at a React conference. And I was sober, I promise. I worked previously at Marshmallow, which is a full insurer where we sold car insurance, and I worked on the growth team, so I was the first engineer on the growth team, and it's quite cool to know that right now that team still stands and it's 15 engineers. We focused on new customer acquisition, a lot of A/B testing, and growing out the lead form for increasing conversion. In my second week at Marshmallow, the conversion was so bad. So one of the comparison websites was going to switch us off, and we had 3 days to fix it. And I mean, this lead form was disgusting. I wouldn't want anyone to be subjected to having to work on what I did. We had 3 days to change around the conversion. So it ended up being me and an engineer, and we worked late nights 3 days in a row. And it resulted on me on a Friday night at 3 a.m. on a Zoom call with this brilliant engineer. He was really, really talented, but I was on a Zoom call with him in a shower gown playing the kazoo to me while we were waiting for things to build. And I really contemplated my life choices. But, they say your 20s are your best years, so there's that. We managed to turn around the conversion pretty quickly from a whopping 3 to 8% in a few days, which kind of speaks for how bad the code was. And the comparison sites kept us on. And in my time at Marshmallow, we became the UK's first Black-owned unicorn. So it was really cool to be part of a very high-growth company and see kind of what comes after all the foundational technical improvements to legacy code. Yeah, and also, you know, reaping the benefits of what comes after you go from like a startup to a scale up, mainly going from tap water to sparkling water in a tap, which was elite. So right now I'm at Trinity London. Trinity London have been coming for, I think, 4 years now. Actually, if you look at your lanyards, if you're not a speaker, there is a photo of the whole team here last year on the cards. But Trinity London is, I think if there are any millennials in the crowds, if you remember Trini Susanna from What Not to Wear, Trini Woodall is the CEO of the company, and we sell makeup and skincare online and in store. We really care about women of all ages and helping them feel their best selves. I lead the e-commerce team, so everything to do with our online offering. We proudly don't use Shopify, and we're totally headless. We have warehouses in the UK and Australia and lots of retail stores. If anyone is like in London soon, we have a pop-up on King's Road in Chelsea that I really think you should all try and come down to. And maybe we'll get you some discounted products as well if you message me. We have a brilliant engineering team at Trinity London. We have a team of 32 people, and within the ecom team, we don't use story points, we use Kanban, and we don't use sprints. We have a very fluid way of working that has worked for us for probably the last 6 months. I also started managing in January, so I managed 6 engineers, and it's been the best but most challenging part of my career. I'm sure anyone else that made that transition to management can relate to that. It's been amazing though to have the opportunity to work with the people side more and like helping to grow engineers and help them find career fulfillment, and also offering kind of coaching and pastoral support. I think throughout my career I've had really influential managers that have helped me grow really quickly, so it's great to have the opportunity to give back. My role is an enablement role, so I look at technical scoping and speeding up the planning of projects, making sure that things get delivered. I really care about actually finishing projects rather than just starting a load of them. And I make sure that my team delivers to e-commerce targets and commercial numbers, and focusing on the team basically being happy and ensuring delivery. So I am sure a lot of you have seen this meme. I'm going to talk to you about technical debt today and why I hate the term technical debt, and also why you should listen to your engineers more. I'm obviously biased, having been an engineer, but I wanted to kind of bridge that gap between technical and non-technical people in teams. Just curious, how many people in this room are in like Agile coach roles or delivery manager or Scrum Master roles? Could you put your hand up? Okay, cool. Thank you. I am well aware that I'm not an Agile coach and I'm doing a business agility talk, so please don't flog me, not yet. I wanted to kind of share some of my learnings from going from being an IC and then trying to operate teams as a lead, and hopefully, you'll give me a chance to do that even though I'm not an Agile coach. Even though I've had a relatively short career compared to a lot of the very experienced people we have talking Agile on the beach this year, I think with my experience, I've been on the ground and lived through a lot of kind of engineering life cycles. So a lot of the very common things, there's a lot of startups experience when you go from legacy code and what comes after. So I've now built 4 component libraries from scratch, integrating backends with front ends, rewriting lead forms, V2, V3, all within a company before it hits the 5-year mark. It's very repetitive, and every company I learned something different, which is why I wanted to have this talk. It was only 2 years ago that I was an individual contributor and on the ground coding every day. And I think once I switched to being a lead and dealing with stakeholders more directly, and forward planning and kind of my goals being more commercially motivated, there was a huge change in my view around technical debt. So I hope that this kind of dual viewpoint will maybe teach you something new today. Also, Trinity London is the first company that I've worked for that is not tech first. So it's been an incredibly humbling experience and tested my ability to communicate to non-technical stakeholders. But yeah, that's the plan for today. There'll be some time at the end for any questions, so let's get started. First things first, stop calling it technical debt. This talk is for anyone. I didn't want to specify it. I want to make it accessible, so there's tidbits in there for engineers, for product, and learnings for everyone to take back to your teams. When I talk about technical debt, I'm talking about everything from technical improvements to debt that is incurred for moving fast and building features, and anything that's kind of delayed. We will discuss why I hate the term and why it makes me angry, why business value and risk are important, how to calculate business value, and then we'll package up some takeaways and exercises for everyone to take back to their teams. So let's get started. So a few months ago at a tech day, I ran a session called WTF Technical Debt? Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark. You get the gist. And this is a board where we ask, what is it and what are the other names, and ask people to just quick fire suggest. So we've got some classics in there. Paying down for the future, organizational debt, rainy day ticket. My personal favorite is all prod code. Considering my director of tech is here today. Sorry, Don, we're not talking about Trinity London, I swear. And then we've also got past me's not so great decisions. I am not sure we're talking about code there. And then we have can't be asked and pointless. Just brilliant. Yeah, Trinity London coming off really strong here. But I'd like to quickly put it to the group. Does anyone have any other names that they've heard to call, like what to call technical debt or a technical improvement?
Go faster work.
Yeah. That's a classic. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I see it as a lack of pride in code.
Lack of pride, yeah, a lot of that. Sorry.
Something that stops you delivering value.
Yeah. I think all very valid and all, yeah. It's funny when you hear a lot of these terms because everyone, when you run a session, everyone nods their heads like, yeah, I've heard that before. Thank you. So you'll see a theme here, everything is around something that's been delayed or deemed as not urgent for now. And I've kind of seen that in every company I've worked at, that whenever a technical improvement ticket or kind of a bug ticket or anything is raised by engineers, it's already automatically kind of deemed as a technical improvement or tech debt, and that it isn't urgent now. And the assumption is that it goes into the backlog because it's written by someone that's technical. It automatically is grouped as tech debt. So some questions here that I wanted to ask the room, and please put your hand up if you answer yes to any of these. So the first one is, have you ever raised an urgent fix for an issue on production that didn't get picked up that day? I'm so sorry. Do you have a technical debt ticket in the backlog right now? Yeah, easy. Have you ever nuked the backlog but just got it built back up again? Yeah. Thanks, everyone. I feel your pain. Of course, that last one is a reference to Alan Kelly, who we love at Trinity London. There's a weird force field around tech debt or technical improvement tickets that it makes non-technical stakeholders just shy away, almost there's a label on it that says keep out for anyone that isn't an engineer. There's this kind of impression that there's a mystical language spoken by engineers that no one else can understand, or engineers don't want to share with them, which I hate that impression so much. It makes engineers look really, really bad. But also, actually, us engineers are even worse. Sometimes, if you come across a bug ticket or a technical improvement ticket or a big bit of tech debt work in an epic and you didn't raise it, and you aren't familiar with the code, you probably will do everything to avoid it because it's you assume it's too long or too horrible, basically just too boring, because you assume that it's a cleanup ticket. I have this amazing engineer in our team called Sachin, and he spent 3 days recently refactoring a component. And I had a catch up with him, and I said, oh, Sachin, how's it going? How's it going refactoring a component? And he just looked at me completely straight faced, like, it's so disgusting. I need to have a shower. It's horrible. And I feel like we can all relate to that. If you've ever had to refactor anything, it feels like a hill that you need to get over, but also you spend a lot of time telling everyone around you how horrible it is. You need to justify the pain and share the pain of it. But why is it so much easier to delay than to prioritize a tech debt ticket? I think very clearly because it's just toxic waste. I think anyone that's worked in tech longer than a month is kind of programmed to link the term tech debt with a negative response, usually avoiding eye contact with a big shudder and, most importantly, pretending like that's not how you feel about it. The issue with tech debt tickets is that they just enter a void and they never come out, and simply labeling something as tech debt or a technical improvement is just lazy. It's actually not enough for non-technical stakeholders to make decisions on what to prioritize, because often, tickets are raised in a rush with little detail, and the business value and risk have not been thought about at all. We need to start thinking about the risk of actually not doing the work, because risk is just another value piece. And the reality is we don't actually need to address all technical debt if the risk isn't high enough, and we don't need to do it now. No matter how important it is to you or the person that raised it, if it's not essential for now, we probably don't need to do it. And I think about this a lot in terms of my journey, because I think 2 years ago I would have raised some tech debt from being pressured to move fast and get a feature out. And I would feel so precious about that tech debt. I've seen the code, I've seen how disgusting it is. You can't forget about it. You go to sleep remembering and dreaming about that horrible component that you saw, and it's important to you to get it refactored. And I think I would have felt very precious and, felt like it was disastrous if it had been buried in the backlog again. But I think since then, I've learned to take a step back and consider the bigger picture of kind of what the impact is on the team and the company, and not just, for my own sanity. So we need to look at what will move the needle forward. And we also need to make the journey of whoever is reviewing the tickets easier. So we need to agree to put in more time to think about technical improvements and raising tickets with actually considered risk and value, and think about, what is actually going to be the immediate impact, and will there be one? So we've covered, the many names for technical debt, and I encourage you to think about the why. So why did a particular ticket get dumped into the backlog? So obviously, most of you raised your hands for all 3 questions earlier and asked these questions about the particular tickets that you're thinking about. And then eventually when a ticket did make it out of the backlog, why did it make it out? And we need to continue to question whether technical improvements are actually going to change anything immediate. In order for us to try to quantify the value of tech debt or technical improvements, we have to understand why business value and risk are important. I guarantee you that 90% of your backlog tickets have not got a defined value or risk statement if they're a technical improvement in your backlog right now. That is a money-back guarantee, so come find me if that's not the case. But so in my role, I really care about retention. And I also know that from someone that's only worked at startups, and I wouldn't ever do anything different, because I love the ability to deliver big volumes of impact and grow my career very quickly and try out, wear lots of different hats. And I think that's really important to then make sure that your team feel invested in that as well. I want to make sure, my team and my reports are feeling happy and fulfilled at the company. I want them to feel invested. I always say to everyone on my team, I want you to look back at the last month and think about the outcomes that you've achieved rather than the outputs. Otherwise, I kind of feel like unless you feel like you're driving a lot of value at a startup, there are a lot of pains. So, if you're not getting that, why are you really at that startup? And And I think on both a team and business level, we need to understand where we are delivering that value. So we want to grow the company, but alongside that, we need to make smarter decisions of where everyone is spending their time. Yeah. Why is future work so much easier to prioritize? It's new, it's shiny, it's glam. For us, we have a celebrity CEO, so she can visualize it. There's no way that we would bother trying to explain why refactoring a component is just as glamorous. Trying to communicate that with her would be impossible. And also, new features are far more tangible, rather than, for example, refactoring a component outside of a product and engineering team. It's very hard to justify spending time refactoring. And as I said, for individual contributors, you want to know that you're driving value that aligns with the company goals. For example, actually spending time, making a difference rather than spending a few weeks on working on small backlog tickets, maybe because, your PM was feeling generous that week and gave you a little ration of bug tickets. And yeah, as an engineer, I think it's quite demotivating to basically just be given a number of bug tickets based on the quantity rather than the quality of what addressing those bugs will deliver. I see that a lot with there'll be a sprinkling of bugs in each sprint just for the sake of it. But as an engineer, it doesn't really make you feel like you've moved the needle much for the company. So another question for the room. Please raise your hand if I asked you about a project you're working on now, could you actually clearly define the impact it's going to have on company OKRs and trade numbers? Okay, all right. Thank you. I had a 0. Yeah, unless your engineers understands the greater impact of a piece of work they'll have, they'll question the purpose of it. It creates a really demotivating environment. I don't want to waste my time, I want to know that my time is valuable. Time is even more valuable as well at like a startup, where you don't have that many developers, so what your developers spend time on is much more precious. And part of this is helping the people in your team understand company goals and arming them actually with OKRs and for everyone to own them. And I think a lot of the talks at this conference, we've heard a lot about psychological safety, which is really, really important. And we've spoke about it in terms of safety of, voicing your honest opinions and feeling safe in a room. But I think for me, I've also seen there is a lack of psychological safety when it comes to actually talking about company OKRs or company goals, especially for engineers who may not be in those conversations as much. And I think something that makes a really big difference is arming your team with sharing OKRs and trade numbers and the roadmap really regularly. You can't expect your engineers to care about company goals if they don't feel confident. And I think it's up to whoever is running the team to basically drive that and put in that time to arm your engineers with that kind of knowledge. Has an incident ever happened when a ticket you raised could have stopped it from happening? Please raise your hand. Yeah. I like all the little smiles as everyone raises their hand to that one. It's an I told you so moment. This has happened to me multiple times, and I wish I was as bold as Gina to get a t-shirt, maybe one day. It's infuriating to know that you identified a risk before it started, costing the company actual money and affecting customers, and it just feels like it's been careless planning and your voice hasn't been heard. It's a terrible feeling. But I think we need to take a step back and question whether we clearly defined the impact and risk of not doing the ticket. So did you, when you raised that ticket, make it as easy as possible for everyone to understand the problem? And this is something I see a lot. Engineering risks that are clear to the technical members or, a product and engineering team, but they're not written in plain English. and it immediately becomes inaccessible to justify that value to the rest of the company, spend time working on it. So it's really important to encourage engineers and your teams to take responsibility for this. Help them develop good communication skills to define the risk or predicted incident in simple terms that make sense basically to anyone. It also really helps to bridge the gap between, rather than it being engineers and then non-technical stakeholders, it bridges the gap and creates a group rather than having these like cut-off areas within teams, and creates more accessibility and trust if everyone feels comfortable with the language that they're speaking. And it's also just a great skill for individuals to develop during their tech careers, to be able to have that good communication. Obviously, as someone within engineering, I want to be able to create a culture of engineering excellence. I'm talking about company goals and stuff, but the thing that I really want is engineering excellence, and I will always be biased towards that. I want to be investing in quality and addressing high-risk issues and planning for the long term. But I think you need to be tactical there. You want to create infrastructure improvements and you've got your engineering vision, but you need to be tactical about how that aligns with the brand and the commercials. It's not to say that engineering excellence isn't important and that tech debt is not important. It's to say, let's package it up and sell it in a way that we can help other people in the rest of the company that are not engineers also buy into the importance of it. So yeah, we've covered creating more focus. So helping everyone to make an impact and drive value, helping individuals to feel invested, and questioning how the tech debt itself is going to help reach company targets, whether it's from something not being done or something being done, and also to continue to push for engineering excellence. So we've spoken about why it's important. Let's now talk about how to understand and calculate value. So it's always good to start thinking about, what metrics your project or ticket will affect. So ask the right questions. Will it reduce page loads? What is the benefit of that in an engineering context? But then think about what is the actual notable benefit to the business that is actually measurable. We want to keep unwrapping each value statement until we reach one that is understood by everyone, not just the people in your team or not just the engineers in your team. And you should think about which metric will actually be affected and materially why that makes a difference to the company. So tech debt is often somewhat intangible to people that are non-engineers. Create all the steps and get to the point where you can make tech debt and the impact of it actually tangible. So an example is removing a third-party provider, moving something in-house is something we talk about a lot in the ecom team. For engineers, it's very clear. It's less maintenance of the provider. Maybe there are examples of the support of the third party just being really, really rubbish. And maybe, that integration was set up 2 years ago. It's not maintained, so it's just total spaghetti. Maybe in engineering, we're just spending time on something that is just really frustrating and it's just not nice, supporting that tool. Yeah, real talk, the business doesn't care. They don't care about that. Because ultimately what the business cares about is, whether it'll save them money to move things in-house. Will it make any processes efficient by saving development time in the future? If so, by how much? And how much is actually going to cost the development team to make this change and maintain it going forward? Maybe moving something in-house will unlock other features that the company wants to do that are, more bright and shiny, and enable them to do more customization or, unblock a project that wasn't possible in the process. So I think definitely encourage your engineers to put themselves in the basically shoes of non-technical stakeholders and as the business, and make it as easy as possible to justify spending time on doing those changes. Maybe the third-party provider has been flaky and you've got real evidence and example of incidents. How often did those incidents occur? How much did it cost the company? What's the total development time it costs you to address those? And talk basically in the same language as the basically senior leadership at that point. And try and be as specific as you can, so lean on the data. what is actually going to happen once you have this tool, or what isn't going to happen. So I think a good value statement has a hypothesis of what a ticket, like what value a ticket will deliver. And, you know, a great one has metrics. But I think a really, really good value statement has predictions with real numbers and metrics that the ticket will achieve. I think feedback is really important in improving this process. My advice is always to give feedback to individuals about the quality of tickets that they've raised. Definitely don't be shy about technical debt tickets that you might not understand. I mean, I see a lot of technical improvement and bug tickets that I just think, oh, what the hell is that? I don't know what that is, and I will sometimes lean on an engineer to explain it to me that has worked on that area. But I think the important thing here is to give feedback and open those conversations. Like, don't be afraid to ask questions around technical improvements. It will help your learning, and it will challenge whoever raised the ticket to actually improve their communication skills. You know, we want to encourage everyone in the team when they're defining work to think about the overall impact and consider actually other projects and priorities. I really don't think we need to be super clinical around the roles of like a PM or an engineer or like a delivery manager. I think actually the best engineers I've worked with are those that are, you know, actively considering and thinking about product, and vice versa. And we need to kind of bridge that gap. And I think actually, Caitlin, we spoke about this earlier with like having a creative head, but then being able to, you know, use that in engineering and encouraging, you know, it's no longer around creativity being separate and that being, you know, art and then engineering being separate. We need to encourage creative thinking within product management, within engineering. And I think, yeah, that will definitely be helpful. And we want to practice, obviously, calculating value ahead of projects. We don't want to wait until after the project is done to see the effect. So definitely continue to be data-driven in your decisions of which projects to develop. My advice is to develop your communication skills to make sure that your ticket actually gets prioritized. So be tactical, create a compelling layout of data and predictions, so whoever is doing the planning also buys into the importance of the work you've raised. So yeah, we've spoken about adding metrics and data, so looking at what real numbers will be moved, reduced, or increased. Fine-tuning your ticket writing, so outlining the why and the why now, and also creating a compelling argument and putting in the work to improve the quality. So we're going to move on to talking about business risk. It's been mentioned a few times. It's a great form of value. So you need to think about what risks everyone actually cares about. You know, probably something affecting many customers not being able to pay, or the site crashing are the risks the business actually cares about. Everything else is kind of a nice to have. And I find this is always a really difficult conversation within one-to-ones when people feel invested about some kind of risk that they think is really important, and you have to, you know, encourage them to take a step back and think about other teams and the engineering team as a whole and the business as a whole. Think about what the actual tangible risks are that your business in particular cares about, because this is more examples of what we care about at Trinity London. And you should always bear that in mind when you think about or, you know, are unhappy about a tech debt ticket not being prioritised. It's a really great way to use risk to justify a ticket needing to be done right now rather than being delayed. Now, there is a spiritual experience here for engineers to step away from the tech debt tickets you've raised or any bugs. If they haven't been picked up yet, there's probably a reason for it. I found this really hard. I think probably because I'm really stubborn. When something that I was screaming about as being important was not picked up, I just thought that other people didn't understand. And I realised actually once my manager laid out the full landscape of all the priorities for the next 3 months, I realised, yeah, it wasn't important at all. And I think there's a part in there for engineers to basically take a step back and actually think about removing yourself from the full ownership and thinking that the work you've raised is really precious. And basically, the cleanup of a discussing component probably isn't going to impact the greater company in a way that the work needs to be prioritized right now. So think about what can or can't happen if the ticket's done. What if it's not done in the next sprint or in the next month? Does it actually block any projects on the roadmap? And this is definitely the case when it comes to like bug tickets that are raised during incidents. I think in the pure panic of a P1 or a P2, extra bugs will be found, and everyone's looking at the logs like, what's going on here, what's going on? And they'll just raise these bug tickets, we'll deprioritize them, but they were identified during an incident, so you end up jumping on them immediately. But you do just need to take a step back, which is really hard during a P1 because everyone's heads are flying around. But if 2 customers were affected or 10 customers, is it really where your development team's time is best spent if it's a high complexity fix? And you need to help engineers understand like why that decision is being made. What's the point of fixing something for 2 customers or 10 customers if it's going to take the dev team like 2 weeks? A classic example is obviously refactoring. When you move fast with a lot of features, end up incurring a lot of tech debt because you may be patching over components that exist and then you've got a tight deadline. And you need to make functional changes to the component, and you see code that hurts your eyes, but a PM will always tell you to just step over it. It's not for now, and you decide to raise a refactoring ticket and you add it into the backlog. After all, you're only here to do that feature work, and unless you've actually specified the business risk and value of that work, of basically not doing the cleanup, you might as well just say goodbye to that ticket forever. It will just fester in the bottomless pit that is the backlog. And again, maybe one day your PM will feel generous and you'll get a couple of days to work on it. But until then, it's not going to be looked at. So I think maybe instead of submitting that ticket, before submitting that ticket, think about what risk is posed by not doing the cleanup. So, are there no tests? Have you identified a scenario where tests will fail? Are tests being skipped? Make a compelling argument for why the ticket should be brought in or prioritized. And, if you can't reach a good argument, maybe actually it's just a nice to have ticket and doesn't necessarily need to be picked up now. And something that definitely works really well is having like big group discussions about tickets and actually having those discussions about implementation, but away from actually estimating and story points. So really thinking about the implementation, discussing as a team. We've spoken about thinking as the business, so thinking about the bigger picture, looking at the immediate risks of like questioning why something has been delayed and how many customers are currently affected, and looking ahead, so looking at what work will be or not be done if it isn't picked up. Bless you. So what to call it instead. We've obviously discussed a lot about value and risk, so let's bring it back to technical debt and what's next in terms of what to call it after you leave this room today. My suggestion is basically just to not have a bucket term at all. So just don't use something that's going to group up and generalize a bunch of tickets because they've been raised by engineers. I think for engineers, we talk about creating a compelling argument for description. You can definitely do that for the title itself. I think often in backlog reviews and planning, it actually doesn't, unless someone actually clicks into the description of the ticket, it's never actually going to be seen. And so there's something there in terms of spending time on the title and making it tangible and creating a compelling one so that, it is highlighted in the backlog and it's not forgotten. So highlight the impacts and the value of the ticket in the title and make it stand out from all the other tickets in the backlog. Assume that if it's considered a technical improvement or tech debt, it's just not going to be picked up anytime soon. So give the ticket a specific and clear title and basically one that's gripping enough to catch someone else's eye in the backlog. Think about how you're going to break up the ticket in bite-sized chunks, because obviously whether we want to admit it or not, smaller delivery times will always make for a very tantalising argument to pick up the ticket now. So I think we have 5 minutes left. So for the key takeaways, I thought I would put in a couple exercises that you can trial with your teams. So the first one is running a tech debt workshop. Start by having an open discussion and brainstorming what technical debt is and what the other names are for it. It's a great bonding opportunity for you and your team because the word tech debt gets thrown around all the time. Actually spend time to discuss what it means to everyone. And then get everyone to get into pairs and pick a ticket and answer the following questions. So, writing what is missing, what new title would you give the ticket, and get them to present it back to the room. And then finish the workshop with discussing and voting, which tickets are actually going to be picked up tomorrow by the team, and then the rest of them just delete them forever. The next one is a ticket template with questions. So you can trial this out by just adding it into the templates of whatever ticketing platform you use. And it's just a reminder for anyone raising tickets to ask these questions. I think the slides will be sent around, so I think we maybe don't have that much time to go over the keys. Okay, but yeah, this is just a summary of everything that we've spoken about. So I guess some of the key points. Calling it technical debt is lazy, and you're guilty of that now after this talk, so don't call it technical debt. Put more time into raising meaningful tickets. Part of retention and team success is helping people make an impact and influence the direction of the company. Engineering excellence is still very important, just sell it better, and never use the term tech debt again. But that's it from me. Please do add me on LinkedIn and come find me if you want to have a chat about anything. Thanks for coming. Oh yeah, and also, sorry, feedback QR. Yeah.
You wrapped up really quickly, so we do still have a few minutes. So if anybody does have any questions, we could probably take 1 or 2 questions.
Hello.
I really liked your line that said engineering excellence is still important to sell it better.
Yeah.
Whose responsibility do you think it is to?
I think it's everyone's. Yeah, I really think it's everyone's. I think I've definitely seen in a lot of teams, engineers get really angry at product managers if they don't sell it better. But I don't think it's one person's responsibility. I think it's everyone's responsibility to buy into it.
That's what I'm wondering. Is it like the engineers who sell it to the product manager, or is it the product manager who has to go and sell it to the stakeholders?
Yeah.
That it's collaborative.
I think it's collaborative. I think often because of the setup in companies, PMs will naturally have more exposure to, conversations around projects planning and stakeholders in the rest of the company. Engineers often aren't actually in those conversations, but engineers have a responsibility to get the PMs to buy into it. Yeah. Hey.
Just align to that. You mentioned about the importance of OKRs and making sure that's communicated. But I've rarely seen engineering excellence as a company goal.
You should make it a company goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've made it. We've made it a company goal. I think if you can align, we've made like engineering excellence, and we have separate engineering OKRs. But I think that's come from engineering wanting to do that. And data have their separate OKRs at Trinity London as well because they wanted to push for that. So I think you have to remember to not split away your engineering team from like how the business is planning work. You can actually function in that way for your engineering team as well, which is especially important for a company that isn't tech first, I think. Yeah. Good. Hey.
Just following up on that, like, I feel like we are, even as some of our best engineers, use that as like an emotional, we're going to fail an audit, or like, it won't be technically excellent, or we won't scale. So how do you hold those things in tension with the business values people?
Yeah, I think that's where, we spoke about stepping away and kind of that emotional attachment to that work. And I think if you all agree to play on the same level field of let's all agree that on what value means to us, so it might be towards the company metrics or towards your team goals. And I think it's more just about, leveling out what the agreement is in order for that work to actually be important to the whole team rather than to individuals. Saying that from a lot of experience of being the one shouting in the room that yeah, refactoring the component I worked on is important. Thanks. Neha? Yeah.
That was really great, thank you. The refactoring one was actually quite interesting because as a product person, like I'm trying to play critical friend and ask what's the value of refactoring as part of the code. You know, does it make acceptance tests run faster? Does it make them happier? There's even qualitative impacts are important to capture, like sometimes we can't capture metrics in terms of improvement. But I find like our engineers often struggle with that. So I was wondering, do you have any guidance, do you have examples of like how you actually measure, like what needle is it that actually moves when you refactor certain parts of the code?
Yeah, of course. It's really difficult to quantify, right? I think it's difficult to, quantify what the impact in terms of value is, but I think that's where like risk comes in really well. So, actually ask them like, how many errors have been happening in this area? Like, why does this particular component need refactoring? And think about like, okay, once you break out the ticket, it might be an entire part of the flow or entire feature. It might be 8 different components. So which of those components actually need to be refactored in order to address the risk? And I think if you can't actually show examples, you just have to step away. It's just not necessary for now. I mean, I wish, in an ideal world, we'd all have time to address technical debt and do all the refactoring we want, but it's not the reality. Yeah.
Hi everyone, thanks for showing up. I didn't know what kind of turnout we'd get for a talk on related to scaling, because often at Agile conferences it's like not really spoken about, or often people who come to Agile conferences are maybe working in smaller companies. So this is kind of part of what I'm doing today is just trying to bring up. It's not a taboo subject, but well, maybe it is. Depends on what scaling framework you're using. Okay, so safe havens and Trojan horses, they've all become a lot more clear in a minute. A little bit about me. Agile coach, I've been around the block really. You're kind of working in Agile since 2004, started off in XP. We'll go through a little bit more about that later on, but that's kind of like my if I had to pin my colours to the mast, it would be XP would be my kind of, weapon of choice. Co-founder of Lean Agile Brighton Conference. So if you like conferences by the seaside, have a look at that one. It's in October. Another really good one, but one day, one track, nice cozy community we have there. Okay, so we'll jump into it. Just a few kind of openers. I was going to test you on this, see if anyone could guess what this represents, but you would never come up with it. It was a bit too mean. But just to show how long I've been around, these are years I've spent working in various methodologies. Might be a bit difficult to see, but kind of waterfall, XP, DSDM, Scrum, Lean and Kanban, and Safe. So yeah, I've kind of varied it up a little bit rather than just working in the same methods all the time. This is another little bit just to give a bit of background on my experience, and really kind of journey and what I felt about some of these kind of methods as I've used them. So waterfall, back when I was like kind of fresh off the boat, literally green and kind of sorry, zipped on a bit too there. Yeah, so it was a bit alien to me really that there was even a thing about a methodology for building and delivering software. I was oblivious to these kind of things that people were doing, project tracking, Gantt charts, all that kind of stuff. So I was like, yeah, whatever, just let me code. So I did spend 2 years in a waterfall environment at the beginning of my career, and it was really, really insightful. Subsequently, I learned a lot about what not to do, pretty much. That kind of stayed with me for a long time afterwards, and even to this day. So XP then was my kind of baptism of fire with regards to Agile. It absolutely blew my mind, in a positive way. I was a software developer. I was learning so many cool skills, how to automate stuff, how to do automated testing, pipelines, CI/CD, all that kind of really awesome stuff. But the process stuff as well, which is one of the most overlooked things in XP. People just kind of think of it as the engineering practices, but actually pretty comparable with like Scrum from a process perspective. But a lot of really good principles and values as well that kind of came, that still stick with me today, came from my XP days. Then unfortunately had this experience with DSDM afterwards. Has anybody ever done DSDM? Lucky for you. The SDM really frustrated me. It was basically, I'd moved from this like super agile kind of context into a situation where it was all about the documentation. If anyone knows anything about XP, what's one of the things that they don't like in XP is documentation, right? So it was like kind of be really lean on documentation, now do all the documentation. It was very project management kind of style of trying to do Agile. So I didn't like that, but it was an experience. Then Scrum was everywhere. So I went to kind of some later jobs, working as a Scrum Master, moved on from being a developer. And I was kind of like, it confused me a little bit because it was very like XP. So I had that kind of frame of reference, but it didn't pay any attention to the engineering practices of what the teams were doing. So that kind of confused me, but everyone was doing it. It was a way for me to help organizations do Agile, and it was a way for me to kind of help teams to deliver software better. So that was kind of really at the core of what I was trying to do. And so if this was the vehicle for it, that was okay. Started to kind of, in some teams, the longer you stay in a Scrum team, I think you start to find that you can stretch the boundaries of Scrum, or that Scrum might actually kind of limit you in a way. So I started to play around with lean and Kanban techniques, kind of like reducing wastes, anything that's not in doing something to deliver value to the customer. You get rid of it, strip it away, pare it back. In particular, there was one particular situation where the team I was with, we had an initial goal of trying to deliver software at the end of every sprint. That's a really good place to get to. Then we found that because we'd done so much work on our automation, so much work on our CI/CD kind of approach, that we could release a lot faster than that. And Scrum doesn't technically tell you don't release more frequently, right? But I think you get into those patterns where it's like kind of we're going to work on something for 2 weeks and then deliver it at the end. So we actually decided we wanted to break that down a bit. So we just kind of discarded the iteration, the sprint kind of container, and we just said, let's just work on the most important stuff and release it when it's ready. And that was really cool. So we're looking at a lot of lean and Kanban techniques, and again, I felt a bit like a scientist there because I was kind of like looking at the data. We were experimenting, small experiments, all the good stuff you've heard about yesterday and today in this conference already. So I I felt like a process scientist a little bit when I was working in that environment. Then SAFe came on the scene, right? So I was really kind of cross with this. I'd just come from an environment where I was like, no, we're making things smaller. Like we want to strip stuff back, and now you're saying like do more. It's like I was going from big Scrum teams to let's have small Scrum teams. And then this thing came along and said, like, let's get like 150 people in the same room and do a planning session. I was like, no, this does not compute. It was like blowing my mind. So I was not very happy with that for a long time. But hopefully over the course of this talk, you'll find that I've kind of made some peace with it. And I've found some inroads, and that's really what I want to talk about. Is like, what are the kind of places where if you feel like I'm a true Agilist, that doesn't like kind of marry with what I want to do or the kind of environment I want to work in. There's lots of places where you can hook in and inject good stuff, and that's what I want to talk about, okay? So, but really, this is kind of like how I feel about it now. I'm a little bit like kind of, like SAFe is done by big organizations, right? It's at scale, and that's a really big canvas. So if you're an Agilist, like instead of just working with one team and making one team awesome, there's a lot of other stuff going on in a big organization that you can actually get in and try and make it work more agile. Now, if there is one, whoa, that's fast. This is my disclaimer, right? It's like, if you take one thing away from this, right, is I'm not telling you to do SAFe, right? What am I not telling you to do? Okay, that's not where I'm coming from, right? So I've come from a position where I feel like I'm an agnostic, apart from like my love of XP. I'm fairly agnostic. I've seen lots of different methods, frameworks, etc. And I'm happy to use any of them, right? It depends on what the client or the customer is using. I'm not telling you to do SAFe, but what I want to do is to kind of, Jesus, that's fast. That went on about like 10. Yeah, just provide a bit of shelter from the storm, really, because I found myself in positions where I've landed in an organization, they're doing SAFe. And I've been like, is this really the place for me? Can I do any good work here? And if you are in that position, then you might also kind of look for some solace, I suppose, in terms of like, you know, what good work can I do here? Just out of interest, it's a good clicker. Quick show of hands just for me to see. Is anybody currently working in a safe environment or a company that's using safe? Okay, that's more than I expected. That's cool. Anybody who kind of has previously been working in safe that hasn't already raised their hand? Okay, so you'll have a good kind of understanding of what it looks like, at least kind of across the top. And what about any safe certifications in the room? Who's got badges? Cool. All right, we might talk a bit more about that in a minute. Stop. Hey, I'll do the safe puns, okay? Okay, so when I put this talk together, the proposal for this talk, it was about it being a Marmite kind of topic, right? And I said I don't see enough of it, and it's a little bit of a blind spot, I suppose, right? Because a lot of true agilists are kind of, you know, oh, that's safe stuff. That's no good. Why would you talk about that at an Agile conference? But it's not going away, right? I mean, like, and if you work in a big company, it's definitely going to be around for a long time. And it's growing, actually, I think. So, you know, I think I'd rather kind of bring it out in the open, talk about it, and learn about how we can work within those constraints. Okay, so, but what I said was it's a Marmite topic, right? So, quick poll, so who loves Marmite? I love a bit of Marmite, that's lovely. And who hates Marmite? And just to break the paradigm, who doesn't mind Marmite? Fair enough, right? It's fair enough. So we might get to that kind of position with some things like safe as well, right? I think I'm probably like that with safe. But there's lots of things that we're a bit kind of, that we're a bit Marmitey on. Sour candy, as the Americans call it. Love it. Hate it. Don't mind it. Licorice, love it. And all the hands go up for loving it, and someone like practically vomits in the back. Okay. Too soon? Okay. This is the safe big picture, right? This is everything in safe. Quick show of hands. Like, I mean, you see this, and you might be seeing this for the first time. This is all the stuff that safe kind of like claims is part of safe. Love that. Any hands? For the camera, that was 0. Hate that. Few hands. Don't mind it. Neither yes or no. Yeah. Okay. So that's the majority. Cool. All right. We can work with this. I'm not going to get run out of the building for talking about safe. Sometimes, occasionally, in a positive way. Now, again, in terms of comparisons, you know, things that, you know, good, bad, like, dislike. So these are two. Like, someone, I was at a talk yesterday and said, you know, some of the worst people he ever worked with were the ones with the most badges, right? So this is not about like kind of, this is not bragging or anything like that, right? I couldn't care less about the badges. I actually possibly do care a little bit about this one here. So this, I would say, is like kind of the top badge that I ever earned, right? It's enterprise coaching from IC Agile, certified expert in enterprise coaching. What I learned on this course, it was over a year, fully immersive classroom training, cohort, peer work, project, applied learning, you know, strict examination at the end with an examiner. It was intense, so I really value that one, right? So that was one badge that I got, that it wasn't just because I went to a course for a couple of days. Now, I deliberately avoided safe certifications for a long time. I was like, that's not for me, right? I'm not going to subscribe to that. I don't buy into it. I don't think it's great material, and I don't want to kind of invest in myself down a safe path. But then the most recent company I joined, they strongly encouraged me to do some safe certifications, and they wanted me to be an SPC. And this is like kind of like, you know, again a kind of a top level kind of safe certification, right? Now there's no comparison in terms of the quality of these two, right? I can say from having lived in, you know, having had a foot in each camp here. a lot of the SAFE training material is just, it's death by PowerPoint, right? And you can, and we spoke with some people yesterday about this, you can become an SPC and you can start training people in SAFE, like with a very low barrier to entry. That's not great, right? Now, for me, this other one had a high barrier to entry, or a high barrier to completion. So I do value that one a lot, and I learned an awful lot of stuff on that. If you ever get a chance to go on it, I highly recommend it. So there's a lot of myths, and a lot of, I suppose there's a lot of opinion about SAFE, right? And it's definitely something like on social media, like, you know, kind of, if you're on your Twitter, LinkedIn, you talk about SAFE, anyone who raises the topic of SAFE, they're going to get slammed, right? Like, it's kind of, you know, people are strongly opinionated about this. I was myself as well, right? I kind of like, you know, that's horrible, it's an abomination, you know, boo to anyone who's kind of promoting it. So these are some things, hopefully that's readable. These are some things, like when I've spoken to people or read stuff, these are some of the things that I've picked up that people hate about SAFE, right? And I've probably been in these camps on a lot of these topics myself over time. I'll just give you a minute to look at those. You know, some of them might be familiar, you might agree with some of them. There's a few, we're not going to go into all of them, but there's a few that we probably will kind of come back to over the course of the rest of the talk. So appropriation of other people's work and ideas. So there's a big bag of tricks right on that big picture. And I know that some people, their work is in there and they're not happy about it. That's not really good. Like, that doesn't kind of sit with the way Agilists work, really, in my mind, and that kind of the values that we have. Here's another one, right? This is a very common one. It's going to be very central to what I'm going to talk about later. So it's very easy for orgs to adopt SAFE and not change their ways of working, right? There's people nodding, that seems like a familiar thing. We're going to tackle that, actually, because I don't think that it is SAFE as such that is causing that problem. So we've got some people in the room who've got the SAFE badges, right? But there's some people who collect these badges, right? They're like Boy Scouts, Girl Guides, whatever, right? You know, they've got all the badges. You see them on the email signatures, badge, 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 badge. So they must be really good at SAFE, right? They must be really good Agilists. Or they just like collecting the badges and they like going on training courses. But those folks tend to love it, right? And there are people who love it, right? And they really love the training and the certification business, that's right up their street. Gives them some kind of sense of, you know, achievement. I'm not against that, but you know, kind of gives them that sense that I suppose that they're becoming better at Agile, when actually maybe it's just they're getting better at knowing what's in SAFE and knowing how to pass the exams. Common vocabulary, I agree with that one. I think that, you know, kind of when you're working at scale, organically growing Agile from the bottom up is a hard thing to do, and you can make some good progress and improvements in a team over here and a team over there. But what happens when they get together and they call things one thing and they call it another thing? There's a little bit of friction around that. So I like having some kind of common vocabulary, some kind of framework around what we call things. That's not necessarily a bad thing when you're operating at scale. Does anybody know who that is? Oh, well, the name's on there. Carl Scotland, right? But he's also a co-founder of Lean Agile Brighton. Now, I stumbled across this when I was trying to do some research for, like, you know, kind of opinions on SAFE. If you get a chance, like, kind of check this out. This is an awesome podcast with Joshua Korevsky, or however you pronounce that. They did a skit basically on SAFE, right? So they call it SAME. They're starting up their own framework, which is the same methodology. And as you can imagine, like, you know, they've got great names, which they just got, like, they created themselves. Certified SAME fellow and a chief Scientologist the same. So as you can kind of get the gist here, right? It's like they're talking about, you know, a lot of this is you don't have to change anything. These are quotes from the actual podcast. It's very dry and witty, and it's a really nice skit. I definitely think, you know, kind of go and watch it and have a laugh, because it's quite clever. It takes about 10 minutes to warm up, but it's all kind of part of it, you know. So definitely give it a look. But yeah, so you can't, it's difficult when you've experienced SAFE to argue with a lot of this stuff, right? This happens all the time. It's very, very familiar territory if you're working in a SAFE environment where they relabel things, they call things a different name, give people new job titles, but nothing actually changes. Very common. Don't have to do anything. Just do the same thing. Don't change anything. Hence, same framework, right? Now again, more research I was doing, I came across this really cool article, which Steve Smith actually is co-author of. And Equal Experts is a great organization, but even they're saying they don't recommend SAFE, right? They're actually discouraging people from using SAFE. Great article, go and have a look at it. They have another page which is around kind of how Equal Experts proposes you do SAFE, or do scale. Take a look at that. There are other things. There was a talk here yesterday, if anyone was at the B talk, that was swarming, the scaling without a religious methodology by Dan North and Catherine Kirk, both alumni of Lean Agile Brighton. So obviously good folks. And there's other ways, right? And there's other scaling frameworks. Equal Experts is saying don't do it. Now in the article there was a few things that kind of stood out for me, right? There was like, these are experiences that Equal Experts clients have had. And again, it's all very resonant, right? It's not kind of, you can see how a company that adopts SAFE can have these experiences, right? Now, there's a few that I kind of want to double click on a bit. This one down here, right? So SAFE didn't create a product-led culture, control scope or manage overheads. Adopting SAFE was supposed to improve the flow of work, but there was no change. And this one up here, an autocracy full of top-down approvals, cross-team handoffs. You need to lead with context, but SAFE leads with command and control. So as I read all these examples, which were kind of like really, I think these people having a go at like why SAFE is not good for them. My question is like, who's to blame here, right? Like, I mean, is that SAFE, or is that like your company or how you're implementing this framework? Because like those things, whoa. These things like are, if you look at them like, SAFE is not telling anyone to do this, right? It's not discouraging them from doing things like having a product-led culture. So there's none of that in there, right? So these are kind of anti-patterns or things, ways that people have misapplied a framework or misunderstood a framework, or just that's the way their organization works, and the framework wasn't going to change it unless you intentionally tackle those problems that need to be fixed, right? Okay, so who's really to blame? You're getting the previews. It's like the trailers at the movies, right? So, like SAFE itself will say, right? It says on its website, it's designed for enterprises and governments at scale. A lot of times, people think that kind of scaling is the goal. That's not what they're saying. They're not saying you need to grow as big as possible and apply Agile across your entire organization and keep growing that. It's not like these are companies and organizations that are already big, right? They're already massive. They want some of the benefits of Agile, how do they get that when they are already at scale? It's a tricky problem. That's the kind of problem that they're looking to solve. Now, for me, how this all ties in is like, we all here, right, have got a different picture in our head as to like what good Agile looks like, right? Guaranteed. Like what I think versus what you think versus what you think, we're all thinking a different thing. We might have some commonality, but we have a different picture in our head. And I think this is why people, and certainly why I got angry with the whole concept of SAFE. It was like, that doesn't marry with what I think good Agile looks like, right? And you probably have similar kind of vibe. But we have to kind of try and understand what problem is SAFE trying to solve, or where is it trying to help? So let's think about Agile at scale. I was trying to think of a picture for this, and it was like kind of what are two big things? It's the Empire State Building and King Kong. So that's what you got. And also, I had recently been on a trip to New York, and I did go up the Empire State Building. This has got nothing to do with the talk. This is an aside. But when I was there, I saw this neat little kind of thing which said that the Empire State Building was built basically in an incremental way, right? So they built it up, each increment, and this was like kind of June, beginning of July, end of July, August, September. But after each increment, it was usable. That's really cool. So they didn't like kind of just build it. Obviously, every building has to be built up like that, but usually it's like it's usable at the end. But they had like at each stage it was usable, which was pretty cool, right? So nothing to do with Scale Agile. It's just to do with King Kong and the Empire State Building. Okay, so context, right? Context. Everyone's talking about like context is king. So if you work in a Scrum team, like or in a single team environment, right? You can do Scrum, you can do Kanban, you can do whatever, you can do XP, and you can focus on delivering increments of value every sprint or every kind of short period of time, and that's awesome, and that's what we want all teams to be doing. Really, that's really cool, right? That's not the problem that SAFe is trying to tackle, of course, right? So different problems emerge as you have more teams, right? So like 14, you can be doing a Spotify model or something similar, right? Like kind of Scrum with Scrums, but you're starting to get concerns, common things that are cutting across all of these different teams, right? So that's like a bigger impediment that you could remove. Remove that one impediment, it speeds up 4 teams. Great. Dependencies between 4 teams, that's a bit more manageable, right? So that's cool. But then that spoiled that, didn't it? I'm not pressing it lots, I promise. So this is the whole thing, right? It's like that Wayne's Word. I don't know if anyone remembers the Wayne's Word thing of like, how rumors start. It's like, well, I told my friend, then he told 2 friends, and then they told 2 friends, and they told 2 friends. So you start to get this kind of there we go. Scaling problems. What if you've that many teams, right? So now you can start to, even though you don't know what the problems are, you can start to tell there's bigger problems at hand here, right? It's not just about how does team A improve their process. It's about like how do we start to get benefits across all of these teams. And we could say descale, break them all out into kind of smaller subsections, tribes, groups of teams, etc. Probably good things to do. A lot of that Dan North, Catherine Kurtz, swarming without scaling without a religious methodology would be about that. Descaling rather than scaling up, all that kind of stuff. That descale the work, don't use a scale framework. All good kind of good ideas, but they're not immediate in some cases, or they require a lot of reorganization that maybe companies aren't willing to do initially when they're just kind of like dipping their toe in the water from an agile perspective. So this is this is one of the things I think we have to kind of just appreciate, right? Is like SAFe exists because this stuff exists, right? Big organizations, they already have a command and control culture, right? SAFe isn't going in telling them to do that, right? That exists already. Fact. Hierarchies, they're there. Dependencies, there. Monoliths, projects, yearly planning cycles, yearly budgeting, yearly performance reviews, all that kind of stuff, it's already there right now. So we can't kind of judge like day one for SAFe implementation. Someone's made a good decision there. They're saying we want to go agile. We want the benefits of agile and we want our teams to work in an agile environment, but we don't know how to do it across this massive scale. And then kind of they don't know what they're doing, so they say they're going to do SAFe, right? So they buy the the snake oil essentially, right? So they say, yeah, let's do SAFe and let's get people in. So this is the big boss at the top. He wants scaled agile because he knows he's working at scale and he knows he wants agile. Scaled agile sounds like the right solution, we can give him agile. So this is the whole kind of Trojan horse thing, right? It's like kind of if you're a pragmatic agilist, right, you hide yourself inside this SAFe transformation, right? Basically, or they're doing SAFe. You go in and you do the good agile stuff that you know happens, right? Because you have a mandate now, right? You have a mandate to do scaled agile. You don't necessarily have to do SAFe techniques by the book. Do all the steps, right? You hide yourself in the SAFe framework. You go in and you do good work, right? That's kind of really what that Trojan horse mentality is, right? And Dan North, I've known Dan for a long time. Like all the pictures of Dan now, you see him with the hat. That's his like trademark. But I knew him when he was trying to get the waistcoat to take off as his thing. So like that was a long time ago. He ditched the waistcoat and now he's onto the hat. I think it's kind of probably better, to be honest. But I had a chat with him last time I spoke with him, and I was kind of probably having a whinge about, oh yeah, companies doing safe, and he said, just do the good stuff, and it kind of inspired his talk. Really, just do the good stuff. They won't know the difference, right? So they don't know what they're getting when they've chosen safe. I know this doesn't. What I'm not saying, right? I'm not saying go and do evil things or just do your own thing, go off piste, right? It's like you'll know a lot of good things to do. If you go in and you say, oh, safe is a bit heavyweight in this department and they're trying to do this, make it leaner, right? You can apply your own judgment and your own experience and say, right, just because people who've got a few badges are deciding we need to do these steps, which is a heavyweight process, doesn't mean that you can't give your opinion and your thoughts and say, we could do that in a much better way, get better outcomes, and we wouldn't just be doing the theatre. Okay, so it's up to you, and it's up to all of us as kind of agilists within these companies to apply that mentality, is what I think, right? It's like you hide yourself in, you don't hide yourself, but that's how you get in, right? As you get in because they're doing safe, then they hire you in, and then you do good stuff, right? We don't have to just go in and do things that we don't agree with because it's in the name of safe. Might as well just use the button on the laptop. So the Siege of Troy, if you don't know I don't know if that's history or mythology, really, to be honest. But the Greeks were, they laid siege to Troy. They were 10 years camped outside the city walls. They couldn't get in. And then they pretended to leave, and they left this kind of token of respect or something, kind of the spoils of war behind the Trojan horse, and that's where all the warriors were hidden inside. Trojans brought it into the inside the city walls, and at night they all came out, and I think you probably know what happens next, right? But they won the war. But that's the kind of mentality that I'm applying personally, and I think that lots of other people can. It's like, hey, if you're doing safe already, well, you're inside the city walls. They want agilists to help them apply, to implement safe. So just do good work, right? Kind of some of it will be in safe, some of it you might be bending the kind of the boundaries a little bit or stripping stuff back. That's good. And it's everything you need is in safe to justify why you're doing it, right? I'll give you some examples now, right? So, again, come back to this one, right? This is the big bag of tricks, right? So one of the things that people don't like about it is there's too much stuff in there, right? Actually, that works in your favor. It's got everything in there. So if you say we shouldn't, safe says we need to do this thing and that's terrible, I don't agree with it. It's like, but find something in there that you struggle to not find something you do agree with, because everything is in there, right? So you can use, they're all your weapons. They're all the weapons you need are in there, right? And I think it's very like when Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone, right? He's apprehensive, like, I made my family disappear, but then he realizes, hang on a second, I made my family disappear. I have everything I need now. This is what I want. This is what I wanted all the time. So I'm just going to give you a few examples, right? Like, here's some things. These would be common areas, I think, right? Where people would say, think back to all the things that people say bad about safe, right? Well, actually, it says do XP, Scrum, Kanban. It's one of the few places that still recommends doing XP, right? So that's good. But do that to your heart's content. If you think like, there's all this good stuff in Scrum or in Kanban that I can't do in safe, you're wrong, because you can do it all. It says do it, right? So just do whatever you want in that regard. If you like Scrum and Scrums, you've got a few teams and you think that synchronization is good, they do that. They call it a different thing, an art sync, right? It's great, but just do it. Like, it's the same thing. It's like it's multiple teams getting together and synchronizing. That's a good thing. Do it. Release planning, we used to call it, like, I don't know if history lesson is like kind of basically when Agile started, like people were doing Scrum or whatever, right? They used to just plan one sprint at a time. And then people said, yeah, but that's very kind of, we've gone from like yearly planning to like kind of just 2-week planning. We need something more. We need to be able to, the business needs to be able to like kind of plan a little bit more ahead in the medium term. So people came up with this thing called release planning. Why they call it release planning, I think, is because at the time, it was like kind of, harder to do releases. And they said, well, if we did like 3, 4, 5 sprints, if we planned that out, and then we could plan a release at the end of it. But it's medium-term planning, right? That's what they do with PI planning. So it's medium-term planning, not a bad thing, right? Like, I mean, but if you think that that's beneficial, go and do it, right? If you think, we used to do release planning in my startup I worked in, you can do it here, right? Innovation, this is one of the things where like kind of the application of the framework is what you're depending on, right? So like SAFE will say, like if you're doing 6 sprints as a kind of a PI, keep the last one just purely for innovation and planning, right? So as I said, like bake it in. It's like Google 10% time, right? But none of these things become like myths, really. The framework will say to do it, but people don't do it for various reasons. But it's not because of SAFE, right? It's because you're choosing not to do it. But if you want to do more innovation stuff, there's kind of accommodations in there for it. Flight levels, Klaus Leopold, anybody heard about flight levels? This is a great idea, right? That's already in SAFE. It's not called flight levels, right? It's just portfolio management. You go in, put your flight levels hat on and do it. Right? Great, no problem. Team topologies is in there. Don't think they like being in there, but if you're worried about how teams are organized, and you like team topologies, it's there. You have the license to do it. Flow metrics, lean, Kanban, they're all around that. It's like massively baked in, lean and Kanban principles. Do it your heart's content. Kind of do all the good stuff that you already know you could do or you had done in a previous non-SAFE environment, and you can still do it here. You've got complete license. Budgeting and planning, like yearly kind of cycles, people will still adopt SAFE, of course, and still do this. But there's measures in there to try and start and reel that back in, right? So kind of moving to multiple times a year, quarterly, all that kind of stuff. So actually, that's a hard thing to do, even in a small organization, but kind of they do address it. And if that's something that you think is like, this is always an impediment, is the yearly budgeting. It stops all the teams from being agile. It's like, well, great, there's methods in there and there's stuff in there you can go and tackle and use that to kind of as a weapon to turn that on the organization itself and say, look, well, you said do SAFE, and SAFE says we should be doing this, so let's do it. Ultimately, it all comes down to change. What changes do you need to enact, right? Yeah, CI/CD, like they're all. I mean, obviously, this is the thing with Scrum as well, right? Was that kind of like the engineering practices? They're great. You should totally do them, right? Whereas then they don't tell you anything about how to do them. And SAFE is the same, right? I mean, so it's like kind of great. We should do all these things. We should totally do innovation sprints. We should have all this CI/CD. We should release every sprint. All the teams together release every sprint. Why would you not do it? Easy to say, hard to do, but that's kind of changes that you need to kind of look at. Like, is that something we want to move towards, and how do we get there, regardless of what the umbrella is at the top. OKRs, it's even got that like kind of, like they'll add anything onto the big picture, right? Like AI is on there. That's got nothing to do with SAFE, right? But like they're just kind of, that's sales pitches, right? But OKRs, if you think back to the keynote this morning, right? Outcomes and outputs, big kind of theme on that. And if you are passionate about that, SAFE has got the weapon in there for you to say, right, we need to be thinking about outcomes, OKRs. It's in there. SAFE says it. So why would they argue? Takeaways, and this is going to get you thinking about food, obviously, just before lunch. But the takeaways for me really is like kind of, regardless of the framework, it doesn't matter if you're in SAFE or Scrum and you don't like either of those things. Be courageous and just do the things that you know are good things to do, right? Don't let the choice of framework stop you from doing the things that you know are the right things to do. And again, don't be maverick. I'm not saying be maverick and go against what the company wants you to do, or just do things for your own benefit. It's like, if you think that the company benefits from doing something in this particular way, you probably have got the license to do it. You need to grab that, take that, and kind of and run with it. So be courageous. Be lean within the framework. Like, what I think about this is, if there's a thing in SAFE and you think, that's just way too heavyweight, and it's a 10-step kind of journey, and you think, I could do that in 3, do it in 3. Like, that's, go and do it. Don't listen to the prescriptive kind of approach. Just do what you think. As long as your outcome is what you're expecting to get, and you get there faster, that's brilliant. Do it. And just like, kind of be empowered to, be a real change agent. Don't go into a SAFE environment and think, well, now I have to go kind of, hand in my gun and my badge, and I can't do anything here in this jurisdiction. It's like kind of, no, you can do whatever you want. If you've got good ideas about how to improve things, go and do it, right? Empower yourself. Don't wait for someone else to tell you you can do it, because the people in those decision-making roles probably chose SAFE, and they're probably these people with all the badges who really want us to do SAFE. But if you know better, you can encourage them, you can educate them, and you can show them kind of alternative ways of doing it. And just a couple of nice little bits to kind of finish off with. Like, you meet people where they are, sure, right? Because they have all these dysfunctions. But like, kind of, you know, don't discount a lot of companies because they're doing SAFE. It's like, well, that might be where they are, but it might not be where they'll where you want them to be. But what you want is, as well, also is like, don't leave them where they are, right? So like, meet them where they are, but don't leave them there. Like, go in and don't just accept this is SAFE and it's never going to be anything different. Go in and be agile and do all the good agile stuff, right? And with that, I think, thank you. No feedback on the clicker. Thank you. I think I should have moved on to just pushing the button faster, so it doesn't show me in a good light. Yeah, if anyone's got any questions, happy to take them or stay back. Yes.
I'm going to keep with the food analogy. I think what you see from food safe as this alarm. You've got a lot of ingredients that you can pick from and choose your own recipe. But aren't there actually recipes that you are encouraged to follow? Or actually say, choose.
It depends how much scrutiny you want to put on that, right? So it's a great question, and it's a really good kind of metaphor as well, that larder of ingredients. I mean, obviously, you can't just choose any ingredients and chuck them together and hope that that it'll turn out okay. You know, I think you have to. But if you have experience of certain recipes, then yeah, cook them up. That's what I'd say. That's what I think. Yeah. Bit of both, I think. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to stop you bringing external things that are external to SAFE, or things that you've experienced in previous organizations or previous contexts, and saying, hey, I know SAFE says this. Like, if you're critically appraising what SAFE is telling you to do and what your organization is trying to do in a particular situation, right? So, oh, looks like we're going down this road now. We're going to do PI planning, but it's going to be like, you know, kind of 12 sprints kind of example, right? Like, why someone chose that, don't know. So you could say, well, you know, manifesto says release more frequently, preference for the smaller timescales. That's not, you know, SAFE will obviously reference the manifesto, but that's something that you already know from just Agile. You know, so you can say, well, I'm going to apply that critical thinking to what we're trying to do here and encourage people to bring that timescale in. Let's do like, well, 6 sprints, or let's do less. Let's kind of have a goal to keep moving that down. So that's you as an agilist applying your knowledge that maybe not be. It might be in SAFE, or it might not be explicitly or called out very loudly in there, right? But if you know it, you can do it, right? Yeah. Any other questions? Hi. So it's a great example, right? So thanks for the question. It's one of the very easiest ones, kind of, to look at and to sum up all of this, right? Because even in the same video, right? That was the thing. Is like, it identifies the dependencies and then it doesn't do anything about them, right? But like, SAFE is not telling. No one is saying don't do anything about those dependencies, right? We have to decide to do something about the dependencies. And I think where it becomes difficult, right, is, well, first you have to identify the dependencies. Sometimes in really large organizations, people come together for like kind of joined up planning, and they meet the people they were dependent on that they didn't even really know there was a team behind it or something else. So first it's identifying them and knowing about them. Second is like managing them better, but that's not brilliant, right? So well, if I know I'm dependent on you, I can stay in contact with you a lot more frequently, right? Great. But it's the reorganization that would eradicate the dependency. So it's like, if I'm dependent on you, why don't you join my team or I join your team, right? That's the step people don't want to take. And that's the bit that people shy away from. Reorganization is not Some organizations might have the culture where they're happy to reorg, at the drop of a hat, or to shuffle people around. These kinds of organizations don't tend to be like that. So it is a hard thing to do, but the answer is obvious, right? It's like we need to shuffle kind of people around a little bit so that they don't have the dependency. But no one is telling you don't do that, right? It's just that is the pattern that is being adopted. People are like that's great, we'll manage that dependency, but we won't eradicate it. So, but you can do. Just a harder move to make.
So above this, you could definitely give advice of take what you can and make it your own. But have you found in your experience that if you're trying someone else, are there any necessary rules you can really I will do what I can do, but also are there any that stick out to you think you're like, you just have to kind of
Just suck it up. So one of the things is timing is like kind of is a thing, right? You can have in your head, is it the bad people want to do this thing. Me, the hero, wants to do this thing. And not be absolute about it, right? Like kind of think of it as a scale. It's like, well, okay, the example of they want to do 12 sprints for a PI, right? Well, what if I could bring them in a bit? I want them to actually not even be doing PIs, possibly, right? I'm probably at that end of that extremity of the scale. But how do I bring them in, right? Like kind of let's make a move, and if I feel and sense that there's appetite for that, like they just randomly pick 12, and I say, hey, you know what? If we did 6, we'd get these benefits. They might go for that. If they're pushing back really hard for various reasons, there might be something behind that. So you might kind of back off a little bit, but go again at it, like kind of a little bit further down the line at the next iteration. So a lot of it is sensing and responding, right? Like just kind of good kind of approaches to take. Like sometimes if you feel there's too much heat on this, like I could be doing myself more bad than good by trying to, like, is this the hill I want to die on, right? That's kind of a really good kind of way to think about it. But as long as you don't kind of like avoid all the hills, kind of, at some point you do have to push people a little bit, which is like, it's not a very coachy kind of approach, right? You want people to, lead them to the result themselves, and they need to discover it and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes they do need a kick over the edge, right? Or just a push to jump into the pool. So yeah, you just have to kind of like sense and respond and adapt as you go. I don't think there's anything particularly that like kind of this has come out as like kind of a do not touch this kind of thing, because it's all agile stuff, right? It's come from somewhere good initially, and it's all been put in a big bag with a safe label on the front of it, right? So it's like kind of, there's good stuff in there. It's just about how we use it.
Hey guys, thank you for joining, and I hope this will be interesting even after lunch, when possibly I just said you guys want to maybe just sleep and digest. This talk is about explainability and transparency when we build systems that use algorithms to either make decisions automatically or help us humans make decisions. And I'll explain a little bit like why this is important, why it's a problem, and why we should care, and also how we can get to this point of explainability, and why actually there is a talk about this, because initially I wasn't even aware when I started my current project that is a thing. And then I was like, why do we need to worry about? And then when you dive into this, it becomes quite complicated and quite complex. So I want to, and you are in the right talk. So those who've seen the lightning talk yesterday, that was a little bit of a repeat, but it sets a nice scene for it. So yesterday and Amsterdam a couple of weeks ago, I gave this talk about existential risk, and I'm basically saying, look, that's for now, for 3 minutes only, let's talk about the end of the world quickly. And my first question usually is like, who in the room is doing anything at the moment with machine learning, data science, algorithmic decision making? Is that anyone? So a lot, right? Because on one hand, it's useful, it's what we frequently do with software, but also it's a bit the kind of flavor of the day, really. So existential risks are the things, and global risks are the things that kill off civilizations or that lead to severe problems for civilizations. So natural risks we can expect in the next 100 years with 1 in 140 chance to be hit by another mass extinction asteroid. That would be the 6th one, like in global history. Biotech, we have in the UK alone around 100 incidents in high containment facilities in like every 5-year time span. That's a pretty abysmal record. Whether you believe in the thing where corona comes from or not doesn't matter. We have these incidents in high containment facilities here. Physics experiments, nothing happened yet, but when CERN was launched with the Large Hadron Collider, there was deep research into whether there would be micro black holes created as part of the particle collisions. That would have been planet-ending bad, didn't happen. There is a theory that these experiments might trigger vacuum decay. That's where you bring the energy level of the universe a level down, and that's the universe ending bad. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but if it did happen, we wouldn't realize, so it doesn't matter. There is always nuclear annihilation and, of course, runaway greenhouse, so global warming is a concern. And then finally, there is the one that's related to this talk, unaligned AI. So there's this theory, this hypothesis that at the moment we have algorithms that are fairly intelligent, but some are not, but on very, very specific, very narrow tasks, right? In some cases, they're better than humans, in many they are not. And we're working towards what's called general artificial intelligence, which is basically a human level of intelligence across a wide range of domains. So I can't only, as an algorithm, just classify cat pictures, yes or no, but I can also, make coffee, fold proteins, make music, whatever, a little bit like a human. And then the theory is that right out of that, we'll see automatically emerge, this theory, and it's very controversial, we'll see superintelligence arise, which is an intelligence level beyond humans, which we can't really imagine. It's a bit like the difference between us and a flatworm or a mouse or something, right? And the theory there is that even if that isn't outright hostile, and there is good evidence that it wouldn't be, it just wouldn't care about us and it wouldn't share the same goals, and that can become problematic. Now, this is all a little bit maybe hypothetical, but the reason why we're talking about this is that there's the Fermi paradox, and Fermi looked kind of at the universe and said, look, the universe is so old and so big, there should be life everywhere, but we're not seeing this. So why is that? And there's a couple of hypotheses. One is the great filter, where the idea is that you have to go from non-animate matter to life, to intelligent life, to technology, to civilizations that do run around in space and broadcast into space, that there are these stages. And maybe these stages are really, really hard to overcome. So the theory is that either we are the only ones who ever evolved as intelligent life, and there's just no one else because the genesis of life is really, really hard, or maybe there is the other extreme, that there is or has been lots of life. So life pops up left, right, and center in the universe. But then when civilizations hit this point of technology where we are right now, then they encounter these dangerous technologies. They double in them, and they fuck up, and they're gone. So this is where nanotechnology wipes you out, or biotech wipes you out, or you mess with your genome, or whatever it might be, right? So the science of existential and global risk is kind of discussing what should we do to mitigate these risks, right? So if this is true, what I've just said, then this matters because we have just started as humans to dabble in all these technologies. And forget the global existential risks. They might be very unlikely. I mean, they're one shot, so we really want to control them because if you get it wrong, you're fucked, right? But even minor fuck-ups like global warming or having an algorithm that influences elections, those things can severely impact individuals' lives, democracy, society in general, the economy. We have seen algorithms that were like fast trading and making algorithmic trading decisions, and within minutes there were kind of billions lost, right? So even minor fuck-ups with algorithms can have a severe impact. So this is why transparency and explainability matter when building AI-driven systems, because they allow us to, is one area of how we can mitigate some of those risks when we come to AI algorithms. And I'll go a little bit more into this in detail. I'll switch over now to the actual topic at hand, and then I'll give you the end of the thing we've just seen at the end. So there's a little bit of a curve here. So the reason why I got involved in this is that I'm currently working with a client who is building assessment products for English language. And initially I thought, well, it's just a machine that assesses someone's language proficiency. How well do they speak English? And why should that be problematic? But then when you look at the use cases for the certificates that you get and the assessment you get, for instance, the tests we administer Will people allowed to study in the UK, to get citizenship or visas here? Employment decisions will be made on those, right? Do you get the job or not? Do you get the promotion? Are you allowed to work as a nurse in the UK or other countries? Then suddenly you're talking about what we call high-stakes decisions. And that can be very problematic if you get it wrong, right? So that's why, at the moment, my team is exploring algorithmic decision-making around assessment and learning, but we're very, very mindful and very careful about not introducing bias, discrimination, unfairness, etc., into the algorithm, which means we need to understand what the algorithm does and then also be able to explain it to people, like why a certain decision was derived or made by the algorithm. So if I speak to a bot and the bot says you're a B2 English level rather than a C2, then I need to be able to explain to the learner, but also maybe some regulator, why their decision was made by the algorithm, right? And I need to understand it to quality assure that entire thing. So that's what I want to talk about. Good. So I work with that team as product manager. So that's why kind of that falls under my remit. But of course, I'm supported by data scientists, and I'll talk a little bit more about how the team structure looks like in a minute, by other disciplines. So what I want to talk about is explain quickly, and I've touched on this already, what algorithmic decision making is, why it can be problematic, how does AI feature into this? You will realize I've mentioned the term algorithmic decision making a lot. So what's the connection to AI? What explainability, why do we want to do explainability? Also what the law says and regulators say about that. How does explainability done well look like? How do you rationalize outputs? This might not be quite clear because initially people usually think, well, it's easy, right? It's an algorithm, we can explain it. But we can't, and I'll explain why that is. And then what the benefits of this entire thing are, not just, obviously there's a link in there. If it's a regulatory requirement, the benefit is not to go to prison, right? But there is more benefits in that as well. And I hope I'll show you you'll see some examples of how explainability in practice looks like. So I'm not a legal expert, I'm not a data scientist. So this session, take it at an awareness level for product people or even technical people that this exists as explainability and how we can go about achieving it and what we need to consider. I have legal experts in my team. I have data scientists that work with me, and they make the kind of important decisions and calls and advice, right? So just keep that in mind. Good. So what is algorithmic decision making? Well, generally speaking, algorithms do solve 4 or 5 problem classes. So they're like, is this a cat or not, right? They'll make predictions, you have cancer or not. They make recommendations. Send a SWAT team to this house for a 911 triage call, or maybe just send the ambulance or something. And then generation, here is a cat picture, or here is some text, or large language models and image generation models. So that's roughly the classes we see. There might be other things in there, like scientific models. That's kind of, I would say, again, generation, where you fold proteins and the model gives you answers for that. But that's roughly the things we're looking at. So algorithmic decision-making is the process of making decisions based on outputs from algorithms, or as a human, where I'm supported by some information that an algorithm provides to me. And just to say this right now, the more you take humans out of the loop, the harder the regulator comes down on you, and the more requirements you have to build into your system, because regulators at the moment are really worried, and I'll explain in a second why, that we are automating at scale, and there is no redress or recourse that the users on the receiving end of the decision have, right? So, a couple of examples. Where might we use algorithmic decision-making? Airline seat allocation, right? Super basic algorithm. That's not what we would normally call AI, but you could use AI, whatever that means, for it. So this is about where will people sit, right? Insurance or loan underwriting. What's the risk to this customer, or the risk the customer brings? Sorry, not to the customer, the risk the customer brings. So basically, are they defaulting on the loan or not? Or are they crashing their car all the time? And then the question is, should they get a policy, and how much should they pay? 911, police incident call triage. So someone's calling in saying there is a shooting next door. It sounded like a shooting. I had that a couple of years ago where I thought, did sound weird. So the question is, what's the incident profile? And then the question is, which incidents do I, as the emergency call operator, do I prioritize? Who do I send there? How fast do they need to be there? And what do I tell them, right? Do they show up with a SWAT team, or are they nicely knocking at the door, right? And as we've seen in the US, that can lead to severe problems if you get it wrong. Oops, did I? Yeah, okay. So the problem with algorithmic decision making, the question why this is hard is to do with the question, on one hand, what could possibly go wrong for the end user? So airline seat allocation, well, you might just be sulking because you're not sitting next to your partner or you're not having a window seat. You know, who cares? Insurance or loan underwriting, the algorithm might unfairly discriminate against you or might mistake you for someone else, right? And we heard in the keynote yesterday that there is a lot of bias in algorithms, and that will lead to a problem because then you might either not get a loan or not get a policy. You may pay a higher premium, and that eventually may have all sorts of repercussions and following effects where Cathy O'Neill, who's a writer in that space, says it's kind of death spiral of modeling, because especially if you're like socially and economically on a lower kind of level already, these algorithms might penalize you for it through higher premiums, through harsher conditions, and that makes you possibly kind of default on a payment, which then will drag you down more and more and more, and you may end up in prison or you lose your house, right? Same thing, I mentioned that already. Is this kind of a prank call? Is this doxing or swatting, or doxing or actually an incident, and do you need a SWAT team there? So again, very, very important. This is an interesting one, very old. It's a bit overused, that example, but I think it's a good one. Chinese researcher team. Anyone wants to make any predictions? The 3 criminals in there? Any idea? Apparently. So they fed images from a police database into a machine learning model, and then also images from social media into the model as like criminals. The first set labeled as criminals, the second set labeled as non-criminals, and then trained the model based on that. And they claim they have, I can't remember exactly, but I think they claim they have an 80% correctness rate. But then again, I think we can see a lot of problems with this, right? I mean, criminal, what does that even mean, right? It depends on culture, it depends on, I mean, laws evolve all the time. How would you ever detect that from facial features? Now, you could argue, well, maybe these 3 just look guilty, but then again, they're shot in a police station. Of course, you'll look not great, right? You won't be smiling. So there is the challenge that some Western scientists have posed is that it's basically what you're measuring is the distance edges of the mouse to nose, tip of nose, and that kind of is what the model is actually telling you. It's not telling you whether you're a criminal. So the there's a correlation possibly, but there's the causation doesn't exist. These scientists are fighting tooth and nail still that this is a highly useful model, and yeah, we don't know in China exactly whether these models are used or not in the justice system. So the other thing is that automation is great until it isn't, because generally speaking, automation allows us to be fast, reliable, scale up, process loads of data, process loads of user requests or users, depending on what you do with it, right? And if there is bias in it or there are problems in it, because it's automated and it's a machine, you can correct for it, right? So in my industry, when we don't use automated systems, we have examiners or invigilators, and they will examine you or mark your work, and then we double mark. In some cases, we triple mark if there are discrepancies. We also move the humans around, and by that, because we know that our examiners and teachers and assessors are not perfect, but by moving them around, by triple marking, we're basically balancing the error out, right? Also, we have hundreds of years of experience with how humans mark and the biases in there. So we think that's actually, the human assessment is not perfect in no shape or form, but we know roughly what to expect from it. Whereas with the machine system, right, at the moment, because they're so new, and it's very easy to introduce bias, and sometimes the bias is very hard to detect, we actually don't really know exactly what they're doing, and that's where kind of the problem here comes in. As these systems become more powerful and scale up, their reach and their impact is just much stronger. The other thing we have is we have 2 biases that come in. We have pro-machine bias, where people believe that whatever an algorithm says is more reliable, more accurate than what a human would say. That's a bias we have in us humans. But we also have the opposite, where we mistrust machines by definition, where we think machines need to be absolutely perfect before we can use them, right? So these 2 biases together with the kind of novelty of the technology, make it really, really difficult. And we need to be just very careful how quickly we deploy some of those algorithms at scale. So the question then is like, how about AI? Well, if you look at like what intelligence is, I really like Francois Chollet's definition. It's skill acquisition efficiency. So basically, how quickly can I acquire skills in domains that are not my core domain? And humans are really good with that. So you guys can walk into any kitchen and you can find out how to make coffee or boil an egg in that kitchen. Try to get a robot or a machine learning model to do that. They will get quite quickly confused if the layout isn't the same, if the space isn't the same, if the packaging looks different, right? But then you can also say to a human, now sit down at the piano and learn playing the piano. That same robot or model that's optimized for kitchens would at the moment be very, very hard pressed to do that, right? So hence the skill acquisition efficiency. And then kind of the Coursera thing I thought was quite nice. So systems that are capable of performing complex tasks that historically only a human could do, such as reasoning, making decisions, solving problems. That's artificial intelligence. I mean, artificial anyway, we need to keep that a little bit loose, right? That doesn't define what substrate is running on. That could be physical hardware, that could be biological hardware, right? Or, I mean, just ignore that, what it's running on. And then, which I think is better, from the EU AI Act, which is coming into power, or has come into power in July now. That is to generate outputs such as content predictions, recommendations, or decisions, which comes back to the use cases I mentioned, which influence the environment. So that's quite a broad definition, right? So my point being is really, AI is a bit of a red herring. We're talking about algorithms here. And the only difference is how powerful the algorithms are, and based on that, how we treat them. So if you look at this, you have very basic, very simplistic algorithms. At the top, your classification rules, your logistic regression, which most of us will have done in school. And then you have decision trees. That's also really simple. It's like, you ask questions. You're like, OK, is it this answer or this? Then you ask the next question, so classic tree. But then you become more complicated, where you go down towards support vector machines or random forests, and ultimately neural networks, which is where kind of AI at the moment sits, down to the lower right. And they get more powerful there in terms of predictive power. But, and this is the problem, the explainability of understanding why inputs lead to outputs and how reliable this is also decreases. So basic, simple algorithms like logistic regressions are really easy to explain and justify, because I can rationally explain why X and Y put in lead to Z as an output. I cannot always easily do that with neural networks. So if you use a large language model, it's really, really hard to predict and to rationalize why a certain sentence was derived. And the same with image generation or other similar algorithms, or when you do facial recognition. I'll show you some ways of how you can achieve that. But these models towards the right is what we call black box models. So they work, and we can prove that they work statistically, but we cannot really at the moment rationally explain how A leads to B. That's just the way the models are built internally and how they are trained. So what this then means is that, just coming back to this, should be clear by now, explainability helps us rationalize, and I think this is very important, make understandable the output of a system in relation to the inputs we provide, right? So it's not just that we understand and someone can explain how it works. It needs to be understood by the people who use the system and also who are on the receiving end of the system. I'll explain that in a little bit more in a second, what I mean by that. What it allows us to do is to assure that the decisions that are made following the algorithmic output are good ones, whatever good means, right? It could be, as an insurance company, you just don't care about human well-being and you just want to optimize for profit. You could argue that's a good one. I would argue the good one is something that's fair, doesn't discriminate as well, it isn't biased, etc., right? But good is what you want to achieve with it. It is important. Sorry, this kind of flashes weirdly. I don't know why. Explainability is important now, as I said before, as our algorithms' power and reach create extensive risks. That's about the scaling, the impact they have on more and more human lives, and also because they can do tasks that are high stakes, high impact. It can be hard because, as I said, we sometimes don't know what's going on inside an algorithm. And just to give you some examples here, in terms of what an end user would like explained to them. So seat allocation, I'm not sure you care. I don't think you need to explain it to a user. It's just a bit shit if you're not sitting next to your partner, but hey, you might not need to explain that. However, an internal user like a marketeer or someone, maybe a pilot, because you have to balance the balance planes, right? They might want to know why the algorithm does what it does, or they might want to at least assure that it doesn't put all people on the right-hand side, right? So there is explainability dependent on the user group, but we're looking here only at the end user to make this simple. As a customer, I want to understand why was I rejected from getting insurance policy, right? Why am I not getting my travel insurance for this summer? Here, the operator will need to understand why the system triaged a call as a high-risk house invasion, because maybe he'll then send, as I said, a SWAT team to the house. And he will be interested in understanding, okay, why did you do that? And that might be dependent on the content of the call, like what was said, how it was said. Maybe we can identify stress levels of the caller. Are they giggling or are they kind of really stressed? And maybe background noise. What's going on behind? Is there some guy shouting behind them, right? That kind of thing. Cancer diagnosis, a radiologist and an oncologist will want to understand if the system looks at scans, x-rays or something, and says, look, this guy has brain cancer, you will want to know why and what the system saw in the visualizations to come to this conclusion, right? This is, again, to make sure that you're making the right choice and that you also can explain it to the patient and say, look, this is what we saw. We think this is cancer for these reasons. This is the treatment pathways that we recommend. So what's the law say? There's a super broad regulatory landscape, and there is this is my terminology, but the way I think about this is there are umbrella acts for general concerns. So this is GDPR, for instance, or CCPA, like consumer privacy protection, consumer data protection. And these two acts protect the individual's rights to privacy. And they, funnily, have an impact on AI. These acts are very, very generally formulated. So we'll talk about GDPR in a second a bit more, but basically GDPR gives you the right as an individual, if there is personal identifiable information, you have a right to know what data is stored of me, what are you doing with the data, you have a right to explainability and understanding what are they doing with the data, and if there is automated decision making, you have the right to know how the result was derived. Although GDPR doesn't talk about AI or algorithms, it's super generic, right? And they also say that you have a right for correction and to challenge results and the data that's stored about you. So even GDPR, without any AI-specific regulations, covers a lot of that. And then we have AI acts. So the European Commission AI Act, EU AI Act, that just came out. I'll show you in a second what that says, but that's more specific about AI. The Americans are working on something similar, but EU AI Act is, from what I understand, the first one that is kind of implemented. And then you have domain-specific acts. So you have PSD2 in financial services and insurance, who say, well, if you do automated decision-making, you have to make sure that it's understandable, that you have explanations, that the explanations are understandable by the users, and that you can provide evidence for why you made the decision and in the way you made it. Employment, many countries enforce against discrimination in employment, right? Which then means if you use an algorithm, you have to make sure that that isn't biased and transparent and explainable and fair. And then education, where I work, there is Ofqual, so that's the Office of Qualifications and Examination Regulations. And they have made it very clear that for now, systems as sole markers of certifications are not allowable by them, or not allowed by them. Common principles we find, and I think this is really important to kind of recognize. So this is from MHRA, that's the UK regulator that regulates medical devices and applications. And they say it's about safety, security, and robustness, so that whatever the decision is safe for the recipient, that security is partially around data, but partially also if it's hardware systems or something like that, the security around that. So if you have an algorithm in an MRI scanner that you're not, or CT scanner rather, that you're not inflicting insane amounts of radiation on the person. Robustness is about what happens if, you might train this on a certain group of users, but what happens if the recipient is someone slightly different. So flexibility of the algorithm, transparency, explainability, fairness, accountability. So you have the ability to know who is worked on this, who can help you if there are problems with this, and the overall governance, and then, yeah, contestability and redress. So that's quite a deep statement, I think, and that puts a lot of obligations on us building those systems. So just quickly, the EU AI Act, they talk about proportionality. So if you have low impact and it's just for research, maybe you don't need to care that much. But if it's something that is so if you look at the classify systems by these on the right-hand side, unacceptable risk. So there's some stuff that's where AI and algorithmic decision-making is prohibited. So social scoring, for instance. Profiling is also quite unliked by these guys. Very different in China, right? High risk, and this is really interesting. They're high risk, but most things that really matter, that we build, fall into high risk. So this is about education, legal, law enforcement, medicine, all those systems, banking, insurance. A lot of those fall into this category. And there you need to make sure that you have the right risk mitigation in place, that you are transparent, that you have human oversight. So anything that can cause significant harm, and significant harm in that definition is not me kind of getting my head chopped off or something like that. It is impact on my life, my livelihood, or my well-being. So it's really, really broad. And then below there are systems like limited risk. That's where you have a chatbot or AI-generated content where you just need to say, well, you're using AI and this is the problems with it. And then they argue spam filters or AI in video games, you don't have to do anything. Finally, military applications are totally out of scope. So you can basically do whatever the fuck you want to do, but that's clear, right? That's military applications, and we don't regulate those, which is a bit of a problem, but hey. GDPR, as I said, that's not AI specific, but they talk about the right to be informed, access to data, the right to intervention, and the right to object in certain cases, not always. So a bank has, if they do a fraud check on you, you can't object to that. But there are certain areas like profiling and biometrical use of data where you can object, or certain marketing opt-ins and that kind of thing. So, as I said, AI, again, you can see, is a red herring. It's all about algorithms. And really be careful when you make life-changing decisions. And that applies at a broad range of levels, right? Was for us kind of the guiding principles. Like, are we doing something that affects people's life and liveliness? If yes, then, we need to be careful. So what's a good explanation? A good explanation allows users and recipients of algorithms and decisions to understand outcomes and optimize for positive ones, right? So good explanation allows you to do that. Really understand what the system is doing, why it's doing, and how I can use the information to achieve the goal that I want to achieve. That means that we need to tailor the way we provide explanations to the respective user. This is very important that there are usually multiple types of explanations you need for a system. So they need to be user-centric. So if I'm a data scientist, I want a totally different level of explanations than if I'm just the end user, say an oncologist, versus if I'm the patient, right? There's different levels of explanation, different levels of detail, different levels of language, wording, visualization, right? They need to be contextual. So there's this thing, we'll come to this in a second, but impact and urgency. So what is the impact of the decision? And how urgent do I need to make the decision? That, again, will massively impact how I design the explainability around that. And then, as I said, it needs to be meaningful and understandable. So airline seat allocation, urgency doesn't really matter that much. Impact, okay, there's money maybe for the airline, and they may have, in terms of like not optimally filling the plane, and there might be like, unhappy customers, but generally speaking, not a big problem. Police triage call, very, very urgent. I have minutes or sometimes seconds to make the call. Impact, life-changing, life-ending possibly. Cancer diagnosis, well, urgency depends what you mean by urgent, but it's certainly not in the range of minutes or even hours. But you can't take 6 months as well. And the impact, again, is very, very high. Making wrong treatment decisions or might be bad for a patient. You might suggest surgery, which they don't need, for instance, right? Or the wrong drug. What types of explanations would the users want? Well, as I said, airline seat allocation, maybe none. For insurance or loan underwriting, they would like a justification for why am I not getting the policy, but it's medium level. They don't need to know the detail. They don't want to go into like your low level of the data, but they might want to know why, as coming from a certain professional group, why am I paying more for the car insurance than someone else, right? They might want to know that. Here, you want minimal information for fast decision making, but you want easy to absorb qualifiers. And I'll show you something there in a second what I mean by qualifiers. But it's basically, I need to give the operator something where they can quite quickly see why did the model make the decision, what were the factors that influenced that. And you also want with that, you definitely want some confidence level around that, right? The model might say, well, I'm really not sure about this. Or the model might be like, no, I'm 100% sure. And that will make a big difference, right? So this is also about focusing on the impact or adverse impact that the decision can have. And then cancer diagnosis, very, very similar. So here you might want to focus more on the supporting detail. So you might want to say, and I'll show you a real example about how that explainability looks like in a minute. Where you might really want to say, the model detected this in your scans. Here are the areas. This is what we've seen in similar cases. Here are some comparisons. And we think this is a 85% confidence level, right? So that you then subsequently can probe and can make informed decisions following that. If you're interested in what I'm telling you right now, there's a fantastic paper by the ICO, who's also like it's Information Commissioner's Office, together with the Alan Turing Institute, where they talk in great detail, in painful detail actually, about how you design explainable systems and how you build them, so much more than I could tell you in this time here. So what they say you need to do is you need to cover the process of how you've built the model, from like data collection to training to implementation to training of users. So you need to cover the full end-to-end, and you certainly need to discuss the outputs and how they relate to the inputs. You need to explain the rationale behind the logic of the system, the responsibilities of people, who was involved, what did they do, who's accountable, who can you ask for explanation, who sourced the data, who trained the data, all those kind of things. You need to look at the data that you use. You need to make sure and explain why it's fair, or that it is fair, that it is safe, and that the performance is within the right parameters, and why you know that. You need to talk about the impact that it has and how you've mitigated against risk. And you need to talk about the touch points that the user has with the system, and how that kind of, like, if I want correction of my data or I want a challenge, where I can go to. Not all of these apply in all cases, so this is very, very contextual, and it depends on the user, what they need, and which of these elements you want to focus on. So really think information design as well, when you present explanations to the user, that you cater this for the respective user group. So generally speaking, what they suggest is you develop systems in an explainable, aware fashion, and you consider the entire system development lifecycle, so not just the end where you slap on a feature at the very, very end to provide explanation. It's unfortunately not that simple. So how do we rationalize outputs? There's three ways we can do this. There are inherently explainable algorithms. So this is your regressions or your simple decision trees, where you just look at the algorithm, you're like, well, if I increase X in my regression, then I know Y will go up. And that's a mathematical, directly explainable relationship. And maybe Y has a non or opposite relationship. The second way we can achieve explainability, that we use multiple models or multiple algorithms and let them loose on the same problem. And one algorithm might maybe have explainability a bit more in one area, and the other might have no explainability or not as much explainability in another area, but together, and I'll show an example of this in a minute, we get a really good overview. So I might have a model that I can't explain, and the model says, this is a cat, and then I have another algorithm that says, this is a cat because it's got fur and pointy ears, right? I'm like, oh, okay, I can see why the one model is a bit better, more powerful, but the other model gives me the explanation behind it. Now, we need to make sure that the two are related, right? And that it's not just by accident that the explanation sounds like it's the real explanation. And then there are so-called post-rationalizing tools, where we have algorithms like black box algorithms, like neural networks and stuff, that we cannot explain easily or cannot rationalize. And then there are tools that you feed with the same data and you say, give me a rationalization for this. So basically a post hoc, after the fact rationalization. So here's one, Lime. So what that does is, imagine you have data results domain, where if you're an X and you fall into the red area or orange area, then you're a cat, and this is a cat picture. If not, then you sit outside, right? And you want to explain the big X. You want to know, why is that a cat? So what you can do with Lime, it will sample local instances around that data point to explain, and we'll put a linear regression through that, which I can then explain and can say, following this, this is an explainable result. However, the important thing is this is only a local explanation. It doesn't explain, this regression line doesn't explain any data points that sit on the other side. So this is an okay explanation for very specific instances, but it's not an explanation for the entire model, which comes with problems, right? But this is one way to explain why that point X was deemed to be a cat, for instance. There's another way where you can. So this was a model that determines COVID mortality based on a number of input variables, or features as we call them. And then you can let the SHAP algorithm loose on that, on the data, and can say, okay, tell me how the various input variables or features, how important they are individually for a certain prediction. And you can then say, well, if a person comes in and they are relatively old, we see, because it's red and on the right, we see that age plays a major factor in this. So I can then say, well, okay, so this person is old. They said he's got high COVID mortality rate. Therefore, that seems reasonable because there is a correlation there. Strangely, oxygen saturation, because it's blue, that means it's got high oxygen saturation, have low, am I getting this right? Have low impact. So it's the other way around. So this is counterintuitive, which would basically then mean I wanted a scientist to look at that model because there's something not quite right. I would imagine that someone, if they have low oxygen saturation, that is also increasing my mortality rate. But this is not what this model predicts here. So that is a thing where the explanation has given me something where I'm like, actually, I want to look into this, right? I'm not quite sure. Something that's maybe a little bit easier to explain is if you have cancer scans. So here on the left-hand side, what you do is you can do something which is called salience mapping, where there's basically a heat map or a highlight of where the model says, because of these things in color, this is why I think this is cancer. Now you as a human can make a decision based on this, right? Whether I'm right or wrong, and then gives you kind of confidence levels. The other thing is on general image recognition, where you basically have, what's this? Where you have an algorithm that overlays the same heat map on top of this image to say, where is the kangaroo, right? And you can then see, is that correct or not, right? So the algorithm tells me there is a kangaroo in the picture, and this is what you need to look at. Then I'm like, yeah, okay, that algorithm seems to be right? So that's how we can build explainability support into models. And of course, as a statistician or scientist or doctor, you will want much more about, you will want confidence levels, and you might want to see other examples. Or in some cases, you give the practitioners a functionality in their hand where they can exclude certain variables, or where they can tweak the data set to see, well, if I change this, is this then kind of still within the classification or the decision, or does it change anything, right? So some interactive tools can be really useful there as well. And again, this is complicated, so I'm not telling you this that you kind of know how to use this. This is more have awareness that these things exist, and then, as I said, speak to the data scientist of your trust. Really good, in the same paper I mentioned earlier, there are two chapters. One explains the most common algorithms and how explainable they are and why they are not. And then another annex talks about models that, like the ones I just showed you, that provide this additional explainability. Might just be good for awareness if you're interested in that kind of thing. So, to kind of wrap this up, what are the benefits of explainability? Well, compliance. If you have to do it, you won't get sued. Governance, you know what you're doing, you have control internally over your data, how it's built, how it's deployed, who's using it, that they're using it in the correct way. You get trust and reassurance by the users and the recipients of this information and those who are impacted by it. I think you get better outcomes if you understand what you're doing and you can make sure that it's quality. Ultimately, I think, leads to human flourishing. If you're interested in that kind of thing in compliance, previous talks I did kind of nicely related to that. I'll share the deck anyway afterwards. Final example. So my current project, as I said, is this kind of learning an assessment product with British Council, and where we will ultimately do high-stakes assessment, focusing initially on employment scenarios. So I want employment in an English-speaking country. I need to take this test, and the test will be machine-marked, right? So what we did there, I should also say we have seen, I'm not sure whether you're aware of the scandal that was with ETS and the Home Office where they revoked, this was in 2011, they revoked, I think, around 15,000 visas of students and people in the UK because they felt that there was fraud in one of the manually run English test centers, or in tests, not test center, multiple test centers. And then they looked at the data and they realized that as per their data analysis, 97% of the people had cheated. But they kicked all of them out, or people lost their visa. Some people killed themselves over it because they were embarrassed in front of their parents and stuff. It's really bad. And the Home Office is just like, yeah, we have the data. We revoked those visas. And also this business now has lost their license because there was too much fuss around it. But lawyers are now looking into this, and they're suggesting that what it was either a technical fuck-up, because what they argue is that if all of us took the same English test on the same day, we all have in the database the same audio file. So they say you all have cheated because you can't have the same audio file. But the lawyers argue that this was either a technical fuck-up where the same audio file was stored for everyone, or maybe that which we know happens in this industry, there's like massive fraud around that industry because it's so life-changing for people to go to other countries, right? That maybe there was fraud, but it was done at test center level. So you end up at the test center, best intentions, and then there are some people cheating, and they're just like, oh, we give everyone the same perfect audio file. So that you were not cheating deliberately, but you kind of fall in the same category because of the evidence, right? And that's still ongoing. So what I'm saying here is we need to be really, really careful with this. This wasn't algorithmic, but it shows the impact that these industries can have. And so what we did is we had right from day one, we had our ethics department with us, risk department, compliance. We have inclusion and diversity with us. We also have a legal firm that we have as legal counsel that we regularly speak to. So, and we build that just in as a continuous process. And they're actually really good to work with. If you involve them, it's not this nasty compliance review that happens after the fact, and where you then have to redo most of the application because you didn't talk to them earlier, right? You build it into the process, and then it becomes actually quite nice to work with them. So this is what I said, like following why this is so important, because our regulator doesn't allow us at the moment to do marking solely based on just humans. So we will have, based on machines, so we will have humans in the loop. And they're very aware that this is precautionary. So I think as time will evolve, they will relax that rule. I flashed that up quickly, but I think we've spoken about this. So it's really important that the outcomes that we create through algorithms are non-discriminatory, that they're safe, that they're supportive. Tread with caution, especially where there are high-stakes scenarios. Build this explainability in, make it targeted to users. And sometimes this Turing Office document says, avoid the temptation of AI at all. You might not always need the coolest, most shiny, most modern algorithm because A, there are simpler algorithms that are equally powerful, and also the cost and benefit and the societal impact, and we heard, I think yesterday as well in the keynote about like energy impact of training models. Sometimes these powerful models aren't necessary and they're not really good for us and you don't need them, right? So choose the right model and then consequently choose the right explainability approach. So just to bring this quickly back, 30 seconds. So this is what I was saying. Read that book by her, Cathy O'Neill, Weapons of Math Destruction. She talks more about the risks of algorithms. And yeah, what I was saying yesterday, let's, with the technologies we use, let's be careful and not mess up and destroy the future we have. Build awareness, this is what we've done today. Find mitigation strategies, which is hard because sometimes has to do for technologies that don't exist yet. Have those frameworks. And unfortunately, we'll have to do some of that at individual, local, and global level, and humans are not that good at. I usually conclude that talk saying that, the existential risk talk, that in the philosophy community, there is this theory that this all is a kind of simulation, and there's a 50-50 probability. So what if someone turns it off, right? That's the biggest existential risk, and maybe we don't have to worry about anything else, so, Right, here's the presentation deck. If you want to look at that again. Otherwise, I'm around for questions. Thank you.
My name is Valerie. I've got the usual QR code. I found out about it this morning because I don't read my emails. So it's there, and it's on the last slide as well for the feedback. My name's Valerie. I'm a collaboration coach, and today I'm going to share with you my loop. that I named after myself because I'm trying to be, you know, confident. I created a loop. It's a leadership loop. I'm going to tell you how it can help you take positive action when you might be feeling a little bit stuck, and bring some new things into your awareness when you're dealing with complexity and uncertainty. What you're going to learn about today. I'm going to give some context around some of the anti-patterns that we see and why our brains don't help us to turn those into helpful patterns. I'll give my views on how agility can help, and I'll give you the model to help and guide you. I'm going to tell a story. I made it up. You might recognize some things in it. It is based on patterns. It takes a lot of inspiration from real events, but it is fictional, completely fictional. So I'm going to transport us back to the 1920s. And I want you to imagine that we're all working in a factory in America, and we're all from different countries from across the world. So we don't have a common language. We can't speak to each other. We can't communicate with each other. But that doesn't actually matter, because for my part, I know what I'm getting from over here. I know what I'm going to do with it. And I know what I'm going to push off to the next person, because it's repeatable and predictable. And every time all of us does our part in the process, we make a piece of the car. They all get put together, and we always make the same car. Repeatable, predictable. Burns, then sells the cars, makes money, rinse and repeat. Over the decades, I drew all these myself, by the way. Very proud of myself. Over the years, Burns has a lot of success working in this way, and I call that command and control. So head office does the design and the specs, decides what everyone needs to do, gives the instructions to the people in the factories. The people in the factories buy the cars. No, they don't. They make the cars. The consumer base buys the cars. Company successful. Tick, tick, tick. Decades, markets, countries, all over the place. We are so successful. If we fast forward now a few decades. Electric cars. We've never done this before. We're used to internal combustion engine cars. But we're okay. We know how to make cars. We've got a really loyal customer base. So we're going to, think about this. We're about 5 years into our thinking and researching and planning our electric car. We hope to have the car into the world 2 years ago. It's not there yet. But it will be in the world in 6 months. Promise. It will be in the world in 6 months. Whilst we are procrastinating, did I say that? Whilst we are doing our process really well, these people come into the world. X, brand new car company. Nobody's laughing. It's not really Tesla, but it is. X comes into the world. They have never made a car before, ever. And they put an electric car into the world. And it's pretty good. People want this car. People are buying this car. But Burns aren't concerned. Oh, no. We've been making cars for decades. We're the market leader across the world. Our car will do great. But we tighten our control. We just, we have to make sure it's perfect. So we just do a little bit more of all the things that have given us success in the past. So we get our car into the world. How do you think that went? Oh dear. Catastrophic failure. So people don't want to buy our electric car. And the people that do hate it. They really hate it. And we're thinking, well, that didn't work. So back in head office, they're going, well, what's happened? What's happened? We don't understand. We know how to make cars. We have a loyal customer base. They should be lapping up our electric car. We really spent a long time on this car. So they're asking, have our people lost their touch? Or they're asking, is there someone trying to sabotage us? Or have the consumers simply been brainwashed? I mean, that's plausible, isn't it? But none of that is true, of course, because Burns were doing exactly what they knew how to do and what had made them so successful over the past few decades. They had done, as I described, that command and control approach. In head office, they'd made all the designs, all the specs, exactly the same this time, sent it to the factories, took a bit longer than they hoped, but they tightened the control just to make sure. And this happened. But the reason that they haven't done anything wrong is because they've never known that they're doing anything wrong. Because anytime they've released a car into the world before and it's been more successful than they hoped for, that's validation that they're doing the right thing. And anytime they've released a car into the world before and it's been less successful than they hoped for, never this catastrophic, that's been, we didn't do our process well enough. So we need to tighten control on our process. So they've never realized that they needed to change. And that's because, well, it's maybe not because, but it's simply not that simple anymore. The world is not that simple anymore. It's not repeatable and predictable anymore. And this is a pattern. I don't know if any of you would recognize that kind of feeling when you're unchallenged in your work. You're unchallenged in your market. Don't like to use the word complacent, but it's probably complacency. And then a threat happens, a challenge comes in. And we often actually do the worst of the opposite of what we should be doing in that moment. And we end up with results that are not what we were hoping for. So Burns are going to try and sort this out. I want you to meet Mel. Mel's a collaboration coach. Mel's awesome. She's read all these books. She has watched all these videos, listened to all these podcasts. And guess who else has? I have. This is my list of references. So if you want to know what's behind all of this that I'm telling you, you'll find it in there. As well as Henry, as Mel, I need to introduce you to Henry. Henry is a Burns employee. He's been at Burns for 15 years. And he's been given the unenviable task of leading the second electric car project. So Mel and Henry get together with those in the boardroom. And they discuss what they're going to do. And Mel has a few things to say to them. She starts with this, Gary Hamel. Right now, your company has 21st century internet-enabled business processes, mid-20th century management processes, all built atop 19th century management principles. Now, this is very true for Burns, but it's probably true for a lot of people in this room. We are not all working for companies which were founded in the 19th century. Of course we're not. But all these things, these principles, these processes, all the history of management influences everything that happens in our organizations today. So all of that is at play. Doesn't matter when your company was founded. Now, the newer companies have less of this in their history. So that could account for why they are sometimes more successful. But we all have this in our history and in our influence. And it's not only that. Nearly 70% of executives agree that their industry will change more in the next 5 years than it did in the previous 50. So there's growing acknowledgement that the world is changing and the world is changing at pace. If we think about the automotive industry on its own, we can't predict with any accuracy what fuel cars will use in 10 years' time. We probably all think, well, that's obvious, it's going to be electricity, but is it? There's so many problems with electric cars and the infrastructure that goes around them. We maybe don't have the alternative yet, but how long is it going to be before we have the alternative? We don't know. We can't predict it. There's rapid changes happening. Most of those changes are happening out with our control, whatever industry we work in. My favorite is AI. Okay, so I see all these articles and all these clickbaits and talks in conferences. How AI will affect your business in 5 years' time. Really? You can tell me that. That's really very impressive. Because nobody knows how AI is going to affect us tomorrow, never mind 5 years' time. So we need to start thinking about what is not predictable, and we need to start taking new approaches for those things. I know that the opening keynote yesterday explored some of those things. And the reason for that is because we live in complex adaptive systems. Some of you will have heard that term before. Complex adaptive systems mean that if you change something over here, lots of things change. Lots of completely, seemingly unrelated things change. You cannot predict what's going to happen. It's like a domino effect, but it's not a line of dominoes. It's like random dominoes in different parts of the world, all toppling because this one has. That's what a complex adaptive system is. That's what we're living in right now. That's what we're operating in. If we think back to the 1920s, life was simpler. Complexity was still there, but it was much less noticeable. Lots of things were repeatable with predictable outcomes. And that's why the management processes and principles were created around the Industrial Revolution. Nobody back then could have predicted the limitations of mass production because we didn't know what was going to happen. We thought we could just live like this forever. And Burns, as it was changing over the years, it did change, they did make different cars, but lots of other car companies were changing over the years as well. Consumers started to have choices. There's comfort options, entertainment options in your cars, and most of these new additions to our cars included software and electronics, and suddenly the car itself became more complex. Now we have autonomous vehicles, driverless buses. There's nothing unpredictable about that. Yeah, quite the opposite. And manufacturers themselves, they've got more choice. They've got choice about where to get their raw materials. And if we think back to the 1970s, the Japanese car industry completely changed the relationship between quality and price. So before that point, you couldn't buy a quality car for a cheap price. And then the Japanese revolutionized that. And suddenly you could buy a really good quality car for a much lower price than you could before. And we've all seen ad campaigns that completely change markets. Can anyone think of one? Sorry? Coca-Cola, yeah. Changed the soft drinks market. There are so many examples of ad campaigns and marketing decisions that have just changed the whole. It's not in your control as one of their competitors or as somebody else operating in that field. Things change without you being able to predict it. And it's not just even that. So we've talked about marketing, we've talked about supply chains, we've talked about products. And often we talk about making products in the software industry too, but our products are not just products, they're part of services. So we have to see the bigger picture. We have to see how our product fits into the service, and then we have to think about how that service is given to the consumers. Consumers have so many choices that if you don't give them what they want, which is normally attention now, then they're going to go somewhere else. So there are so many variables happening in the world now. It's not going to get any easier to operate within the world. So Burns was standing still, relatively speaking, and quite successfully standing still. But the world has been changing. And eventually, the bubble at Burns is going to pop if they don't do something about it. Because it's simply not that simple. Humans are unpredictable. Humans have access to a lot more stuff now than they used to. And there are still things in the world that have definitive outcomes. So if I do this, then I know that this will happen. There are things like that. But everything else, we need to take a different approach on. What I call command and control. What you might have experienced something similar doesn't work in these situations. So what are Henry and Mel going to do about that? What's Burns going to do about that? Mel says to Henry, do you think you're a leader? Now, Henry's answer to this question isn't actually important. I really want to know how many of you think you're leaders. Could you raise your hand if you think you're a leader? Okay, we have like maybe half, maybe just less than half of this room. I'm going to share a little secret with you. This is my definition of leaders. It's from Francis Bryars. A leader is someone who influences others to take effective action. So that means anyone can be a leader. Anyone in this room, any of your peers, any of your managers, anyone in your team, Henry, Mel, any of their teammates as well. You can all be leaders. And I think people think that they're not leaders because they don't know the answers. I see a nod. I also think some people think they're not leaders because they don't have permission to lead. They feel like they need permission. See more nods. But the truth is, unless something is repeatable and predictable, you can't have the answers. So leading becomes much easier when we realize that a lot of the time there aren't actually any right answers. And you can let that go and you can be vulnerable with that and say, I don't know the answer, but I reckon if we work together, we could probably work it out. When we apply agility to leadership, that's a superpower. So agility and leadership, do you like my superhero? It's so much fun drawing these slides. Taking short, fast action, changing plans based on what we know now, creating hypotheses about what we might learn next, celebrating anything we find out, good or bad, and empathy and kindness towards others. I get a lot of questions about empathy and kindness towards others, but I believe it's central to this, and I will explain why. All of this is best done with others, not in competition with others, and certainly not on your own. Leaders have the power to create incredible spaces that allow innovation to thrive. We all have that power. So how do we use that power? How do we get the best from ourselves and from those around us? Well, we need to set some conditions. So that vulnerability of realizing that there isn't an answer and realizing that only by working together can we solve the problem really helps. Superordinate goals. Who's heard of a superordinate goal? People who have seen my talk before. Superordinate goal is something that raises everybody above their agenda. I've worked with so many multifunctional teams, and everybody comes in with their own, but my way's better. No, my way, no, we should do it this way. No, we should do it that way. No, my way's better. Oh, do you know what? I don't even care. I have so many. A superordinate goal rises all of us to a bigger meaning. So it can take away all of our agendas and make us focus on the thing that we're actually there to do. Super powerful. I learned it from Amy Edmondson, the queen of psychological safety. Yeah, love it. Lots of people have come over to me and said that they had these during the pandemic. So they really felt the pull of something that was bigger than themselves during the pandemic when they had to respond to something really mad that was going on. But you can create them without chaos. You can. It's hard, but you can. What else? So team charter and values. This is something that we teach a lot in Agile spaces, and so many teams I come across don't have this. It's so, well, it's not simple, but it's so basic. We can do this. We can get people together to talk about a team charter, talk about how they want to be together, how they want to work together, what values they care about, what their goals are. We can do that. Equal voice. You can't have psychological safety without equal voice. That's about quietening the loud people and finding a way, whatever way that is, to have the voices of those that are quieter actually heard. There are loads of ways to do that, but you can't have psychological safety without that. And finally, having a team of leaders. If you influence somebody to take effective action, you are a leader by definition. We can all be leaders. We can be in a team of leaders. We can talk about what that means. That's important. If you don't do that, the rest of things going to fall apart. And then we get onto the loop. This is my loop. It has some hot off-the-press changes. So excuse me if I use wrong words. Implement used to be called connect up until this point. So this is new. This isn't even on the website yet. So you're getting some, pretty exciting stuff. Right, this here is a guide. It's meant to bring things that happen and ways that we can best deal with uncertainty into your consciousness so that you can go, where am I? What is it that I need to do next? What's stopping me from doing the thing that I need to do? And it's meta and multi-level. It's a little bit confusing that way. It's a personal tool. So you'll probably find yourself going through it lots of times. We do it anyway. It's not anything new, this. But it happens at this level, personal level. It happens at project level. It happens at organizational level. Sometimes it'll go fast. Sometimes it'll go slow. They'll all be going on at the same time. I'm going to talk you through it so that we understand, hopefully. The most important thing about the loop is that you keep fostering that collaborative environment. That's the most important thing. And Caitlin, it is rather warm. Have we got any air? I can see people struggling as well. If we could get it cooler, that would be great. Okay, let's get stuck in. So consider is the first part that I'm going to tell you about. This is about thinking about what you already know and deciding whether you need to continue on in the loop. So thinking, where are we now and can we predict what's going to happen next? That's it. How long is it going to take? How are people going to react to it? Can we predict that? If not, you need to find those gaps in assumptions. What are you assuming about whatever situation you're in? And what gaps are there to your knowledge? Once you've found those, you can be curious about them. So go and find the people that you think are not being heard, whose voices aren't present, whose perspectives aren't there. And spread your reach and go and ask them some stuff. Be curious about those gaps and assumptions that you're making. And all of this prepares you for implementation. So I'm not trying to say that you will never have tried things when you're trying to explore a problem. Of course you will. You'll have done some experiments before this. But the essence of implement is basically agility. Short, fast experimentation, trying things with real users, getting the feedback, updating your plans based on what you know now, working together, working with your team, working with your stakeholders. And the environment that you created at the start will be super important once you get to this point. But the last bit of the loop is evolve. This is the bit that really matters for success. Because if you don't actually change anything, like you might have changed something by creating a new product, right? But you've not actually changed anything. You've not actually evolved. Think about Burns. We've not actually evolved anything within the organization if we don't change something else. So this is about being quite particular about the things that you're trying to achieve. And instead of working within the constraints of your organization that you're used to working within, try and change them. So we can't do that because the policies say we can't do that. We'll change the policy. That is possible, if you have some conversations with people. So it's hard, but it's possible. And all of that's underpinned by unlearning and relearning. So Barry O'Reilly tells us that learning is tough, but unlearning is harder. So we get stuck in believing that the things that helped us yesterday will also help us today. And we need to start noticing what's not working anymore and letting them go. And that's hard, but the more you do that, the better it'll get, and the better you'll get at doing that. And the more you'll be able to evolve through the loop. So Mel tells Henry all of this. And Henry's like, really? All of that? What do you expect me to do with all of that information? He's completely overwhelmed. He's been working at Burns for 15 years. He's never thought of anything like this before. This is totally mind-blowing. So he's feeling overwhelmed. But he can already see things that he might need to get curious about, or things that might need to change within his organization for him to be successful in this project. So Mel says to him, let's start with where we are now and see how we go. So Henry's off with his team. He's ready. They're doing a kick-off day or two. They're doing their kick-off. They're doing their team charter. They're doing their values. They're talking about being a team of leaders. They're creating their superordinate goal. Their superordinate goal is allow our vehicles of the future to be fit for these unprecedented times. They started to work pretty well together. They moved into figuring out what they know. They did a system visualization. They started looking at case studies to consider what it is that they know right now. They looked at their competitors and they looked at themselves. What do we know about this at the moment? What assumptions are they making? Can they predict what's going to happen next? They're doing all of these things. But Henry has people imposing solutions on it. He has people saying, you have to know this stuff already. You have to be, what are we doing? We need a plan. We need it now. And they're going to his team. And they're saying, what are you doing? What's happening? When's this happening? It has to happen now. Why is it not happening now? We're in a crisis. Do you not know we're in a crisis? Henry's feeling some mixed emotions, right? He's really trying to do his best, and this is just falling apart. He's feeling pushed and pulled. He's getting angry. He's not leading at his best. He's not doing all the things that he set out to do. And he talks to Mel, and he says, I can't do this. I'm failing already. My team hate me. The managers think that I'm useless. I can't. And she said, see that feeling? Connect to that feeling, then draw it. This is what he draws. And he says, do you know, on the inside, I'm absolutely terrified. I'm being pulled in all of these directions, and I feel really stretched thin. And on the outside, I think that I'm pretty spiky. I think I'm not being very nice to people, but I'm also definitely holding on to anything that's going to keep me safe. Mel says to him, this sounds like you're Bruno. And now, I know that we don't like to talk about Bruno. If you're an Encanto fan, you will know that. But I think that we should talk about Bruno. So Bruno is a part of you, and it's your brain's defense mechanism for keeping you safe. And in this case, it's keeping Henry safe from scary things like uncertainty and unpredictability. It's just trying to protect him. It's trying to keep him from that threat that it's feeling. Dan Siegel calls this flipping your lid. This is the hand-brain model. I'm not going to get into it right now, but if we have time at the end, I can tell you more about it. But when you sense a threat, you basically, this is your brain, and you flip. When we do that, and we all do that, we need to notice it. We need to feel it, sit with it, and accept it. Because there isn't actually anything we can do about this happening to us. But we can work out how we can return back to a calm state of mind. So we need to treat our Brunos with kindness. And everybody unconsciously has this safety mechanism in their brain. And everybody's Bruno is completely different. It feels different on the inside. It looks different to people on the outside. And it needs something different to help it be calm. So they all need something different. Everybody in this room would draw a different picture when they were asked to draw their Bruno. they're going to see their Brunos quite a lot through the rest of this process because they're dealing with scary stuff. But there isn't a right way to do any of this. So Henry takes what he's learned about that and he goes back to his team and shares his Bruno with them. And then he asks them about their Brunos. And they all start to talk about things. And suddenly, they start to understand things that they've seen from each other. And they start to go, oh, see that day that you did that? Oh, I get it. Okay, what did you need then? And suddenly, there was this kind of understanding across the team of what each other was going through and how they could help each other better. And he also decided to share the loop with them. He decided to tell them what he was up to so that they could help each other to get from where they are and evolve something eventually. He thought if he brought it into their awareness too, then that might help them. So they decided as a team at this point that they were done with considering stuff. And they wanted to get curious. They got loads of questions. They want to find out some stuff. So they move into curiosity. And Mel says to Henry, what's your understanding of curiosity? And he says, well, I think it's about asking questions. I don't like asking questions because people think I don't know what I'm doing and they think I'm a troublemaker. So I kind of don't do that. So if that's what this is about, then I'm not sure I'm going to be up for that. And Mel says, that's a completely normal reaction. We are rewarded in society for asserting our views and providing answers to questions really quickly. So it's countercultural for us to be curious and to ask questions. But if we are curious and we ask good questions without bias, we free ourselves from judgment, we free ourselves from assumptions, and we free ourselves from speculation, which are all three things that get in the way when we're trying to do good stuff. And Henry says, I get it, I do, but that makes me feel really uncomfortable. Guess what? It's Bruno. And he says to Mel, is that my Bruno? And she's like, yes, it is your Bruno. It's keeping you safe from this scary thing about asking questions. And he went, all right, okay. So they move into curiosity, and the team figure out all the people that they want to talk to, all the gaps that they've got, all the assumptions they're making, and they go and speak to those people, and they're so excited about it. And the people that they're speaking to are absolutely loving being engaged for what feels like the first time ever, possibly is the first time ever. And they love it, but the results are confusing. Hence my roller coaster. Who was with me in Gemma's session earlier on? And we had a theme park, and I was like, I've drawn a roller coaster before. They thought they knew what people would say. They thought they knew what people wanted, but they didn't. They didn't even know whether this car was going to be electricity or not. They just didn't know what was going on. And Henry felt like he was losing control. He was under pressure to just do it, make the solution, go, save the company, Henry. And he's not feeling great about that. Feels confused, wants to stop. Guess who's here? Bruno. Bruno's here. Everybody's Bruno's here. Nobody has any idea what to do. But they go back to their solid foundations. They go back to their team charter. They think about why they're here, look at the superordinate goal and go, we can, we will, we can. And when he talks to Mel again, she says to him, well, this is really hard, so this is okay. But creating and nurturing those foundations will absolutely help you to get through the next little while. And she asked him, do the team feel that they understand enough now about the problem to start trying some things for real with real people? And of course they said yes. So again, this might sound obvious, but sometimes we get stuck in analysis paralysis, or sometimes we're too scared to try. So we don't. We just stay in that, like, oh, let's just keep learning some more and, keep learning some more and learn some more. Everything up to this point has helped us understand what we're trying to solve. And now we have to do something about it. And again, you've probably got multiple loops going on at the same time. So you've got people that have already started evolving as they've been going through this process. This is about breaking it down, getting those feedback loops set up, keeping talking, and keeping working together. So they do that. They know exactly where they want to start, which is easy. They use some design thinking tools to create some hypotheses. And they work closely with each other as they go through their experiments. They're working with stakeholders, discussing results, and they're improving working together. It's agility in action, as we would understand it. They got some short, fast experiments, learning loads, failing loads, getting frustrated loads, but they're letting it settle and they're moving on. They're making progress. The only problem is the progress is not just about a car. It's about the whole system on the way that Burns operates. And there's a few problems with that. I love this. The only thing agility is guaranteed to deliver 100% of the time is impediments. I can hear laughs. This was no exception. So Burns had, or Henry and his team had impediments like this. The software delivery is too slow. The budget structures are in the way. Policies are unsuitable. We don't have the expertise that we need. And of course, it's not just the car. Yeah, we want to change a lot here. Then we can be reminded that impediments are not in the path. Impediments are the path. So that comes back to those constraints that I was talking about earlier. We're used to working within the constraints that our organizations put in front of us, or beside us, or in front, like here. You must not pass. But we have to go towards them, because that's the way to success. And that's where evolve comes from. That's what it takes to close the loop. So you might have to reach out to other parts of your organization. You might have to have other teams unlearn stuff, relearn stuff. You'll have multiple loops going on all at the same time. But evolve isn't about like removing a policy. It's about working with the teams that policy affects and finding a way forward that is useful for everyone. It's not about you, it's about everyone. Sometimes all you need to do is a little tweak. So it's just a tweak to a policy, a tweak to a relationship, just something that's going to make it different than what it was before. That's all. That's all you need to do, but you need to do it purposefully. And when you get back round and you're considering again, it might be that you can now take a more informed approach. It might be that there are more predictable and repeatable things than you realized. Or it might be that you're actually trying to solve the wrong problem. And that's okay. As long as you've done something, you're going to learn, and then you can start again. So Henry and his team delivered a success. Yay! It wasn't just the car. It was the beginnings of a system that could completely change the way that Burns operates in the future. They worked together. Oh, there's the system. And there's the managers. They worked together with management. And they worked together with other teams in the organization. They built that fundamentals of the collaborative environment with the rest of the organization. They brought in those other teams. They kept removing each other's impediments. This was all going on all at the same time, some fast, some slow. And they slowly made it better. It's not perfect, but they're creating a culture that's full of empathy, curiosity, and connection when they didn't have it before. So that's the loop. That's been my life's work for the last couple of years. Multi-level, meta, happens anyway in our brains, but it's good to bring it to our awareness because you might be sitting looking at this now, and I know I started at Consider with Henry, but perhaps you're in a place where actually you need to evolve, and you can just think a little bit differently, bring it into your consciousness and go, hang on, this is going to help me, I hope. It's helped me a lot. I feel like I use it all the time. I feel like I use it like every day. It's just this. The first time I did this talk, I said, I'm about to explain to you the inside of my head. The talk was nothing like this, but this is how my brain works, so I hope it's useful for you. It helps me take stock. It helps me check in with myself, but also with the teams I'm working with and helping them to get somewhere, make progress, make positive changes towards something new. I use it when I'm making workshops, when I'm facing a sticky situation, big things, small things, all the time. But the truth is that we live in unprecedented times, and that's not about to slow down. We have to be okay with that. And it can take years or decades to get rid of controlling bureaucracy. So it's not about massive change programs, it's about tweaks, evolutions. We're never done improving, but we are still humans. And I believe that, especially in the age of AI, human connection is going to be so much more important than anything else. Especially as well in the age of remote and hybrid working. We need to connect with others. We're not going to solve our problems if we don't do that. So I'd invite you to figure out your Bruno, and I'd invite you to ask your team to figure out their Bruno too. Treat them with awareness, acceptance, kindness, and reflect on what they need. Be bold, lead with intent, celebrate not knowing, find ways to discover more, don't wait for permission, because it's just simply not that simple anymore. That's all I have to say today. I have hundreds, let me tell you about this, hundreds of QR codes, it feels. This is the feedback one, which I added this morning. This one here is for my LinkedIn. So if you want to talk more, then connect with me. And I love talking, so I will always chat. And my email address, and then this one is to get onto my website to look at the loop. The loop on the website is different because I haven't updated it yet, but it's pretty much the same thing. Thank you so much.